Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Soul Chess in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 86, Kukaki Hisona's Big Little Secret. Third person POV. Byakuya sat in his office filling out menial paperwork. Internally he felt like fate had conspired to give him as much work as possible. He had left the house early that morning to allow Hisona to do whatever it was she was going to do. Today was his birthday, and ever since they'd been married, Hisona would always do some sort of well-crafted celebratory setup in honor of it. It was always a private celebration between the two of them and Rukia, but he knew this time his sister-in-law would most likely not be joining them. Byakuya had already looked through his mail, receiving cards and letters from his friends and allies including Lelich and Yuka. He was heartwarmed that, despite the fact that they didn't always get along, that Rukia sent him her feelings and birthday wishes to him. Renji wished him a happy birthday in person, and beyond that it was business as normal. Most Soul Reapers really didn't find enjoyment in celebrating their birthdays. Many even kept the days to themselves because of how long they lived. It did give Byakuya a good feeling though to know that he was appreciated and he wasn't just there as an important individual in the Soul Society and Godai 13. As he thought about it though, he realized that, in the entire time he had known Lelich, the young-looking captain hadn't celebrated his birthday once or even made a mention of it. When he saw Susanna that day, apparently even she didn't know, and Susanna was one of two people who knew almost everything that could be known about Lelich, the other being Nimue. Still, Byakuya felt it wasn't something he had to solve right this minute. After all, today was his day to inadvertently stand in the spotlight. Back home, Hisona woke up with a throbbing headache. She had gone to bed early last night, not having felt that great all that much recently. She hoped she wasn't getting sick, but she was never a morning person ever since she became a captain with all the responsibilities she had. Yawning as she sat up in bed, the lack of Byakuya's presence alerted her to the special day that was her husband's birthday. Normally when Byakuya got up first he'd wake her up, so if he wasn't around it only meant one thing to Hisona, and she checked her calendar to be sure. She smiled when she saw January 31st as the next day on the calendar not yet crossed off. She then realized that, with her trip to the world of the living and the battle with Talbumasuk, she had had no time to prepare the celebration she and Byakuya normally had at the end of the evening. She figured she'd be able to figure out something though, she had all day. Hisona made her to the bathroom and stood in front of the large wall-high mirror. Stripping off her bedrobe, Hisona discarded it into the laundry bin and then reached under the sink for a folded shiakusho and placed on top of the laundry basket to put on after she was done washing. Hisona was still half asleep, as she always was in the morning usually, and noticed nothing peculiar about the small change to her body as she washed herself down. When she was finished she turned the water off. Now fully awake, Hisona stood in front of the mirror as she prepared for the day. However, as she reached for her tabi, she stared at herself in the mirror as she noticed something peculiar about her body. She stood sideways and noticed a bulge in her stomach she was certain wasn't always there. She wasn't eating more than usual and she always got plenty of exercise, so she couldn't be putting on the extra pounds, but then, could it be? Hisona wondered. The bulge was small, she could keep it hidden, at least until she made to the 4th division to have it looked at. Why only now though? It's been more than 50 years. She thought to herself. Sighing, she got dressed, put on her haori and went out to see Anohana. At the 1st Division barracks, a vice-captain's meeting was being put underway. With Nanao gone, many were surprised when Kyan enthusiastically introduced Yuna to the others. Sasaki and Kendra were shocked. Yuna was before the time of everyone else, save Nimue and Rangiku, but they knew about this. Kyan explained to everyone that Yuna was only standing here before them because of Lelich and somewhat of how it was accomplished, which didn't surprise anyone at all once Lelich's name was brought into the picture. And she'll be fighting with us when the second round comes, Kyan exclaimed. Also, since it's the end of the first month of the new year, we need to hold office for chairman and vice chairman of the vice captains. You should be Nana's replacement. Yachiro declared triumphantly. I think Yuna should actually be in charge, Rangiku said, getting to her feet. She's the only one of us who actually has a working bankai. She was also my captain's mentor. She'd never steer us wrong. But I'm always in charge, Yachiro pouted. We could always. Kyan was about to decide the matter be left to a vote, but with the glaring pouting look Yachiro was giving him he knew that a certain eye-patched captain would turn the vice-captain dojo into splinters and Kyan would be the one held responsible for setting the pink terror of Tattle on the others. Well, Madam President, what do you say then? Wait, the kid's in charge. Yuna was confused. It's special circumstances, Rangiku smiled nervously. Kendra put a hand on Yuna's shoulder, trust me on this one, unless you want to deal with Zaraki best to know what battles to fight and which ones not to. But she is just a kid, right? Yuna asked. Yes, but... Yuna knelt down and handed Yachiro a lollipop. Yachiro-chan, if you let me lead I'll give this to you. Candy. Yachiro began sucking the confectionery treat almost immediately. Well, that simplifies matters, Yuna said, standing back up. A lead, and, Kyan-san, I'd like you to be vice-chairman. Yachiro was going to protest, but a bribery of Big Cookie silenced her. Yuya's the best, Yachiro said, munching on her snack. Well then, if this meeting can be called to order, Yuna leaned forward on the table. As some of you may not be aware, not everyone is going back out into the fray. Lelouch has declared that only Bankai users and the Vizards, as well as Kurosaki Ichigo's group, are the ones going back onto the battlefield. Amongst us that means that only Kyan-san, Renji-san, and I will be going onto the field of battle. Does anyone have any comments? Wait, I'm actually going back out there. Renji asked. What's the matter, Renji? Kyan asked, chicken. No, of course not, but... Renji, you're one of our stronger links. Just because Talbumasuk took you out and you got knocked around a bit during the battle in the world of the living doesn't mean you're weak, Kyan said firmly. You defended the pillar from its assailant, you're still with us, and that's a lot more than Hisagi, Madarame, and Ise can say. Lelouch Teiko recognizes that you do, in fact, have skill. Don't let your win-loss record discourage you. Alright, I got it. I'll be there, Renji said, giving a confident look. Now that's the spirit, Kyan grinned. Now then, to move on to the next order of business, does anyone know what this year's theme for the Heart Day is going to be? While the vice-captains discussed the finer details of the Soul Society version of Valentine's Day, Hisuna was down at the 4th Division waiting for Anohana to be able to see her. She was nervous considering the fact that she couldn't understand that if this was what she thought it was, why it was happening now. She and Byakuya had been together for 55 years and they hadn't exactly kept a cold bed for all that long either. True, Rukia's presence had kept the encounters low in number, but even then something should have happened. Hisuna-san, Anohana's soft motherly voice snapped the 3rd Division captain out of her thoughts. Hisuna stood up and saw the motherly captain smiling at her. She walked into Anohana's exam room to determine if she should be on the next battlefield at all. While Hisuna underwent examination, Lelouch was hard at work on his strategy and plot for the next battle. He sat in his office with a pot of coffee, blank sheets of paper, and had been working himself to the bone trying to come up with a victorious battle plan and working in everything he could think of. He had put this off for too long. The battle was in a little more than 2 weeks. Lelouch lost track of time as he worked. He was ultimately interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in. He was surprised to have his visitor be Renji. Abarai Fukutaiko, how unexpected. Something the matter? Sir, I wanted to thank you for letting me fight in the battle, Renji responded. That's it? Lelouch asked, still keeping an eye on his work. Well, it's just, I haven't been the greatest of officers. I didn't know anyone recognized my skill, so. Renji, you have a Bankai. That's enough for me to know that we need you on that battlefield. That said though, you should probably grind your training if you want to be as effective as possible. Lelouch glanced up at him. Understand me? Yes, sir. Renji saluted. I won't let you down. You never have, Lelouch said, glancing back at his strategy plans. On the Phantoms you were always ready to charge straight into hell, you and Ryu both. True, you've had some poor matchups recently and your love life took a hefty blow below your belt. Lelouch put his utensil down and leaned back, but even with that said you are a skilled combatant. He glanced at Renji again. I wouldn't have you out there if I didn't think so, and if loyalty was all it took to be a Phantom there would have been plenty of others in them. Don't let your poor matchups and your bad strokes of luck deter you for even a second from thinking you're a bad fighter. After all, you took that Aaron car to the cleaners once you went Bankai. That right there shows that you are a good soldier. Sir, thank you. Renji was touched that Lelouch thought of him so highly. Now then, if there's nothing else. Lelouch was hinting he wanted Renji to leave. Right, I'll get going. See you in 2 weeks. Renji took off. He exited the 10th division and clenched his fist. I have to get stronger. He thought to himself. There has to be a way I can improve my abilities really well really fast. Since training techniques and technology was the 12th Division's specialty, logic dictated to Renji that he should make a trip to the Department of Research and Development. Oh, Aburai-san, how are you? Nimue asked when he approached her desk. Kurotsuka-san, is there any sort of technology the department has used for improving training skills? Renji asked. Nimue thought about things for a moment and then began typing away at her computer to the point where the keystrokes sounded like machine gun fire. You might think to try our training grid. It's in the basement. Training grid? Renji asked. It's a room we built that can allow one to exercise and test their limits within a virtual grid that stretches on infinitely to accommodate its users' specifications amongst many other functions, Nimue stated. Which way? Renji asked enthusiastically, slamming a hand on Nimue's desk. I'll direct you. You need an access code to get down there and I'm high enough up that I have one. How long will you be using it? Lelouch Teiko suspects that the battle will be on the 15th, right? Renji asked. Yes, Nimue confirmed. Keep the machine running non-stop straight through to the 10th, Renji told her. Very well, Nimue acknowledged. She brought Renji down to the deep sub-level where they entered a chrome room with a window that overlooked a large, stadium-sized, white-tiled room. Renji looked at the control panel and, unfortunately, didn't understand the interface. If you'd like, I can monitor your training from my computer upstairs once you've gotten started, Nimue said. Why the eagerness to help me? Renji asked. Your training will help Lelouch-sama's plans to defeat Talbumasuk and as such helping you become stronger. Helps Lelouch-sama, Nimue responded. I see, thanks then, Renji said. Nimue started up the grid. Any specifications you'd like? She asked. I was thinking I'd like to try training under 10 times the normal gravity, Renji said. Gravity intensification, is that the only parameter you wish to utilize? Nimue asked. It'll be the only thing I'll need, Renji said gravely. Very well then. Go inside and I'll start things up, Nimue said. Renji went inside. The grid squares shined with a bright red, giving the entire room a crimson glow. Renji felt it when the gravity intensified. Good luck, Nimue spoke into the microphone. Renji focused his mind and prepared himself. All right, he thought, I either come out of this a war machine or a mess. Renji unfastened Zabumaru and took off his shoes and socks to be a little more comfortable. Guess I'll start with the basics. He began doing sit-ups. His goal, 10 sets of 100 reps under 10 times the normal gravity. That evening. Byakuya arrived home that evening later than he expected. He had put in an honest day's worth of work though, so now all he had to do was look forward to whatever gracious setup Hisuna had planned for him. Byakuya was looking forward to whatever it was Hisuna had planned. He found Hisuna in her pink bedrobe and slippers sitting in one of the floral-patterned chairs with her feet on the cushion in front of it. The den looked rather plain in comparison to recent years. Hisuna also seemed serious rather than in a partying mood. Byakuya was confused. Hisuna, what's going on? Is something the matter? He asked. Have a seat, Hisuna gestured to the chair next to her. Byakuya sat down. Hisuna took a deep breath before speaking. There's something we need to talk about, Byakuya-sama. Whatever is the matter? Somewhere inside it could be inferred that Byakuya's masculine instinct to assist Hisuna through violent acts was preparing itself to go into action. Hisuna began stroking her right wrist. Well, you see, I went to see Anohana Teiko earlier. Are you sick? That was the first thing to come to Byakuya's mind. And no. I'm perfectly healthy, but, there will soon be some changes around here. Hisuna said. Changes? Byakuya was confused. Here, Hisuna gingerly grabbed her husband's hand and led it to her stomach. Hisuna was hiding quite a small secret behind her Shiakusho. A secret that would only get larger in time until it was no longer a secret. Byakuya's reaction was a mixture of shock, fear, anxiety, and joy, mostly the first. You're. Hisuna kissed her husband on the cheek. Happy birthday Byakuya-sama. Hisuna walked out of the den and headed for the dining hall. The chefs have prepared your favorites, so come to dinner soon, Hisuna told him and then turned down the hallway and out of Byakuya's sight. Byakuya sat in the chair in a daze as his hand touched where Hisuna had kissed and his other hand was still cupped from where he had touched Hisuna's stomach. Both hands dropped to the side though and Byakuya rose to his feet. As he strode towards the dining hall, if anyone else saw it they would have thought the apocalypse had come for Byakuya's normally hard eyes turned soft and a genuine smile spread across his face. 3 days later. Lisa sat in a bar in the market district drinking and reading a light novel when Shunsui came by to offer up his company. In a bar on your birthday, that's unusual, he said as he slid onto the stool next to her. Shot down here. He hollered at the bartender. Something got you down. What are you talking about? This is what I've always done. I go into town get drunk and someone usually found me to take me back to the hideout, Lisa responded. That's terrible, of all days your birthday shouldn't be used for drinking yourself sick, Shunsui stated. Speaking of which I thought you weren't drinking again till after the war, Lisa looked at him with one eye open. I'm only having the one, besides it's your birthday, it'd be rude of me not to help you celebrate, Shunsui said to her. Lisa put her glass down. Ever since I left I've always just hated this day. The day my life just fell apart. And now even though I'm back where I belong, things can't go back to the way things were. Neneo's dead and I'm shut out from the Godai. It's pathetic. Hey now, there's no reason to get like that, Shunsui argued. He sniffed the air. Just how much have you had? This is my 46th glass. Why? She asked. Shunsui snatched it away from her. Okay, you should stop. You know how you get when you get too drunk. Give me that, I need it. Lisa declared. Shunsui, to solve the issue, drank the rest of it. Lisa wound up attacking him, but she was so intoxicated all she did was fall off the stool. Shunsui helped her up. Lisa's glasses broke from the fall. Shunsui sighed, alright come on, you're not doing anyone any favors by doing this to yourself. He hoisted his vice captain on his back and took her to the 4th division. He figured some massage therapy would be better for her, and it would help get most of the alcohol out of her system. That evening, after an honest day's worth of work, Hisuna went to go see her in-laws to share the news. She was greeted at the door by a friendly headlock from Kyokaku. Hey, it's the big sister. How's it going, Hisuna? Pretty good, yourself? Hisuna asked. Kyokaku let her go and lit up her pipe. Not too bad, kind of disappointed I won't be going back out into the battle zone, but I understand why. She took a puff and then shouted up the stairs. Rukia, your sister is here. One would have thought Rukia had just been told she'd won a gigantic stuffed chappa with the way she came running to the foyer. She gave her sister a big hug. It's good to see you, Nei-san, how are you? I'm fine, Rukia, Hisuna said, you? I'm doing really well. What brings you here? How's Nii-sama? She asked Hisuna. Oh, Byakuya-sama's the same as usual. Is Kyan-san around? I'd like for him to hear the reason for my visit as well, Hisuna said. Hoo boy, Kyokaku responded, sounds like you've got quite the bit of news to share with us. Oi. Ganju, go and see where the hell Kyan is. Yes, Nei-sama. Her younger brother acknowledged. Kyokaku, Rukia, and Hisuna went over to one of the Shiba clan's lounges and everyone made themselves comfortable. Kyan and Ganju walked in a few minutes later. So what's the fuss all about? He saw his sister-in-law. Oh hey, Hisuna, what's up? The whole reason I'm here, she responded. Oh, do tell, Kyan said jumping onto the couch where his sister was sitting. Ganju remained standing by the door. I don't know if you heard, but the other day I went to go see Anohana about something and well, Hisuna took a dramatic pause, in 6 months the Kukaki family is going to have itself an heir. Rukia's eyes lit up brighter than a candle. Nei-san, that's wonderful. 6 months, huh? So this happened. Right before we went back to the world of the living after we went to Hueco Mundo, right? Hisuna confirmed Kyokaku's suspicions. You sure you're fit to fight in that condition? Kayan asked. What if something happens to you or the child while you're fighting? As long as I don't die, Inu-san can reject any event, so I figure if I can hold my own I'm going to do it. I talked with Lelich. According to him this battle is going to be safety in numbers if things go according to plan, Hisuna said. Besides, the fate of the world hangs in this battle and I'm a captain. I'm only in my first trimester, I'll be fine. You know, saying stuff like that is a good way for things not to be fine, Kyokaku told her. It's a good thing I'm not superstitious then, Hisuna grinned. Have you thought about a name yet? Rukia asked. Hisuna shook her head. Haven't had time, been busy, but I thought I'd come over and tell you that you're going to be an aunt soon. Ichigo will flip when he finds out, Rukia chuckled. Or he'll use it as an excuse to start poking fun at you, Kyokaku grinned. Ruki glared at her. Well, I'm sure you'll be an excellent mother, Hisuna, Kayan said and pressed his palm to his forehead, but man oh man, I never thought I'd live to see the day that Kukaki Byakuya would become a daddy. I don't think there's been news this big since we all saw Aizen drop dead. Wait until I tell Renji, he'll go nuts, Rukia chuckled. I wouldn't be surprised if Nisama stuck him on babysitting duty. Speaking of Renji, I heard he's been training non-stop underground at the research department. Sounds like he's gearing up for the battle ahead, Kayan stated. Which most of us should start doing, Hisuna stated. We've only got approximately 12 days. Yeah, but the only person that doesn't have a fully functioning Bankai besides Renji is me, and I don't know what I could possibly accomplish in such a short amount of time, Kayan responded. At this same time Renji was doing push-ups with one hand behind his back and not wearing a shirt. He'd asked Nemu to increase the training tank to hyper time, at her suggestion. Hyper time would allow Renji to spend more time training while less time traveled outside in the Soul Society. For every day Renji spent inside the grid, a week went by inside it. Renji had also ratcheted up the gravity to 15 times. He had gotten too used to 10 and needed more of a challenge. As sweat dripped from his brow and Renji did his final, millionth push-up, Renji walked over, with almost no effort at all, to Zabumaru and picked it up. It's time I kicked things up a notch, how, Zabumaru. Renji was going to go through most of his basic training all over again. If he could learn to control Zabumaru in this intense gravity, then logic dictated that the whip sword would be zipping through the air at bullet speed and several times stronger than he would normally execute. I will get stronger, I will not be a liability on that battlefield. Renji swore to himself. Renji wasn't the only one tearing himself into the ground. Ichigo and his friends were all doing their best to get stronger. So iPhone was drilling them with different tactical games and drills to toughen them up. Orium was helping despite the fact that she would not go onto the battlefield. She was providing her friends with challenges by sending out Santon Kishun and Kitten Zanshun at her sensei's request to throw off her friends to simulate debris and shrapnel. She understood why she wasn't going to be there. It wasn't because she was weak, it was because even if she went out there she wouldn't be able to do much of anything. However, that didn't mean she was useless. Orium was determined to show that she could still prove useful even if she wasn't going to fight. 5 days later the training was reaching its conclusion. So iPhone wanted everyone to get plenty of rest, so she stopped them a week before the battle so they could recover. I sympathize with you too now, Uriah said to the nearly exhausted Tatsuki and Ichigo. He looked at his teacher. Feng-sensei, you really are a master instructor. So iPhone simply smirked. Actually, Ichigo said, getting to his feet, I think I could use one more exercise. Kurosaki, you're exhausted. You need to give yourself a break, so iPhone told him. I wasn't talking about a fighting exercise. He concentrated and used the Reishi around him to give himself a stamina boost. Sensei, use your Bankai. Excuse me? Who put you in charge? So iPhone snapped. Sorry, Ichigo apologized, it's just, I want to test my limitations. When you used your Bankai in Hueco Mundo I barely saw you move. I want to race you with my speed against yours. A test of speed, huh? So iPhone smirked slyly, you sure about that? I'm the second fastest female Soul Reaper without my Bankai at all, and I'm even faster with it. I don't care if I lose, but, if I can keep up, it'll be enough. Sensei, I revere you, you've always been able to push me in the right direction. It was thanks to you I learned a lot from Lelouch, so, give me this final test. Let me see where I am in comparison to you. I think it's a great idea, Yoriyuki said, appearing from above in a tree. Yoriyuki-sama, so iPhone looked up to her. Yoriyuki jumped down to ground level. A race sounds like a lot of fun. In fact, I think I'll join you, see if B's Bankai is as fast as I remember it to be. Yoriyuki pointed over the horizon. We'll start here and go to the edge of the Siriti. From there we have to circle around the outside to the opposite end and then cut through the middle using only the pathways, then another half circle in the other direction before we cut through the Rokanga and loop back to this spot. First one to get back here and tag the tree. Yoriyuki put her hand on the tree she jumped down from, wins. Sounds good to me, Ichigo said. Me too, so iPhone said in concentrated Bankai. She swirled with energy and emerged with her added claws, Jusama no Yogo Suzumibaki. Ichigo hollow-eyed. Let's do this. On your mark, Yoriyuki exclaimed, get set, she took off. Hey. No fair. Ichigo said and took off after her. So iPhone followed suit. So how long do you think it'll take them? Tatsuki asked. At their speed probably not even 15 minutes, Uriu stated. Good luck, Ichigo. Orium called even though Ichigo couldn't possibly hear him. In the training room, Renji had finally gotten the hang of using his own Zanpakuto under the intense gravity. He'd even used the walls and floor to reflect the weapon at himself to increase his own reflexes and make it seem like he had an enemy to fight. He'd been at this for a while and now it was time to finally kick things up a notch. Hey, Kurotsuka-san, crank this thing up to 20 times gravity and you think you can expand it so my Bankai isn't cramped in here? Renji asked. The walls expanded outward and Renji felt the intensity of gravity increase upon him. Here I go, Renji readied his Zanpakuto, Bankai. The large snake-headed weapon appeared. Hiyo Zabumaru. Back outside, Yoriyuki, so iPhone and Ichigo were zipping around the Siriti like cheetahs on steroids. The teen prodigy was currently in last place, trailing behind his sensei and her mentor as the two women continuously traded the lead. So iPhone was zipping by so quickly, but she kept losing speed whenever she needed to change her direction, while Yoriyuki gained speed on any turns and swerves that came by. Ichigo was just gleeful that he could keep up with one woman that he revered and another that had aided him greatly as well. Although he wasn't faster than them, just the fact that he had yet to lose sight of them he considered a victory in his book. Hey, B, Yoriyuki said as she and so iPhone ran side by side as her legs trampled along the ground like a rapidly spinning buzzsaw. Surely this isn't your fastest speed. Hey, what have I told you? You and I are no longer master and subordinate. Don't feel like you have to submit to me all the time. You're your own person, not my shadow, so iPhone. I'll be more impressed if I lose to your Bankai than if I find out you let me win. You don't need to be so insecure. You're more than my friend and my assistant, you know that. You're the person I love and care about more than anyone else. So don't let me see you trying to be nice to me when what you should be doing is giving this your all, Yoriyuki told so iPhone. So iPhone said, as her legs hit the ground with a thud as her mind moved just as quick, I understand. Like a bolt of lightning, so iPhone took off faster than Yoriyuki predicted. She tore 10, no 20, no, she was so far ahead she left Ichigo and her mentor in the dust. Her top speed was incredible. Whoa, when did Sensei get so fast? Ichigo wondered. Damn, I didn't realize she was this fast. Her Bankai really gives her quite the speed boost if she's faster than me. Yoriyuki used a flash step to get farther ahead. Ichigo followed suit with his own bursts of speed. In the end though, by the time both made it to the tree, so iPhone was already leaned up against it. Yoriyuki beat Ichigo, but the teen only trailed 30 seconds behind. Nice footwork there, B, Yoriyuki said and pat so iPhone on the head as she pulled the short school teacher into her shoulder. I'm proud of you. She told her. Rather than get all jittery from being praised, so iPhone just hugged her mentor. Arigato, Yoriyuki-sama. Tatsuki held her hands with her thumb and 4 fingers extended, framing the two women she looked up to. Man, I wish I had a camera. The sound of Ichigo collapsing on the ground behind her alarmed her. Hey, you okay? He groaned. I could have warned you. 7 days later. As Lelouch predicted, Talbumasuk only took 1 month off before coming back out to challenge him and the others once again. As he predicted, Talbumasuk was starting the fight off with his espada at full power. Lelouch looked to each of them. Based on the data from everyone's fights, namely the image recordings, the abilities shown, and the names of the releases, Lelouch was able to deduce who was who. Coyote Starkey had shed the guns and cowboy look and now was quadruped. He had silver-blue fur and was shaped like a gigantic wolf. He had a fur collar of sorts that was brown and 2 gigantic feathery wings. He had wolf legs, wolf head, and wolf tail, but he had these gigantic bird-like wings, go figure. He had tufts of brown fur extending up from the joints on his limbs, and circling around his fur collar was rotating group of what appeared to be bright blue, hexagonal-shaped, beads. Starkey was about 1.5 times the size of the average wolf. His hollow hole was seen on his back in between his neck and wings. Sparga Didainlo was now a more hulking figure in muscularity than Kenpeki or Stefan. Also his Bishowan charm was traded in for looking completely demonic. His mouth had 2 rows of sharp teeth. Sparga had a pair of gigantic, bat-like wings, and rather than having 4 arms he had 2, and they were hulking and muscular. The hands themselves could probably hold a small dog. Sparga's legs were no slouch in comparison to his upper body, unlike Karthus. His legs were as thick as tree trunks, and the only clothing on Sparga's body was a pair of white pants, shredded down by ankles. His feet had clawed toenails, as did his fingers. His skin was as black as the midnight sky, and shadowy energy was seeping around him. His hollow hole was clearly visible where it always was. Lelouch's eyes moved to Tia Hannibal. If he didn't know any better he would have thought it was she that was the lustful espada for a moment. Hannibal's attire left her almost completely naked. She had a row of spines, which were shaped like shark teeth, which ran up from her nether regions up to her neckline. She had a set of 2 blue lightning bolt tattoos on either hip. She had gunlets made from the same shaped bones that ran up from her wrist to her elbows. She was wearing black gloves. Around her bosom it was like a shark's jaw had imprinted itself on either side of her mammaries, allowing the teeth to stretch over the large lumps of flesh and imprint themselves there. 2 fins jutted out of Hannibal's back in a similar shape to a great white's, both were as wide as the pata from her stage 1 form. Instead of her pata, Hannibal was now carrying a spear along her back with the tip shaped like a tooth. Ulquiorra Schiffer looked as bat-like as Sparga did demonic. He had 2 large horns upon his head. His entire body, save for his chest, was black and furry, and he had a long, thin tail extended out from behind him. Blood dripped from his hollow hole in the center of his chest. Whereas Starkey had gone from bip to quadruped, Neliel Tuadolshvank had done the exact opposite with her segunda etapa. Her skull mask was gone, replaced by 2 sharp goat horns that curved a little bit backwards. Neliel had markings the same as the mark along the bridge of her nose on her shoulders and on her abdomen. She was covered in green fur along the upper portion of her torso, covering her breasts and only going down so far as to cover only 97% of her large bust. Neliel had elbow-length black gloves, hoofed feet, and a tail 3 times the size that a goat's tail would have been in proportion to the rest of Neliel's body. She had no weapon in her hands to speak of. Grimjo Jaeger Jacquez had muscularity to a normal degree, unlike the over-the-top guns that Sparga was wielding. Grimjo's own strength was definitely not the kind you wanted to see on someone down a dark alley. To accent his increased strength, shoulder spikes jutted out along his shoulders towards his neck, a ring of blue flame was formed around Grimjo's ankles, wrists, and neck. His finger and toenails were several inches longer in length. His body was also glossy, like a new cleaned animal coat, rather than being segmented so much. The color wasn't white anymore either, but rather a shining platinum. The eye paint around his eyes matched the color of Orium's hair, and his fangs now wouldn't be misplaced on a saber-toothed tiger. Other than that, he hadn't changed much from his release form, not like the drastic changes the others were showing. The form Mia Aruri took was somewhat predictable. Her breastplate from her resurrection was now a chest plate, but the chest plate was fastened underneath Mia's bust, pushing them up so that they didn't completely sag. The plate was well secured on her back, sides, and front, but didn't cover Mia's breasts at all. The lower tip of the armor just barely reached her navel. She was also wearing a choker with a small human skull fashioned in front of it. She was wearing gauntlets on her wrists that extended up to her elbow with another band up by her shoulder. There were horns similar to Neliel's on the backs of her gauntlets, and Mia's hands were bare, while her bright red fingernails shined from the reflection of the sun. On her lower body Mia was wearing a pair of shin guards that were strapped to the backs of her legs and see-through high heels. Along her back Mia had Cyrache's wings and her own, large bat-like wings. Unlike her other forms, she had nothing covering her nether regions this time, making her seem like a villain out of hentai. Cielo Mido no, like Star K, had also gone from biped to quadruped. All of her legs were long, jointed and bug-like. Really the only difference between Cielo's Segunda Etapa and her regular form, between the changes in placement of all of her appendages, was that now her wings were over her thorax, of which was unnaturally large. Her thorax made up more of Cielo's frame than the rest of her. However, now she also had two stingers ejecting from the edge of her thorax, and her skin was sapphire blue conjunction with a faint sandstone red, though her skin, which was basically her head, was still dark and her hair was still white. Her antennae though were short and hooked though like two index fingers bent and faced towards each other. The change to Kira Luz was the second least significant. The plumes that covered his body in resurrection were no all quills. Kira's eyes were now fiercely glowing red, the size of saucers. Other than these two small changes, Kira hadn't changed much. And Yami Realgo seemed to be missing. "You appear to be short one individual," Lelich chuckled. "Oh, am I?" Talbumasuk smirked. Suddenly a large, four-clawed hand tore through a Garganta. In fact, the hand seemed to be the size of the Garganta itself. And it was the left hand. Suddenly from the ground to higher than the Soul Reapers were standing, the time-space continuum was practically torn to shreds as what could only be described as the largest creature any of the Soul Reaper captains and lieutenants had seen in their life tore through the Garganta, leaving a gigantic hole in between the real world and Hueco Mundo. Everyone, including Lelich, was shocked. Yami stood so tall and so massive that even though he had to been several hundred feet away from everyone else, Lelich could see all of the details on the massive monster, emphasis on massive. Yami was so big, he had 1 foot in the river and almost the entire foot could still be seen. He stood taller than the pillars used to operate the massive Senkaimon. Thankfully he was not close enough to one of them that his tail could smash one down. Yami's lower body was red like blood and he had 3 claws on each foot, with a claw in the back of his foot with a large tail between his legs. Komamura's Bankai would have only stood up Yami's bent knee. Yami was so toned up that there were veins bulging and straining on his massive form. His arms were not as large as his legs. The proportion was like the arms on a T-Rex in comparison to its legs, but Yami's arms extended out to normal length. His entire hollow mask was upon his face and it was shaped like a dragon with a short nose. Drops of blood dripped from his eyes and his hollow hole in the center of his chest. Yami's neck was about as thick and long as the horror summoned from Lelich's Shokan Kishin, drawn to scale of course. Lelich's massive summon of course was no bigger than that of Komamura's Bankai. Either one could be squashed flat or kicked away by Yami's gigantic feet. 2 large wings ejected from Yami's shoulders. They were almost like winged arms with the way there were 4 nails jutting out of each of them. A large, blackened set of spines ran down from Yami's neck to the base of the backside of his tail. "I am so top tier!" Yami roared. His shout exuded his riot so forward, and everyone felt it. It was ridiculously powerful even from the large distance. "Lelich, may I introduce you to the beast of Hueco Mundo?" Talbumasuk gestured to Yami. "Stefan. Kenpeki. Like we discussed." Lelich shouted. Both Soul Reapers took off after the gigantic creature to fight it. Stefan instantly went Bankai and Kenpeki ripped off his eye patch. "Formation Alpha," Lelich declared. From this he instructed his teammates to form up against specific Espada, code words of which had been worked out days ago at a strategy meeting. The matchups were as follows: Tessai and Tissan would be fighting Ulquira. Ichigo was to fight Grimjo on his own, the only one to fight someone without any help. Yuruaki and Soifone would team up against Halibal. Kion, Ishine, and Renji would be up against Mia. Shunsui and Yukatake would face Kira. Chad, Kensei, and Shinji would go up against Neliel. Byakuya, Hitsugaya, Tatsuki, and Uriah would fight Starkey. Hiyori, Seijin and Love would all fight Sparga. Mayuri, Rose, and Hachigen would fight Jin. Lelouch did not plan to let the wild card essential to his plan go unfought. He had a plan for Jin, and those fighters were essential to making it work. Hisuna, Mashiro, and Lisa would face Ciela. And finally he himself, Yamamoto, Urahara and Yuna would face Talbumasuk. Lelouch wanted Anohana on standby. He needed her for healing and had borne witness to her power when she faced Ichigo's resurrection. At the first sight of trouble it was her job to help out, whether that meant healing or stepping in. You know, I don't recall seeing your friend in our last battle, Lelouch, Talbumasuk said, indicating Yuna. Oh, yes, how rude of me, though I'm sure she can handle her own introductions, Lelouch stated. Yuna looked at Talbumasuk and whipped out Yogo Kaikai without calling its name. So you're Talbumasuk, I've heard quite a bit about you. I am Homura Yuna, former captain of Squad 10, revived and reassigned vice captain of Squad 8. I'm sure you've heard of me. Talbumasuk resisted the urge to laugh and instead cracked a smile. I see, so you found her reincarnation and awakened her memories. How interesting, Talbumasuk responded, it won't matter though. My Espada are too powerful to be beaten by the likes of you Soul Reapers. Of course if they won't crush you I'll do it myself. Talbumasuk took 2 steps forward. As you may have noticed, I've already activated my Bankai long before we came face to face. Zeko no Sozo. Talbumasuk's Ryotsu skyrocketed to its highest point. Today marks the day that the Soul Society falls. Talbumasuk pressed his fingertips to his forehead and then summoned a visored mask over his face. A hollow mask? Lelouch gaped. 2 black, energy wings flushed out from Talbumasuk's back. The mask had a rectangular visor and shape to it save for some dragon ear-shaped extensions up above Talbumasuk's actual ears. Talbumasuk's body became surrounded in an aura that was a mixture of red, black, blue, white and purple. His Ryotsu was fierce and very dangerous. Good, he's acting as I anticipated, Lelouch thought to himself. Lamperouge Lelouch, you asked me to be on point, and so, as the leader of our quartet, I'm asking you Urahara Kisuk and Homura Yuna to stand back. Yamamoto shouted. We can oblige, head captain, Lelouch said, and he and his companions retreated down and away towards the ground. Just you and me, did you forget what happened to you last time, head captain? Talbumasuk asked. Don't try to taunt me. Lelouch figured out from watching you that you can't use your other abilities while in Zeko no Sozo, which includes Kurokai Musho, Yamamoto responded. Well then make your move, old man, Talbumasuk taunted. I wouldn't be so cocky if I were you, boy. There is a reason I have been captain commander of the Godii for an entire millennium. It is because in an entire millennium no Soul Reaper has been stronger than me. Yamamoto's Ryotsu flared, practically matching that of Talbumasuk's. Bankai. To be continued. Chapter 87, Lelouch directs, the second battle play. Third-person POV. Hell had been unleashed. Yamamoto unleashed his Bankai. The sky, once clear with hope, unleashed a fury of storm clouds that seemed to come out of nowhere, and a giant black tornado, whirling in place, cascaded down upon the head captain. The tornado lit itself on fire and everything within 3 square blocks was set upon in flames. The wind spun so fiercely Yuna screamed and ducked into Lelouch for cover, covering her hair while Lelouch used the cane from his Zero suit. Yes, he had decided to wear it just like last time for more than just the aesthetic effects, to shield her as he looked on through the helmet at the whirlwind inferno. So, he decided to unleash it. The sooner the better, I guess, but Urahara glanced over to Talbumasuk as he stood atop a telephone pole. He doesn't seem the least bit concerned. The fiery storm cleared. Growing out of Yamamoto's black, in a wisp of green smoke, was a creature with a troll face with large spiky hair and a beard as long as Yamamoto's, but frayed. It had 10 arms. Its chest was basically 2 arms where the pectorals should be and 2 where the abdomen should be. There were 3 on its left side and 3 on its right. In each arm it was holding a flaming weapon in each arm. Each weapon was some form of blade, ranging from a large combat machete to a long, sleek, katana without a guard. Yamamoto was holding his own flaming weapon. Other than the flames from the tornado earlier still flickering about, it didn't look like anything else had happened, other than the smoldering ash that used to be 3 square blocks of the fake Karakura town. Ryujinjaka Mugenakari. Flowing blade-like flame of infinite rage. Talbumasuk didn't seem the least bit concerned. That's it? I expected something more from you, head captain, the Arrancar spoke with his voice distorted from the hollowification under his command. Looks can be deceiving. That is a basic rule of combat. Let me show you, Yamamoto said calmly. Suddenly the creature lashed out towards Talbumasuk as its lower body seemed to be nothing but a wisp of twisting dark green flame connected towards the captain's back by what appeared to be a spiritual cord. Talbumasuk disappeared and got around the creature as it lunged forward with its 10 arms. If it's connected to the head captain, then severing the link should destroy the creature. Talbumasuk brought his hand down through the center of the flaming cord with a karate chop. As expected, the creature disappeared. How ineffective, Talbumasuk smirked as he saw his hand received minimal damage from cutting the cord with his bare hands. He healed it with high-speed regeneration and tore towards the head captain, but as he drew near, the creature regenerated completely, growing once again out of the head captain's back and attacking Talbumasuk with its upper 2 right arms as they tore towards him, seeming to extend from the creature's body with the creature itself barely moving at all. Talbumasuk drew away, but 2 more arms were circling around from behind him, coming from the creature's left side. Talbumasuk did a backwards midair flip to dodge away from the swings and shunpoed away from the direction the creature was facing, running away from the pursuing arms as Yamamoto deployed the rest of the creature's arms to pursue the Arrancar Lord until they all were coming at him from different angles. That's it, right this way. Talbumasuk waited till the arms drew near and then, with his arms folded, drew back, forcing them all to pursue him in on direction like 10 pointy blades of death looking to skewer him. Here's a little something Ulquiorra taught me, Talbumasuk said, and held up his hand so that his middle, ring, and pinky finger were against his palm, thumb out a little and index finger bent, but pointed forward. Ciro Oscuris. A black Ciro with a purple outline, similar to how Kurohitsuji was executed, fired forward. All 10 arms were obliterated and Talbumasuk found himself at a moment's peace only to notice red mist converging around him and a tendril of it try to lacerate his right arm. Right off he dodged out of the way as it went by, only to notice that Yamamoto's little episode had caused much condensation to the cold area around him, creating a lot of fog, but the fog was starting to seep away in favor of red mist. A red mist, of which, was all too familiar to Talbumasuk. Well, Lelich's plan worked rather splendidly. A whirlwind blew and Urahara appeared in front of the hollow-fied Arrancar Lord as Talbumasuk realized he was now inside the shopkeeper's bankai. You planned this? Talbumasuk's eyes converged. Only if we needed it, Urahara responded, hand on hat. If you had been skewered right there it would have been the end, but now it's my turn and Benihime isn't very good accepting defeat, so she's very angry with your escape last time. This time for sure. She'll swallow you whole. While Talbumasuk prepared once again to face with Urahara's torturous bankai, Tissen and Tessai had already realized the power of Ulquiorra's segunda etapa. The espada didn't have a scratch while Tissen had marks on his neck that came from strangulation and Tessai's fingers were bleeding from, with his bare hands, pulling Tissen free from Ulquiorra's tail. He's strong, Tissen noted. We knew that. He's was Aizen's most loyal and one of Talbumasuk's fiercest, Tessai declared. Then I guess it's time. I didn't want to have to do this so soon, but I am left with no choice. Bankai, Tissen unleashed the empty blackness that was his bankai upon Ulquiorra. Absolute darkness, Ulquiorra noted. Grimjo's report contained information on this. He held his hands a width apart from one another. If Jaeger Jacques can break it so easily, then I can as well. However, I'd like to take the Soul Reaper with it. Green energy seeped in between Ulquiorra's hands. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. Lanza del Relampago. Tissen came striking in towards Ulquiorra and the espada felt a part of his tail get nicked by Tissen's blade. He regenerated the small scratch. In the end I am surprised. I thought a captain like former Director General Tissen would have had more strength than this. How unfortunate. He didn't throw the lance yet though, he waited. Waited for Tissen to strike. He's waiting for me. I've not heard of this Lance of Lightning. I suppose it is something that only comes with these segunda etapa. I must be careful. I sense a powerful energy from his right arm. I'll aim for the left. Tison went forward and attacked, but as he attacked Ulquiorra's left arm, the Cuarto Espada, having anticipated such an attack, with a lucky guess at the exact same time Tison made his attack, he swatted his tail out towards Tison, using his knowledge to know that to avoid his lance Tison would circle around towards Ulquiorra's back, to which Ulquiorra threw the lance towards Tison. He missed, but the lance lodged in the edge of Tison's bankai. There was an explosion so large it would have made a cherry bomb seem like a popped balloon in comparison. Tison's bankai was shredded apart and Tison was caught in the blast. The 9th Division captain fell from the sky, bleeding and injured heavily as he crashed through a house. His blade rolled away from his body and tapped against a wall, his clothes in tatters. Damage of this extent would kill a normal human, but for Tison he'd be out of commission for at least 2 months, requiring up to 3 months physical therapy provided he received medical attention as required. Needless to say, Tison would not get up for the remainder of the battle. Ulquiorra, however, was not content with letting him live. He lowered himself to the ground and charged Acero Oscuras. Now to finish the job. Blink, Magetsushi Seiko. Sorcerer Supreme. A roaring declaration was made as a golden armored fist punched Ulquiorra in the face and bruised the Espada's cheek, sending him spiraling away. Ulquiorra gained his footing rather easily as he raked his nails along the street. He looked up from his 3-point landing, tail curled in a question mark as he saw Tessai standing before him. Tessai was wearing 2 heavy-looking golden armored fists and 2 heavy-looking golden armored, snow boot-height boots. I cannot allow this, Tessai declared as he flexed his muscles while bringing his clenched fists awfully close together. The concrete around him crackled and burst, floating around him as he stood in place. Ulquiorra could not believe such power could come from a single Soul Reaper. Who is this man? As a certain otherworldly sergeant might say, his name is Commander Tsukabishi motherfucking Tessai bitch. And don't you forget it. Tessai stomped towards Ulquiorra and faster than the Espada could react, decked Ulquiorra in the face before bringing his hand forward and firing a golden energy ball into his torso, blasting him back. Ulquiorra retreated with Sonido. That was definitely a Technicolor Shakkeiho just now, but how did he? Ulquiorra noticed Tessai was already behind him and coming forward. Tessai took a swing. Ulquiorra scraped his lance up Tessai's stomach with his claws, causing the big man to bleed, but Tessai fought through the pain and punched Ulquiorra square in the face, sending him back. Ulquiorra fired off Acero Oscuras blindly. It still would hit with the range it covered, but Tessai was prepared to stop it. He flexed his mighty muscles and prepared a golden, incantationless, Heido 88, Hiri Yugaikusoku Shintenreiho with his Shikai's power, which allowed him to cast any Heido or Bakudo and turn them gold at the same time using their full power with no incantation or declaration required. It also enhanced his physical blows from his hands and feet. The golden Heido ripped into Ulquiorra's Acero Oscuras and the 2 blasts fought for dominance until both wound up drawing and exploded, blowing Tessai and Ulquiorra back. Meanwhile, Tatsuki, Uryu, Byakuya and Hitsugaya were still sizing Stark up. Such energy, Hitsugaya noted. Stark, what are you waiting for? Attack them. Lilynet told him. Not unless they strike first. I won't commit to violence against weaklings. They haven't attacked me yet. If I can win by intimidation I will. No one is dying yet. We have the upper hand. There's no reason for me to strike unless it is self-defense. Uryu readied his bow. Stay your bow, Quincy, Byakuya said, we shouldn't provoke it without a plan. It doesn't seem to wish to strike unless we make the first move. So what are we going to do, wait it out? Hitsugaya asked. That seems like the logical plan, yes, Byakuya stated. No way, you're telling me he won't strike unless we do, Tatsuki asked, already in her Kataki no Ryu Kaijin Hada form. That seems to be exactly what he's saying, Uryu said. What are we, cowards? Tatsuki asked. Watch yourself, that thing is in a completely different league from the last Espada I faced. These Segunda Etapa are not to be taken lightly, Hitsugaya warned. Ichigo would probably say we could do it if we work together. Cover me. Tatsuki declared and charged forward. Damn it Arisawa, get back here. Uryu called. Ack. Damn it. He prepared to fire necessary cover fire for Tatsuki, but she didn't get halfway towards Star-K before a rush of wind blew in the direction of the three males and Star-K was now in front of Tatsuki, body to the side. Blood shot out of her torso and blood dripped from Star-K's frontal claws. I didn't even see him move. Tatsuki dropped out of the ground. Damn. I'll go help her, Uriah said and took in after her. He had medical equipment. He could heal her. Hitsugaya, for some odd reason, was smiling. I'm afraid I missed the joke, Byakuya said coldly. I was just thinking, I get the feeling Lelouch planned this, Hitsugaya said. Byakuya glanced towards him. Think, that thing is the most powerful espada. I think Lelouch knew Arisawa would do that and had Uriah on hand to repair whatever damage he received knowing that it would only attack in self-defense. However, he needed us both to bear witness to its power and so, as the faster of the two of us, I must ask, did you see it move? I missed a few movements, but I'll adapt quickly. I assume you have a plan, Byakuya readied his blade. Yes, Hitsugaya looked up and felt the wind with his hand. A northwestern gale? Why is the wind important? Byakuya asked. Hitsugaya pointed to where the head captain was. A lot of condensation was brought upon by the head captain's release of Bankai, that, with the wind blowing this way, will be pushed east. In this frigid air the air will only grow, once again, moist and cold, and with so much moisture in the atmosphere, cold moisture no less, I can prepare a technique that just might work, Hitsugaya stated. So you want me to buy you time? Byakuya asked. Hi, Hitsugaya responded, can you do it? I have to keep a measure on the atmosphere so you'd be fighting almost completely alone. I can provide cover fire if I see it, but if we want this creature dead when opportunity arises I must conserve my strength. Byakuya took a look at Star-K and then at his blade, then at Hitsugaya and then back at Star-K and then turned his Bankai upside down. I agree. Huh. Earlier you said you felt Lelouch planned this. I am inclined to agree. Take all the time you need. I will fight and hold this Lupin creature off. Byakuya let go of his sword, Bankai, the rows and rows of blades appeared and disappeared, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Byakuya used Shunpo and got within Star-K's strike zone and attacked guiding the blades with the palms of his hands. Star-K dodged and Byakuya saw him go overhead and pivoted his body and blocked as Star-K came in with his claws. The beads around Star-K's neck began rotating and glowing as Star-K opened his mouth and fired a bunch of ballas in rapid succession at Byakuya. The noble captain used Shunpo to escape and appeared on Star-K's right flank. Star-K whapped out his wing and impacted it against Byakuya's blades, dispersing them. Byakuya drew away from Star-K, covering his retreat with a barricade. Star-K charged headlong right through it and came within inches of Byakuya only for the noble captain to have vanished as Star-K made his charge through. Where'd he go? Lilynet wanted to know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Star-K shot back. Bakudo 61, Rikiryu Koro. The Kido came in without warning, immobilizing Star-K. Move, dammit. Lilynet shouted. What do you think I'm trying to do? Star-K shot back. Got him. Byakuya declared. He converged all of his Bankai's blades on Star-K simultaneously. That's it. We're switching. Gimme control. What? Hey Lilynet. Star-K and Lilynet, rather than one being the guns and Star-K having the body like in their resurrection, now shared the same body. Either one could have command of the entire body depending on the stronger willpower. And usually that was the young-looking blonde. Star-K surrendered control rather quickly and yawned. Fine, maybe I can catch some ZS. Wake me if, he yawned again, you need me. Now in control, Lilynet's aggression now allowed her to break free of the Kido. A little something Talbumasuk had planned on when he designed Star-K's Segunda Etapa once he learned about their fusion in Resurrection. At no expense to their Ryotsu, Talbumasuk knew Star-K would assume control at first, then Lilynet would take it eventually and Star-K would surrender control. He figured whatever enemy would react if there's an action strategy from Star-K, would be unprepared when Lilynet took control and she suddenly went on the offensive. When all the blades finally passed, Lilynet was revealed to be completely unharmed. In between her teeth was a gold-plated blade with a square guard and an hollow circular handle with a solid rectangular handle in the middle. The beads around her neck were gone. Lilynette had used the body's wings and the blade in her mouth to bash away a lot of the blades. A sheath for the blade was along the right side of her back. Lilynette put the blade away with her teeth. Byakuya was surprised to see her unharmed. "Don't you get who you're dealing with?" Lilynette spoke telepathically, baring her fangs and growling, "You're not dealing with any old Arrancar or any old Espada, you're dealing with the Primera Espada. We're number one and Star K and I are going to show that we're number one." Lilynette grabbed her blade again. Painfully. Lilynette tore towards Byakuya blade between the teeth and tore right through the noble captain's blades and slashed through a chunk of his abdomen. It was the first time the fast and nimble Byakuya Kukaki had been taken by complete surprise. "This is the power of the Primera Espada," Lilynette growled before tearing forward, and the battle continued. In the meantime, Kyan was trying to deal with Mia all by himself, fiercely declaring that he didn't want any help and wanted to fight Mia alone. Renji thought he was nuts, but Ishine held him back, letting Kyan do what he wanted. "Are you nuts?" Rennie had shouted at the former captain. "He'll get murdered. You can feel that, can't you? Tell me you can feel that. She'll kick his ass." "Sometimes people just have to learn lessons the hard way," Ishine had responded. Some time had passed since then and Renji was right. Kyan was getting ripped apart. Mia was dominating him, and not in the pleasing way. As she slipped past Kyan's Dayton and Agama attack from two of his Bankai's tridents, she slammed her foot into his back and lowered herself into the ground. She floated in midair and perched herself like she was sitting in an invisible chair and crossed her legs. "What's wrong, Kyan-kun? Is this all you have?" "I'm disappointed," she smiled at him. "I'd be much happier if your friends joined in on the fun." She flipped her hair out with her hand. "Things are always so much more fun in a group." "Screw you," Kyan grunted, getting up. He directed all of his blades to attack with a Jisai Dai Kojui. "How boring," Mia said, and in the blink of an eye deflected all of Kyan's attacks. She yawned as she stood in the air. "Is that all, Kyan-kun? Nothing new to add to the table? Nothing to keep things fresh and exciting? How utterly disappointing." Mia grinned in a way that would make a serial killer's smirk while killing their victim preferable by comparison. She charged white energy and blasted it towards Kyan. Haikot Soteho. The red beam of energy soared over Kyan's head and blasted straight through Mia's Siro and blasted the Septima back quite a ways away. Behind him, Kyan heard the battle cry of a high-pitched reptilian cry. There stood Renji, Bankai out, scowling. "Shiba senpai," Renji called to his superior inexperience, "You're an idiot." Kyan looked bizarrely at Renji, wondering what brought this on, but also surprised to see that it was Renji that had saved his ass. Renji! What the hell were you thinking?" Renji shouted. "Do you always have to do everything by yourself? I understand who Mia is. I know you feel obligated to be the one to finish her off. But tell me, did you ever get anywhere by doing things on your own?" Flashes of his assistance from Lelich against Metastasia and assistance from Ichigo when Aizen was about to kill him flashed through Kyan's mind. Kyan smiled at realizing how stupid he was. No, I haven't." "Thanks, Renji," Kyan said. Renji used Flash Step and landed next to the Shiba clan leader. When was he able to move that quickly and with so much mass? "Don't mistake me, I'm not doing this for you," Renji said. "However, Rukia would be pretty damn pissed at me if you died and I did nothing to prevent it." "He's right, you know," Ishine said, appearing on the scene, Bankai at the ready, standing next to Kyan. "Rukia, Kyokaku, Ganju, they're all expecting you to come out of this alive. What are we supposed to say when we show up the door with your body in pieces? Oops." Kyan chuckled and Ishine whacked him over the head. "Think a little next time, all right?" Ishine said to him. "I shouldn't have to explain that to one of the finer clan leaders." Kyan smiled again and patted his hair down. "Yeah, you're right." Kyan called forth for his tridents to revolve around him as he stared, waiting for Mia. "Well, Mia, this is how you wanted it. We're all in a group. Come on out." Mia appeared and she was bleeding a little from her forehead. Renji had done quite the number on her. Besides the forehead injury, she was scratched up along her body and her chest plate was cracked. "You're more durable than you look." With all the training I did I thought I'd tear a hole in you, Renji smirked. Oh, no, I have much better stamina than that, Mia chuckled, I can't let it end right at the start. We're just getting started. She placed one hand over her nether regions and the other over her bosom and began feeling herself up. No, not this again. Kayan stared in annoyance. What the hell is she doing? Renji asked. I don't know, Ishine said, only for blood to dribble from his nose, but are you as turned on as me? I don't know either of you, Kayan palmed his face, abashed to have such perverted teammates. Mia continued to fondle herself, moaning erotically, with Renji and Ishine looking on with anticipation and Kayan not caring. It should be noted that Kayan had built up an immunity to Mia's charm. Her ability to draw in the lust of her opponents was solely built upon the lust within their bodies. Before marrying Rukia, it was the fact that Mia was Miyako that kept Kayan at bay. Now his successful marriage made it so that he was unaffected by the succubus. Ishine, who was still a large pervert, and Renji, whose love life was in the toilet, both were incapable of resisting, and the feed, unbeknownst to Kayan, was only making Mia stronger. As he had noted before, she loved an audience. Mia's Ryotsu exploded as she climaxed. Her bust expanded and her muscles tensed and her Ryotsu spiked. All right boys, let's play. Mia dove forward and faster than lightning landed beneath Kayan, delivering a high kick from down low before spinning on her hands, and with the force of her spin knocked Renji and Ishine away. Their lust kept them distracted too long with her goods in full view, and Mia knocked them both away. Mia chuckled. Where did all your energy go? You seemed so ready to fight me before. Damn, Kayan thought, why did Lelouch make us fight her? While the 13th Division vice-captain thought upon this subject, Kira was set up in preparation to face Yukatake and Shunsui. According to Captain Kuratsuki, if we don't give him our real names he can't. Yukatake, Jushiro, and Kiraku, Shunsui. I'll be sure to make a mental note of that, Kira chuckled. How did he? Surprised. Kira pointed to his bulging eyes with his left hand. With my Segunda Etapa active, I don't even need to ask for my enemy's name. I have special eyes where I can read my enemy's name as though it were floating above their head. I can even do the same for an enemy's Zanpakuto. So what if you know our names? Shunsui said lackadaisically, as I recall you also need a sample of our blood in order to write it down. Oh, that won't be a problem, Kira responded, not if I do. He tensed up. This. The quills extending from his body began firing in rapidity like arrows rained upon upon hundreds of archers. Katen Kyakotsu. Bushigama. Shunsui whipped up a whirlwind to knock away the quills directed at him. Kira was already behind him. Siro. Sogino no Kotori. Yukatake blocked the attack for Shunsui and shot the attack right back at Kira. The Espada was caught in the power of his own Siro. Damn you! Kira charged forward only for Shunsui to come in from above. Takeanai. Kira leapt back, but Yukatake was right behind him and cut him across the back, cutting him up real good. Finish it, Shunsui! Yukatake shouted. Bushigama. The attack came barreling forward. Got you, Kira grinned. Quickly, with his own blood, he scribbled Kiraku Shunsui onto his chest. Shunsui's motor skills shut down immediately and he plummeted towards the ground. Shunsui. Kira fired a rapid succession of quills at Yukatake. The senior captain was forced to use Shunpo to escape. He couldn't absorb physical projectiles and he was confused since Kira had obviously used his own blood to do what he did to Shunsui, and Mayuri said there was a delay from the activation sequence. Confused? Kira asked, turning around. He loved explaining to his opponents. He thrived in making them feel helpless. While it may be true in Quaderno's first form that I require my opponent's blood to cut someone down, in Segunda Etapa I can use my own blood instead if I've been attacked by that person since the activation, and unlike my first form the results are instantaneous. You both are doomed. Bushigama. Kira, wide-eyed, escaped the attack to the side. But, how? You should be on the ground. Kira's eyes bulged. I suppose that's true under normal circumstances, but like with anything, a battle between Soul Reapers and Hollows is a battle of Ryotsu. Shunsui tipped his hat. Your ability might be powerful, but it's not absolute. The stronger your opponent, the less time they'll spend completely inactive. I was able to get up the moment I impacted with the ground and considered I fell a couple hundred meters, what with gravity being the way it is I'd estimate about 10 seconds of inactivity. And by that standard I'd say we're a bit more off than you can chew, Mr. Espada. No, that's impossible. My ability is flawless. Flawless, I tell you, flawless. Kira pronounced. Kira wrote both Shunsui and Yuka-Take's names down and dropped them both out of the sky. There, see. Return from that, why don't you? Kira said and laughed maniacally. On the ground, Yuka-Take and Shunsui talked to each other before returning to the air. What do we do, Jushiro? If he keeps this up, we can't keep taking skydives from high heights without a parachute indefinitely. Got a plan? Just one, but it's going to involve some trust, Yuka-Take thought to himself. There's only one power I can think of that can cancel that ability, but it's quite the risk. I won't ask you to do it if you are not up to it. You draw him in and I let fly the old roulette wheel. Looks like we got ourselves a game plan. Shunsui looked up at the sky. We're far away from the others down on the ground here. Hopefully no one else will see it. That's probably why Lelich isolated us like this, Yuka-Take stated. Well, here we go. As Yuka-Take and Shunsui started up their dynamic strategy, another duo was hard at work. Fong So-iPhone Shaolin and Shihoan, Goddess of Flash, Yoryuki. There they stood, as players in the pinnacle of the single greatest event in the known history of Soul Society. Whoever won the day would be remembered in the tomes of Soul Society lore as the greatest of heroes, the losers as the foulest of villains. It occurred to Yoryuki that for all her years of inaction, all 20 of them, all that time spent hiding, resting, it was still exactly the same feeling. She felt just like she had on those countless missions she had carried out as commander of the 2nd Division and the entire Onmitsukido, as she had upholding the order of the Soul Society, as she had carrying out the purges against hollows, traitors and insurgents alike. It was that same cool, cold level head she always had whenever there was no room left to be frivolous, the same complete seriousness and readiness to with extreme prejudice strike the enemy time and again, until there was nothing left to kill. This was the killer she had been raised to be as a Shihoan princess, and the killer she had so early decided to be more than. For So-iPhone, it was much simpler. It did not matter to her what history would think, or what would happen tomorrow if a Tremere Talbumasuk won. If that happened, she and her one true love would both be dead. She did not think about it even shortly, only assessing the strength of the deadly beauty in front of them. Their opposition, Tia Halibal, was amazing. Both beautiful and powerful, her stunning appearance so uncaring, she was in a completely different zone from the perversely single-minded sexuality of Mia. The riotsu emanating from her person in that segunda etapa was overwhelming. It was easily twice that of So-iPhone's own, perhaps 3 times even added together. Her own and Yoryuki's riotsu would be overpowered. Readying her already released Zanpakuto, So-iPhone uttered, "You know, if this was not a matter of mortal combat, I would probably feel inclined to make a remark on her breasts." "Well, she is your type," Yoryuki said, grinning. "Tall, dark, busty. Is this battlefield a game to you?" Tia shot back. "Well dash." In a split second she rushed, crossing the distance faster than So-iPhone could clearly see but not faster than she could react. Halibal lashed out, her simple 6-foot spear penetrating So-iPhone's skull. Only So-iPhone stood 20 feet away, next to Yoryuki. "Shunpo expertise," So-iPhone remarked, "and that was really just a goad. You'd have to be some kind of moron to let yourself actually get distracted in a fight for your life." "Quite," Halibal retorted in agreement. "She's incredibly fast, but not too good at decelerating. She doesn't have step mastery like the two of us," So-iPhone quickly said to Yoryuki, "like a charging bull." Yoryuki nodded. "You got it. And since I've seen what she can do," So-iPhone said, holding up her Zanpakuto. She looked to Yoryuki. She did not even have to ask, she knew Yoryuki would cover her if the split second it took would make the Espada attack. Their teamwork was flawless. "Bankai, Jusama no Yogo Suzumibaki." "Bankai already. I can't hold back. Speed is the one thing I can't lose out in." Yoryuki, already having released Shinsei Tora, nodded. Deciding to give them no more time, Halibal charged, with eye-blinding speed, but to So-iPhone, she might as well have moved in bullet time. Spear held forward, she thrust, right at Yoriyuki. To protect the queen, or to kill your enemy? No. No thinking. So iPhone trusted Yoriyuki, and that included trusting her to protect herself. As the thrust came, she gently stepped on the spear, speeding over Hannibal. The impact hit Yoriyuki full force. Knowing she was outsped at the charge, Yoriyuki instead decided to use her superior reflexes to deflect the weapon. The tip of the spear went wide, but the momentum was not lost. Hannibal barreled into Yoriyuki, and not wasting the opening, the espada smashed her fist full force in Yoriyuki's face, sending her flying. After going some 200 feet, Yoriyuki managed to catch herself, but Hannibal was already at her. That's right. Target me. Only barely evading, Hannibal stepped to the side as So iPhone rushed past her in a blur. Impressive speed, Hannibal commented, to reverse your momentum so quickly. I outrank the laws of physics. What can I say? So iPhone said, her face blank. Oh, and have a look. 2 homunxa had appeared on Hannibal's skin, one on her shoulder, one on her neck. I tried to hit you in the same place, So iPhone held up her right arm claw with traces of blood on both tips. I guess my control could use some improving. I didn't even feel that, Hannibal gaped, nodding slowly. These two were heavily inferior in Ryutsu, but that ability, this was a very serious matter. I see, then. Not bothering to retort, So iPhone flashed from one side to another, testing Hannibal's defenses. The Tercera Espada was as fast as they had thought, though she could land no attack when she saw her coming. Yoriyuki charged too, using her martial arts to their best with her claw. No good. If I let them keep this up, eventually there will be an opening, Hannibal realized. Letting one of Yoriyuki's thrusts connect, Shinsei Utora's blades dug into her flesh. The wound was only shallow, her Ryutsu enforced arrow whittled the damage down significantly. The dark-skinned blonde grabbed Yoriyuki by the wrist, while making a swipe with her spear towards So iPhone, who dodged, flipping backwards, but it was all she needed. With all her might, she flung Yoriyuki downwards. Cascada. A massive, crushing force of water swelled down on Yoriyuki, drenching her in the fluid and sending her cascading to the ground with the forceful waves, flooding the streets past walkable height. Hannibal didn't let up though and threw a zero down on top of that. So iPhone did not hesitate to strike back. Charging forwards, she stepped, flashed, appeared and reappeared, finally striking at Tia's back. Sidestepping at the last second, the espada dodged the stinger, grabbing the wrist of the ex-assassin. Don't overcommit, she said shortly. Swinging So iPhone like a rag doll, she threw her in the opposite direction. She fired a zero after her, connecting solidly. It was a rush job. It would do no lasting damage to a Captain-class Soul Reaper, but it would give her time to follow up on her other opponent. Yoriyuki struggled to her feet. The water cascade had not been very harmful in itself, but it with the zero on top had been very disorienting. She looked up just in time to see Hannibal bearing down on her. Oh, she dash. There was that quiet, unmistakable sound as Hannibal ran her through the stomach. So iPhone rushed like a bull seeing red. Nobody, but nobody could hurt Yoriyuki and live. It was on. Hannibal twisted her spear. In her hand, she began charging a zero. Yoriyuki pointed her palm at Hannibal's face. The surge of power was almost instant, but to Hannibal's credit she reacted as quick as was possible. She retrieved her spear, threw herself back. Boom. So iPhone could see the explosion from afar, as she sped forwards. So Yoriyuki had gone for that move already? Hannibal staggered backwards. Her head spun, she thought she might have a concussion. What in the four corners of Hueco Mundo was? Didn't see that coming, did you? Yoriyuki said, spitting blood. We prepared for all eventualities, including taking a serious injury. Down her arms, a series of black lines ran, dozens, maybe over 100. One long line glowed brightly and then disappeared. That was dash, Hannibal said, trying to make things spin a little less. Not letting up, So iPhone came in, landing a powerful roundhouse kick to the woman's cheek, following it up with a series of blows, kicks, punches. Driven back, Hallible could only parry for the time being. Kido lines, the newest in Kido developments. You store a destructive spell in each one of these, so iPhone explained to her what they were as she fought Hallible back, and you can deploy them almost instantly. No incantation needed, no warning given. Takes months to prepare, and it hurts, too, so it's not something we'd usually do. Of course you just took a level 73 to the face, she finally began to let up, so if you're feeling a bit dizzy, that's why. With a fearsome high kick from down low, the same kind Mia had performed on Kyan, so iPhone connected into Hallible's jaw and then kicked her away with the sole of her foot. Quickly she retreated to Yoriyuki and put a concerned hand on her shoulder. Are you going to be okay? I'll be fine, Yoriyuki said, grimacing. She didn't do too much damage. I say we use the lotus pattern. This tiger pattern isn't doing enough damage. The so-named patterns were attack forms particular only to their teamwork, special strategies practiced and used over and over to perfection. Whether against 1, 2, or 3 opponents, the two had a plan. Lotus it is. So iPhone said, nodding. I'll keep her busy. Still trying to catch her breath, make those stars go away, Hallible took a moment to herself on a rooftop. That hit had been fully charged, how it had not damaged her opponent as well was beyond her. It occurred to her that they were stopping her from utilizing her greatest advantage, power. She had played right into their hands, too. Raising her spear high, Hallible roared, summoning a literal tsunami, a massive wall of water. Time to negate that damn speed advantage. She would turn this battlefield entirely to her natural realm. In the water, she would move just as fast. The same could not be said for the two women that were her opponents. Giving a quick look, she surveyed the battlefield. The Ryotsu of the shorter one, so iPhone, was still down there in the town, where she had impaled Yoriyuki with extreme prejudice. The other one, though, she could not easily sense her. Was it a trap? Most likely. Response. Spring the dim trap, power through it and kill them both, and return to Las Noches where her loved ones waited. She could not let even one of them down. They all depended on her, Sun, Mila Rose and Apache. The finishing blows to them seemed to have been purposely non-lethal. It both boggled and calmed Hallible to know that her cherished companions and followers would recover to full strength after some rest. This fight was for them. Charging at So iPhone, a wave at her back, Hallible's face was a mask of grim resolution. So iPhone took a stance, letting the Espada charge her. She took a deep breath as the water hit. Firing a Kido to counter the immense force of the wall of water, she held her ground. Like a fisherman trying to make his catch with a harpoon, Hallible struck. So iPhone narrowly dodged Hallible, receiving a glancing stab along the shoulder as a result. Not letting up, Hallible followed up with a left hook. The enemy tried to dodge, but this time, fully submerged, she scored a clean hit along So iPhone's torso. So iPhone fought not to let her mouth open. She could hold her breath indefinitely, but if she got her lungs flooded she was a gunner. Shunpoing backwards at what seemed like a snail's pace, So iPhone was now on the defensive. Hallible smiled, the advantage was hers. Even in Bankai, underwater movement was heavy. Frowning, she considered her next move. Electrical Kido? It would fry her and it was likely Espada wouldn't be affected, too much Ryotsu even with the elemental advantage. In close combat, So iPhone figured she still had the upper hand. She calculated could dodge any zero, water, or no, and the Espada's form was sluggish, unrefined next to her own. Of course, physics were not So iPhone's thing as she stated to be above them. Holding out her arms, she released her best card for the situation, Shunko. Her sleeves ripped, and her energy spiked. Charging a Kido spell in her offhand, she waited for Hallible to come. Hallible, like the namesake of her Zanpakuto, circled round So iPhone, coming closer and closer. Finally she struck hard and fast. So iPhone, still adjusting to the underwater speed, took a melee hit of an underhand punch right to the solar plexus. The spell she charged discharged harmlessly into the water. Desperate, So iPhone let a roundhouse kick fly, but Hallible blocked it with her arm, having seen the move come in seconds ago from the movement in the water. This was her domain. In the depths of the sea, she was unrivaled. Even Talbumasuk would be hard-pressed to contend with her with the advantage she had while submerged. Stabbing forward with a strong thrust, so iPhone barely managed to bend backwards far enough. Not wasting an opening, she slammed a foot in Hallibal's face. With the current blowing into eyes, Hallibal had to shut them and took the hit. However, she powered on like an enraged bull, striking time and again. The two women exchanged blocks and parries faster than the speed the untrained eye could see. It was the fight of a lifetime, unlike any other so iPhone had ever had. This was the most powerful opponent she had ever faced. Backing, so iPhone realized she could not let this go on. She would die. Dodging low, she rolled forwards, just under Hallibal's latest thrust. Powering onto her feet, so iPhone erected herself and, in the same motion, slammed a Kido-charged fist into Hallibal's jaw. The Espada staggered, her momentum broken. Not stopping, so iPhone slammed a kick into her side, following it with a stab forwards and successfully connecting. Leaping to the side and back, so iPhone smirked as the water began to sink away. It was as she thought, the water was made purely from the Espada's Ryotsu, and lasted only in her close vicinity, perhaps a few hundred meters at most. And when her concentration broke, it dissipated. Hallibal stood, her knees trembling. She felt sick, this was what had happened. She felt like a mountain was bearing down on her, crushing her Ryotsu. Nijeki Kesatsu, so iPhone said flatly, as the water sunk away. As the Homunxa materialized fully, Hallibal trembled. The very nature of the technique was rewriting her Ryotsu, commanding it to disperse entirely, commanding her very cells to die. It could not end this way. No, she would not let it end that way. Not in a lifetime, nor in two, nor in an eternity. So iPhone looked at the Espada. She had considered sealing her Bankai, but she was of the careful kind and that insane mass of Ryotsu was still strong. Hallibal stood perfectly still, her head hanging low. Her Ryotsu was in the strangest flux so iPhone had ever seen. She is really fighting the Nijeki Kesatsu. Impossible. Hallibal let out a long, echoing scream, a roar sending tremors down so iPhone's spines. Her Ryotsu was stabilizing. The impossible had happened, through sheer force alone Hallibal had negated the Nijeki Kesatsu. However, it came at a price. In Hallibal's mind no thoughts were left, no wishes, no love, no compassion, no cause, all that was in the very essence of her being was the instinctual hate and rage of a base hollow. Charging in without her spear, she slammed into a shocked so iPhone, her fist smashing into the cheek of the younger woman with the force of a charging rhino. Not caring for so iPhone's counter-strikes, Hallibal flew at her in a berserk rage. Yuriuki bit her lip as she prepared. So iPhone was getting torn up, and that mentorly instinct came up again, the same instinct a mother bear has to protect her cub. The instinct spoke to her, protect her. Protect the precious student and love of your life. She resisted it. She had to have faith in so iPhone. Yuriuki believed she had already been surpassed, even if so iPhone had not realized it herself. Only finishing the chant mattered. Muttering out the last few words, Yuriuki was done at last. 76 Kido lines glowed brightly on her arms and vanished. The world became bright, very bright, as the full force of the Hado spells rained down on the target area, each above level 70. The bright and showy explosion was viewed with integrity by the Segunda Espada, Sparga de Danelo. It's the wrong time of day, but I rather like seeing fireworks in that level of abundance. His enemies, Komamura Seijin, Ikawa Love, and Saraga Kihiri had barely put a scratch on him and he had done quite a bit of damage to all three. Love and Hiyori had already lost their masks once and Seijin's large samurai had been repelled more than once. The wolfish captain had contended with Diego and he had to agree that Sparga was on a completely different level from the brash and snappy Fraxion. Sparga had the attitude and also the skill to back it up. Hiyori came in from behind him with her Shikai in anger. Damn it! Get serious! She was stopped when the back of Sparga's fist slammed into her and covered her entire torso. And why should I do that? You guys can't even handle me while I'm messing around, Sparga said. He followed through on his swing and sent Hiyori slamming into a billboard. Love came at him from above with his kanabo while Seijin came from below with his blade. Really, is that all you can think to do? Sparga zeroed Love's Kanabo and pushed him away and then grabbed Seijin's blade barehanded. He grabbed it. Seijin was taken by surprise. With his mighty muscles Sparga pulled on the blade and pulled the giant forward, taking it and its wielder off balance. Sparga then got right in the giant's face and began slugging away at its orange-skinned, yellow-eyed mug, beating it back with sheer undulated skill. Punch after punch came in pushing Seijin back. Seijin swung at Sparga with his left hand only for Sparga to grab the large fist with his right hand. "No, no, no, that's not how you throw a punch," Sparga said squeezing the knuckle he grabbed. "Here," he pulled, "let me give you a hand." With his muscles, Sparga ripped the giant's arm clean off from the shoulder, doing the same to Seijin. The captain howled in pain. "Whoops, it looks like I took one instead," Sparga comically joked. "Oh well, I'll make better use of it." He grabbed the giant's arm and began beating it in the face with it. "Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? This is fun," Sparga laughed as he beat Seijin's giant, and subsequently Seijin as the damage was reciprocated, with his own arm. A red zero came blasting in, which Sparga slapped to bits with his wings. He hammered the giant on the head with both his fists, sending the thing tumbling forward and Seijin to fall to the ground while the giant slumped forward like a puppet without its strings being pulled. He turned to see Hiyori. "Oh, forgot about you. I thought I gave you a nice trip to Billboard Land. I took the return flight, jackass," Hiyori grit her teeth. "I see you got that mask back. How long will it last this time I wonder?" He charged in and uppercut Hiyori in the torso knocking the wind out of her, but rather than letting her go flying he threw her to the ground. "Sorry about this kid, but this is war." Sparga prepared to launch a zero only for Love to come swinging in. "Buzz off already," Sparga kicked the former captain with a roundhouse kick hard in the ribs and followed up with a zero on top of that. "Damn it, let me finish off one opponent, I'll deal with you later, sheesh." Sparga dropped to the ground. Hiyori could barely stand. She had massive internal bleeding from Sparga's last strike. Her mask gone again she stared the fierce foe down. Hato th30. "This is painful to watch," Sparga shrugged. He rushed and took his arm, pointing his claws like a knife blade and ran Hiyori through. She gagged on her blood and bile. Sparga shrugged her off and then, to make certain she wouldn't suffer, crushed her head with his foot. "Great, now I got gray matter on my foot. That's gonna be a tough stain to clean out." Over by where he was fighting Neliel, Shinji felt it when Hiyori's Ryotsu vanished completely. He stopped his attack and got decked by Neliel who belted him one while he wasn't paying attention. "Hiriko!" Kensei shouted to him. "Focus on the battle," Chad urged and charged in with his left arm. La Muert. Neliel, speed as her advantage, dodged and planted a hoofed foot into Chad's back. Kensei came up from behind with an energy blast, but Neliel swatted it away with her tail and then leapt at Kensei with a kick that Lelouch could have sworn she ripped off Suzaku if not for the fact that Neliel did it first chronologically and smacked Kensei in the cheek. What the hell? She shouldn't have been able to see that. Kensei retreated away. "Damn it, Hiriko, what are you doing?" Down by a rooftop Shinji stood, lost. Hiyori had been killed. Panic swept through him. He treated her badly and acted like he didn't give two shits about her, but only because he never thought this reality would actually come, and of course 9 times out of 10 Hiyori started it. Now someone had finally gone and killed her. He didn't know how to react. He recalled the last thing he said to her that morning, "Look, if you want to go and get yourself killed that's fine by me. Don't expect me to be at your funeral." Yeah, great last thing to say to someone you now are never going to see again. "Shinji, you piece of shit." Shinji chastised himself. Damn it. Shinji knew one thing he could do though. He had to fight and stay alive. If Hiyori found out he gave up just because she pushed up daises she'd call him an idiot and the sandal beatings would never stop. Shinji's face became one of grim concentration. He was going to fight with everything he had now. Shinji tore back into the sky and, saw Kanade back in active use towards Neliel and slashed her in the arm. "Sorry about that, I had some soul-searching Miss Espada," Shinji said, twirling Kanade in place, "and I've decided that I'm going to kick your ass and then go help Love and that wolf guy handle your buddy." Do your worst, Neliel boasted. In truth, Shinji's directional destroying Shikai was a pain for her, but if she dodged to one direction in the extreme, though she'd lose the opportunity for counter-attack, she would avoid taking a rather brutal blow. My worst alright, watch carefully then, Shinji said. I wish I had a bigger audience though, I don't like doing this unless I've got more people to mess with. He began spinning Sakanade rather energetically. Bankai. A pulse of energy shot forth and penetrated Neliel's neural receptors. A flash of light so white it was blinding to look at directly. The light died down awfully quickly, though it didn't seem like much had changed. A phantasmal version of Sakanade was floating behind Shinji and ticking like a second hand. Meanwhile the blade itself, still the same length and shape, in Shinji's head, was now black and generated a foreboding aura the same color as the beaming incense that screwed the interface of its targets. Gyakuten Sakanade. Reversing counter-stroke, how's that? He asked Neliel. Weird, it doesn't look like anything's changed, but he's not hanging upside down in front of me anymore. What's happened? Before she could think more, Shinji charged forward. Neliel about face to stop him, but was floored when Shinji came in from behind and slashed her back. She turned and slashed, but a nick appeared on her shoulder. What? What's the matter? Shinji asked. Neliel looked up to see him standing upside down looking down at her, confused yet. He took a swing. Neliel made to stop it only for her ankle to take a nick. Ah? Shinji was now in front of her. Ah well, guess it don't matter if I tell you or not. In Shikai all the directions are reversed at the same time, but in Bankai I can pick and choose which directions I want my opponent to be viewed as obscured. He was already behind Neliel, like so. He used Shunpo and began moving about erratically. How about now? Know where I am? I bet you can't guess. You never could. I'm throwing off your senses every ticking second. No matter where you look you can't trust your eyes and you can't trust your instincts. However, Shinji brought in a stab from behind Neliel going in 2 inches, can. Neliel took a swing with her tail only to realize that the damage was actually from her front and she was basically swatting air. She punched forward, but missed as Shinji vanished. Damn, Neliel grit her teeth. This is going to take longer than I thought. Neliel wasn't the only one growing frustrated with her battle. Talbumasuk was also having a rough spot with Urahara's Bankai. He couldn't get close to the man and it was ticking him off. Urahara had already shattered his mask twice and seemed to be aiming for it. Still, Talbumasuk's Zeko no Sozo made it so that he didn't lose an ounce of Ryutsu if his mask was shattered and he'd just pull it out again. However, Urahara had gone too far in annoying Talbumasuk and now the Arrancar Lord wanted him to just die and he had the perfect risk-free way to do it. Talbumasuk let Urahara chase him towards the top of the mist where Urahara created an artificial ceiling. Zero Oscuras. Talbumasuk fired down into the rest of the mist and Urahara was forced to protect himself. Using the break in the shopkeeper's concentration, Talbumasuk escaped into the stratosphere from the shopkeeper, but found himself pursued by 2 flaming blades that tried to do him in, which he dodged away from across the air. Yamamoto followed a few seconds later. Did you think you could escape? How naive, Yamamoto roared, we will keep on you until you tire or die. That is the plan and we are sticking to it. You will force me to tire out? Talbumasuk asked. Don't you get it, as long as I maintain Zeko no Sozo I can't tire out. You can injure me, but I cannot lose any amount of my power so long as I receive no damage. I am frozen temporarily at the pinnacle of my strength. And any injury you inflict I can regenerate with hollowification. Both powers complement each other to the point where I am always at my strongest. Always. But at the same time you cannot use your other abilities. If you could you would have used them already, Yamamoto thundered Lelich's observational argument. Too true, but then again in the face of absolute power I do not need them. After all, black energy surged around his hands. My hollowification grants me enough power as it is. Talbumasuk began chucking black energy balls at Yamamoto. He was burning his own energy to do it, but Zeko no Sozo would repair any Ryutsu loss immediately. And any damage to his hands were repaired by his hollow mask. The ultimate combo, Talbumasuk gleefully thought as he forced Yamamoto's familiar's arms to dance to the tune of his blasts. the perfect combination. I am indestructible. He activated another Ciro Oscuris. While Yamamoto struggled with the possibility that Talbumasuk could not be weakened or injured so long as he kept his strength up, Sajin and Love were desperately trying to take Sparga down, just struggling to stay alive. Unfortunately they were having no luck. Sparga was just too strong. Bankai! Love declared and held his Kanabo up to the sky only for Sparga to run him through before it could take effect. Yeah, I don't like dealing with those. Let's stop that before it happens, Sparga said and then opened his mouth and charged energy in between his jaw and his arm. Love was in shock so he could break himself free and Sparga obliterated him with 2 Ciros, killing the Vizard. Ah, complete disintegration, where's the blood and guts? That's no fun. In desperation Sajin struck with his sword. Sparga sighed and drove the back of his wrist into the blade, allowing it to press against his arrow, dealing no damage. Man, I don't think you'd be able to cut me even if I was using my first form. Your Ryotsu sucks, dude. How you beat Diego is beyond me. Sorry pal, Sparga pushed the blade away and locked his fists together, but this is the end game. He charged 2 Ciros in his fists, combining them and charged a Ciro from his mouth. The blast tore into the giant's head and torso. Sajin's giant disappeared, and the wolfish captain fell over onto his sword in pain. Sparga landed in front of him with a thunderous impact. Sajin felt like he was staring down the mouth of hell itself, unsurprising given the namesake of Sparga's resurrection. I thought this would last longer, Sparga said, charging a Ciro. What a letdown. The Ciro fired, blasting towards Sajin to finish him off. Sajin summoned his Shikai's blade to try and fend off the attack, but it was the last of his strength. His Zanpakuto and the blade shattered and the wolfish captain of Squad 7 was sent away, disfigured and destroyed. Although his bravery would be commended, Sajin had no fight left in him and unlike Tyson he would not hang on for medical attention. He had not the strength to keep on living. Tyson, forgive me. Sparga thought to power down or go beat up on someone else's fight, but he noticed that a new challenger had appeared about a block behind him. You know, if you had been a few seconds sooner you might have been able to stop that, or maybe not. Those 3 were trash. Sparga turned to address the presence, seeing a woman with black, braided hair and a captain's haori, standing before him. Wait, aren't you? Captain of Squad 4, Anohana Retsu, Anohana replied. Right, of course, Talbumasuk told me about you. Said we should all watch ourselves around you. Supposedly you're the second most powerful captain in the whole Godii, Sparga said. You don't sound like you're afraid of me, Anohana stated. Fear? Pay, that word is not in my dictionary, lady, Sparga retorted. So what say you and I go one-on-one? The green-haired captain, Luska I think was his name, put up quite the fight with my first form. Can you do better? Are you sure you want to fight me? Anohana asked. You'd better believe it, Sparga cracked a grin. I think you might regret it, Anohana smiled. I don't think. I said I think you. Sparga took a swing at the motherly captain. She dodged with ease, her guard not having been down. I told you before, I don't scare, Sparga said. The area where Anohana once stood now a smoldering crater. You're the second most powerful captain in the Godii. He picked his hand up from the destroyed street and stared at Anohana as she stood in the air by a second-story window. Unless your specialty is intimidation and you have no real power, don't expect to hold back. I'm not going to pull my punches even if that is the case. I kill and crush anyone that gets in my way, engraving the really good fights into my memory. So are you here for battle or to talk me to death? Sparga powered up his Ryotsu, cause I know which one I'd rather do. I see, Anohana stated, you are the third person to not be intimidated by my presence. Still, you are the first to encourage me to go all out. However, for you especially, I believe that you can handle such an action. Anohana undid a portion of her braid and threw it behind her. If what you say is true, Anohana went for her no Daichi, then engrave this battle into your very soul. Engrave into your soul and mind my true power. Anohana held her sword out in front of her with both hands. I must warn you though, this is the first time since I ever became a captain that I have been forced to use this for combat purposes. Warning schmurning, do it already, Sparga said, getting impatient. All right then, Anohana and calmly powered up her Ryotsu. The feeling of which would cause anyone else to quake in fear, but it only made Sparga giddier. A thick mass of spirit energy cloaked Anohana, mixing with Sparga's as the ground began to lift up from her, reaching the pinnacle of her strength. Eyes closed, she focused and cleared her mind, making sure that she would release her power with serenity. Her calmness was her most potent weapon and she would use it to its full effect. Finally, she opened her eyes and she seemed to have summoned the power from within her. Her blade glowed green and gave off a foreboding shine to the rest of the area. An ominous shadow rose from the shadow Anohana cast upon the building as she spoke 2 syllables that, if heard by anyone else, would make them flee or shit bricks, perhaps the first while doing the other. No one except Sparga would be crazy or stupid enough to want to hear what came out of Anohana's mouth next. She spoke slowly and calmly, emphasizing and punctuating both syllables, Bankai. To be continued. Chapter 88, Lelich vs Talbumasuk, The Tide Turns. Third-person POV. Bankai, with her soft-spoken declaration, a whirlwind of green and silver swirled around Anohana until a beam of the colored spectrum of light illuminated her entire being. 4 worm-like objects seemed to twist and attach themselves above and below her arms, and a crested creature emerged from above her head. A flash of light cast a shadow on her, making it difficult for Sparga to see her true form in all its glory. The light turned into complete shadow that was then sucked into the protrustion by her left shoulder. Suddenly a ball of flame went shooting towards Sparga, which he barely had time to dodge. The shot took a chunk of his left arm with it and exploded against a 2-story split-level apartment. Anohana's form finally emerged as a glowing green light created a mantle around her head and covered her hair, cloaking her face in shadow except for her soft blue-gray eyes that didn't even glow. Above her right arm, wiggling around her shoulder, was a green purely energy worm-shaped creature with a snake-like jaw and eyes. Below it was a sandworm-like, red energy being with no teeth at all, beady yellow eyes and a mouth that looked like it would suck you into another dimension. On her left side, above her arm, was a black energy being with a rat-shaped jaw, minus the whiskers. It had large eyes, larger than the other 2 heads anyway. Below her arm on that side was a white energy. It had 2 rows of sharp teeth and no eyes at all. Above Anohana's head another creature emerged, a blue energy being. It had a large bulky head with a 4-pieced jaw like an insect of some kind. All of the mandibles had 2 rows of sharp fangs. The creature also had 2 pincers and a long sky blue tongue, compared to the deeper shade of the rest of the body. It had glowing yellow eyes and fluid seemed to be dribbling from its mouth that dripped onto Anohana's mantle and dissolved. From the looks of it, the mantle was protecting Anohana from being affected from this fluid. All of these energy beings seemed to be connected to the center of Anohana's back, the same as the head captain's familiar. The creatures were hollow towards the tail end, but more solidified towards their fierce snapping jaws. Minagaki Zenmitsu. Purify the flesh by total eradication. In a flash the green head sped forward, aiming to snap its large fangs down into Sparga's flesh. With his hands Sparga tried to stop it from doing so, holding its jaw apart from snapping down. He fired a Zero through it, and in response Anohana ordered the black head to fire a dark blast of energy that seemed to connect to another dimension as the Zero was swallowed up by the darkness. She sent the red head forward, which then fired a blast of blazing red flame that had the power of Sparga's Zero coupled with Anohana's own. Sparga used Sonido to escape, but Anohana reached his own altitude in a single flash step. The green and the black head both went towards Sparga like lightning. He punched the green head away and head-locked the other, only for the white one to tear forward and bite his arm, piercing right through the arrow and leaving a deep gash. Getting over its disorientation, the green one sprang up from down low. Sparga stepped back only to lose 2 of his left-handed fingers. With an arm chop he tried to dislodge the white head, but it detonated and seared off Sparga's right arm from the elbow down with the intensity of 3 red giants. Sparga managed to regenerate his fingers and arm, but Anohana used the blue head to fire a blast of weird-looking green fluid. It came at Sparga faster than a bala, disintegrated his left arm in its entirety upon contact. Sparga tried to regenerate, but found he could not. Minazaki's stomach acid has 2 settings, build-up and breakdown. In Shikai it stabilizes chemical bonds and repairs the flesh. In Bankai it tears those bonds apart straight down to the atomic level, preventing regeneration by natural or artificial means. That is the true power of Minagaki. Anohana recanted in her head. Sparga fired a Zero with his remaining arm only for the black one to swallow in and the red one to fire it. However, he used this as a means to get behind Anohana with Sonido. All of her heads faced towards the front. By attacking quickly enough, she's wide open. Sparga found out he was wrong when the blue head about face and lacerated right through his chest with its pincers. Sparga retreated back before it could form a complete X, showing that he only had 2 small scratches just above either pectoral. Man, she really is strong. Don't tell me I'm going to lose here. Anohana about face. Did you think I was unprotected from behind? I am one of the original captains of the Gotei. You will find next to no openings on my persona. Another shot of acid went flying from the blue head's mouth. Sparga dodged it this time by moving down before tearing through the air with his wings and going in close to slam Anohana's fragile-looking body, but the white head, which had regenerated shortly after detonating, opened its mouth and created a flash of bright white light, blinding Sparga and causing him to miss as Anohana dodged to the side and fired the green head straight through Sparga's abdomen from the side. The head emerged from the other side. It withdrew like a burrowing rabbit and Anohana fired a blast of flame from the red head. Sparga punched it away with a bala-charged fist and then Sonido'd right behind her, but Anohana, due to her recent battle with Ichigo, was more than prepared for a close encounter from behind. She fired forward the white head and tried to latch it onto Sparga's neck, but Sparga flapped his wings and created a dark wave of energy that pushed it and the other heads behind Anohana, surprising her and then going for a punch to her stomach. To his amazement, Anohana disappeared and reappeared behind Sparga. It seemed he had forgotten that Anohana was still armed with her sword, and unfortunately for him she knew how to use it. Blood shot out of Sparga's left leg and now, with all her heads blown in the opposite direction, Anohana sent them straight into Sparga's chest, piercing him with 4 out of the 5 heads, except the blue one. She withdrew them all and slowly about face. I'd give up now if I were you. Surely you can see this fight is pointless. Sparga regenerated the wounds Anohana had put in his body. Lady, I don't give up. I live for the thrill of battle. I fight all my opponents to the point where the victor has the right to continue to draw breath. Once this battle's over, I'm going to go finish my interrupted one with Luska. Bring it on. If you insist we fight, you will die at this rate. I won't have any qualms about killing those that continuously desire to fight me, Anohana informed him. If death is what's in store, so be it. That's how I've always wanted to go, in battle against a really worthy opponent. You know, lady, you should show off some more. If this is the power you hide behind a smile, why hide it? You're like me, you enjoy being others to a bloody mess, why hesitate? Sparga asked her. I am a medical official. My specialty is healing. What you say may have been true once, but that is no longer who I am anymore. Come, let us finish this. Anohana held up her blade with both hands. Yeah, let's do it. Sparga scraped his fang over his hand as blood dripped from it. Hit me with your best shot. Prove your power to me. My best shot? You know not what you ask. Anohana stood perfectly still and waited for Sparga to attack. Gran Ray Zero. The blast didn't do more than start to get launched before Anohana fired off a blast of acid from the blue head, disintegrating the attack in its entirety before launching all 4 of the other heads into Sparga's body faster than he could blink. The white one detonated and the red one blasted out flame and whipped around like a fire hose, scorching Sparga's flesh. The black one did the same, only with shadows that lacerated Sparga's remaining arm in 3 different places and severed it from his shoulder. The wounds on Sparga's body became wider as his body lost its stability. The last lodged in head, the green one gave off a bright green glow, coating itself with the same acid as the fluid the blue head spit. Sparga's body dissolved, and all of this happened in less than 5 seconds. Seeing her fight complete, Anohana sheathed her sword. She would now return to finishing healing Tison. At this same time, Ichigo and Grimmjow were battling it out on the ground in the Kinogaya district, a place of which Ichigo was used to. As a street brawler, he'd been through this area dozens of times, and that's the whole reason he pushed the fight towards this direction, home field advantage. With his visored mask and Bankai already active, Ichigo clashed head-on with Grimmjow's Segunda Etapa. In their last encounter, Ichigo had to constantly keep worrying about Orium and took a few cheap shots that cut his effectiveness. However now, bolstered by his training with Lelouch, Ichigo was now exponentially stronger. Lelouch had made Ichigo's physical body a time and a half times stronger. By default his Shikai made his body twice as durable and twice as strong. Lelouch had made its capabilities twice as strong as before. Ichigo's Bankai made him 7 times stronger, having gone up from 5, and his visored mask doubled his output from there. If one did the math, that meant that just in Bankai alone Ichigo could handle Grimmjow's release form. It also meant that Ichigo was now more than 4 times stronger than Grimmjow since they last clashed if he kept his mask active, which could now last 2 minutes and 22 seconds on the first use and, thanks to Ichigo's training to be able to repair his own Ryutsu, was recoverable for up to 2 minutes from that point on. Ichigo clashed his blade against Grimmjow's leg and then used his left arm to block an incoming punch. He then let fly a half-powered Getsuga Tensho and then slid to the side, forcing Grimmjow to follow him until they were in the middle of an industrial zone surrounded by flat ground, a few coniferous trees and a split-level parking lot, as well as a forest, the same one where he found Orium a couple months ago, just a few blocks southwest. "Quit running, Demu!" Grimmjow roared, only for Ichigo to charge forward and fire a weak, but speedy Getsuga straight into Grimmjow's chest, sending him into a lamppost, which Grimmjow bounced off of and made to slash Ichigo with his claws, but Ichigo blocked with a Getsuga-imbued blade to cover a wider surface area. "I don't need to run anymore," Ichigo said through his mask. "This is the Kinogaya district, home to all of Karakura Town's thugs, criminals, and gang members. I've fought in every corner of this district and I brought you here because this is, I guess, what you could call my personal battleground. We'll finish our battle here, Grimmjow. Every rival I've had since I became a warrior I defeated here in this district. You're no different. So I get to fight you on your home terrain, eh? Well, that's fine by me." Grimmjow skidded backwards. He leapt high into the air and his nails glowed. As Yami might say, "Go Wildcats." He fired the Deskarin at Ichigo, pushing him back towards the forest. As the battle between rivals escalated, Jin was wiping the floor with Hachigen, Rajuro, and Mayuri, the last of which was barely putting any input into the fight at all. Jin was currently using just Shikai, Hachigen hadn't used his Zanpakuto, and Rose was using only his Shikai. Bakudo 75, Gakyu Tekken. Hachigen dropped the quintet of iron pillars on Jin, but he missed as Jin dodged cleanly out of the way. Shinso, Jin speared his sword forward, but it was bashed away by Rose's whip, only for Jin to swipe the long blade underneath Rose's weapon and try to hack at his legs. Heido 32, Okazen. Hachigen bashed Jin's weapon away with a Kido. Era, Jin sighed as he pulled back his weapon and looked at it. "Fighting like this ain't exactly fun if I can't cut anyone." Jin turned his Zanpakuto down at an angle. "Bankai. Haki, watch out!" Rose called, but it was too late. The blade that was Shinso went sailing forward and speared right through Hachigen and several buildings. Hachigen's body suddenly burnt up and corroded into dust as Jin pulled back on the weapon faster than Rose could blink. "So fast. Now then, which one of you two do I get to carve up next?" Jin asked as Shinso rested on his shoulder. At this same time, Hisuna, Mashiro, and Lisa were winding up their own battle. Ciela was hard-pressed to contend with all three of them, and thanks to her partner's distractions Hisuna was already using her Bankai's more powerful form. Ciela fired forward a Zero, but it was cancelled by Mashiro's Super Zero and deflected back into the Poison Queen's face. Lisa attacked Ciela's thorax with her Shikai, but got pushed away by Ciela's gigantic legs. However, she was just a decoy as Hisuna came through like a raging torpedo and cut off Ciela's left leg appendages. Unlike Sparga, she could not regenerate. Ciela teleported and tried to whack Hisuna with her giant ass, but Hisuna was gone before she struck and, overshooting Ciela's head, took off one of her antennae. "Mashiro!" Hisuna called. Mashiro super kick. Hollow mask on her face, Mashiro launched Ciela into the air. She followed up with an uppercut and a frontal kick before dropping both her legs down from above into Ciela's back. Lisa. The black-haired visored went smacked Ciela in the side of the face with her spade before cutting underneath and relaunching Ciela back into the air and then kicked her in the face. Hisuna. The Sanbantai Teiko went whizzing by and cut off the rest of Ciela's legs with her sword before letting out a surge of Ryutsu and freezing Ciela in place as the area around them became an enclosed space similar to how Hisuna had formed one around her when she ripped apart Zamari. If you're a bug then this is going to really sting. Ryasei Kamifubuki. Hisuna lit Ciela on fire and the burning Octava went falling out of the air in flames after it was over. 2 Espada were now dead. There were 8 to go. I'm going to go help Kensei. Mashiro declared and took off towards the battle with Neliel. It seems like Haki died. I'm going after that bastard Ichimaru, Lisa declared and took off. Hisuna felt out for all of the other Ryotsus in the area. It seems like the battle with the most trouble is currently Kenpeki and Stephens. Out of all the Espada he seems to have the highest Ryotsu still. Hisuna went to help the 2 men. As she was using Fukitsune Gakuten she could be of great assistance to the 2 men. Besides, Lelich said the game plan was that the sooner he was taken out the better, as he had cleverly predicted based on what he knew about Talbumasuk and Yami's other 2 releases that Yami would get this powerful. As she took off she nearly got her wing clipped by a sword tip which belonged to Jin Ichimaru, who had sent his Bankai out and almost stabbed Mayuri straight through the forehead. He got so angry that he went straight to Bankai. Jin had pissed him off by nicking him. Mayuri's body was so toxic already that it didn't dissolve like Jin wanted, and now the research captain was going to give the backstabber a taste of his own poisonous medicine. However, before he could, Jin speared it in half. Ya can't take me on with a weak Bankai like Dekuratsuka Teiko. Besides, I'm more poisonous and deadly than even a Belcher sea snake, Jin stated. Then perhaps it's time I show a fiend like you my true power then. Bankin. Rose's golden whip flashed into golden petals. When they cleared, Rose had not 1, but 6 whips, and they all were dancing around him in rhythm. In Rose's hand was a conductor's baton. He raised his hands up and all of the wisps stood up straight. Kinshara Kanzen Ni Kaika. Golden Sai tree fully bloomed. He flicked his wrists forward and all of the whips went flying towards Jin. While the silver-haired fox fought against the maestro of music, Shunsui and Yukatake were about to launch their signature plan. Yukatake appeared first and tried to attack Kira with his left-handed blade at his pen arm. Kira dodged out of the way and went to write the captain's name down, but Yukatake wouldn't let up on him and continued to attack furiously, not giving Kira a chance to react. As he did, Shunsui stood on a building waiting as Yukatake pushed Kira back. He was waiting, with his Shikai crossed to pull off their perfect plan. Yukatake bashed Kira back and finally managed to get a hit in on him and shoved him straight into the ground. As Kira got up he saw Shunsui with his swords crossed in a plus smiling at him. Hey there Mr. Espada, ready to play some games? Yukatake shielded his eyes. Shunsui made his declaration. Bankai, he spoke calmly. A shadow rose out of the back of Shunsui, resembling a tall, mature woman with a shining, turquoise left eye. Her hair was designed in corkscrew pigtails, but other than her frame viewed with a large kimono thrown over it, the shadows obscured the rest of her features. Kira felt as if he was being brain-probed as reality twisted and distorted until he and Shunsui soon found themselves surrounded by darkness and bright neon lights of different colored arrows and the word casino spelled in 5 different languages: Brighton Neon, Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, and French. A downdraft pushed down on Kira and he landed back first on top of a gigantic roulette wheel was placed on top of a giant felt table. To put sizes in perspective, Kira and Shunsui were approximately the size of the ball used in the wheel since they fit inside the individual slots. The center of the roulette wheel wasn't raised, but then the shadowy spirit that had been on Kiraku's back floated towards the center, shot towards the sky and created a mirror ceiling where she merged into it, and besides being a formless shadow on the other side of the mirror only the woman's shadow was visible. The wheel suddenly spun underneath Kira and he and Shunsui were launched into the air. Katenkyako Tsujaku Sharon. Flower Wind, Crazy Bone, Peril Wheel. What is this place? Kira gaped. It's my Bankai, what else could it be? I asked you before if you were ready to play some games, and here inside my Bankai's enclosed space all who see its release are forced to play by its rules, Shunsui declared. Kira was about to write the captain's name down, but Shunsui stopped him. I wouldn't if I were you. Breaking Katenkyakotsu's Bankai's rules brings about a very grave penalty, the ultimate penalty if you will. You're bluffing, Kira stated. Trust me, if I was bluffing I'd be attacking you already. But here I don't make the rules, I just follow them and explain them, because if I don't explain them then I get penalized, Shunsui stated. Kira decided to play safe. Now, as I was saying, In my Bankai we play games, and depending on my Zanpakuto's shape in that mirror there determines what game we play, unless of course one of us becomes the game master. To start the game we each choose a number on the roulette wheel. My Zanpakuto will then spin the wheel, and if one of our slots are chosen, we must do battle. If an empty slot is chosen, the wheel is spun again. It's quite simple. So what are the rules of the different games? Kira asked. I was just getting there, Shunsui said. There are 3 games, Takeanai, Kajinai, and Ironi. In Takeanai the higher striker wins. In Kajinai you must strike from the shadows, and in Ironi, well, I think you'll be able to figure that out from the name. He gestured to the manifested spirit behind the mirrored ceiling. She'll tell us which game we're playing. Winning a game makes your score go up. We each start with 20 points. If our counter hits 0 we die. Every time you spin the wheel on an empty space you lose a point. When you lose a game you lose 5 points. When you win a game you win 5 points. If you become game master you gain an extra 5 points. Losing game mastership costs you an extra 5 points. Understand the rules now? I think I do, Kira said. Well then Mr. Espada, it's game time, Shunsui declared. He then looked down at the roulette wheel. 8. 19. Kira and Shunsui were both dropped onto the roulette wheel. The number 20 floated above their heads. Katen Kyakotsu came down from the ceiling, covered in shadow. She stood on top of the rounded ball on top of the center of the roulette wheel. Her eye flashed and the wheel spun around. It landed on Shunsui. Fast as lightning Shunsui emerged through his Zanpakuto's own body. He did it so fast. Kira thought and then grinned, but he's out of luck. He only has a 1 in 37 shot of landing on me. He'll never get to me. If Yami were here he'd be shouting Tengo Buena Suerte. Kira was launched into the air suddenly. Guess I gotta pick a new number. 22. Kira dropped down onto the roulette wheel. Spin, Shunsui said, and the roulette wheel revolved. Kira spun around and around, passing Shunsui multiple times. Shunsui followed him with his eye. So let's see, am I feeling lucky today? As the wheel came to a stop Shunsui, Kira was surprised when he stopped right in front of him. Looks like we got ourselves a face-off. No way. Kira could not believe Shunsui got that lucky. Suddenly lights began flashing everywhere, casting shadows. Kira and Shunsui began zigzagging all over the place, dodging each other's strikes, careful where they were casting shadows. Damn it, if I lose 5 points, but if I win, though I might win 7 points, but I could lose them all without ever landing on that captain even once. Damn it. How did he get so lucky? There's a trick to putting the roulette in your favor each and every time. But let's see if he'll get me. Shunsui thought to himself. He left himself wide open, and Kira, on instinct, took the match and became game master, dropping Shunsui's points to 13 and raising his to 27. However, unlike Shunsui, he had no idea how to manipulate the roulette wheel, which anyone could do if they knew how, and unfortunately Kira didn't. He spun the wheel again and again, missing Kiraka constantly. Eventually he was down to his last spin. Kira was dumbfounded. It's impossible. I can't lose, I'm Kira. I'm invincible. I'm invincible. Kira shouted and took the blood from the wound he had inflicted on Shunsui earlier and began writing down his name onto his left arm. Shunsui pulled down on his hat and sighed. I warned you about breaking the rules, he said aloud, and was warped out of the dimension. Suddenly the circle Kira was standing turned into an eye, and all of the slots in the roulette wheel turned into teeth. Katen Kyakotsu got really angry and her blue eye turned red. What's going on? Kira looked down. Oh my god, that's Sani. He began to run, but the roulette shot up like a bear trap and crushed his legs, holding him in place. Shunsui's Zanpakuto let out such a horrifying screeching wail that a banshee's cry would sound like a sweet lullaby in comparison. She shot down from the mirror and transformed into an eldritch abomination that would make Thulhu look like a baby kitten in comparison. Kira screamed in protest and was devoured by the abomination. The last words he heard were the echoing sounds of what could be Katen Kyakotsu's own voice. The door to darkness has opened. And that was the last anyone would ever hear of Kira Luce. Shunsui appeared on the building top with just the single injury he had let Kira inflict upon him. "You seem relatively unharmed," Yukatake said. "Where's your game partner?" "Gone, couldn't follow the rules." "It was a really one-sided game," Shunsui stated. "Well, you should go seek out Anohana and get your back healed up. I'm going to go and try and see if any of the others need my assistance," Yukatake stated. "Yeah, I'll do that," Shunsui nodded. The duo split up. Back with Byakuya, Hitsugaya, and the Primera Espada were. The moist atmosphere was drawing closer to their area. Byakuya had taken massive damage from Lilynet being the active mind and the saber she used in between her teeth. He had taken no less than 9 lacerations. Lilynet and Starkey didn't have so much as a scratch. Byakuya was exhausted, and while he continued his fight he wondered what the hell was taking Hitsugaya so long, but then he saw them. He saw the storm clouds circling overhead and he knew that Hitsugaya's plan was about to spring into action. The young captain saw the storm clouds above. "You obviously gave me this setup, and while I dislike having to use this much power, I am not going to waste it." Hitsugaya began declaring a fierce battle cry and he powered himself up to use every last bit of moisture. Byakuya activated his Gokii to cover his escape as Hitsugaya held up his blade. Bankai. Daiguren Hyarin Meru. With this much moisture I can unleash the most powerful Tenso Jurin at my disposal. Here goes. As Lilynet bashed her way out of the blades, the storm clouds parted as a bowl of white parted the storm clouds. Hakioka Soken Kaiman. Arctic Stratopause, a gigantic beam, covering the same standard size as Yamamoto's Bankai release, shot down and froze everything in its path, with the eye of the blast being the Primera Espada. Everything was frozen solid. Starkey and Lilynet were turned into a rock-solid ice sculpture along with everything within a 3-block radius. There was no snow, only ice and the freezing temperatures taken down from the tip of the stratosphere known as the stratopause. Lilynet and Starkey's frozen body fell to the ground like lead, but it didn't shatter, it just landed with a thud like truckload of dry cement. Frozen solid, the Primera could no longer move, their conscious slowly slipping out. Would they thaw? Would they live? Only time would tell. Hitsugaya, after executing that attack, was absolutely exhausted. He blacked out in midair. Thankfully Anohana was able to get to him with her Shikai before he had a harsh landing. 3 Espada down, 7 to go. As the frozen tundra smashed through several city blocks, Tessai and Ulquiorra continued to do battle. After the large explosion between the two combatants, Ulquiorra used his speed advantage to rip through Tessai with a claw slash followed by a whip of his tail and followed up with a Ciro Oscuris. Tessai was able to whittle down the damage of the last attack with a Sorin Sakasui, not having the reflexes to prep a Hiri Yujikazoku Shintenreiho. Currently Tessai was playing keep away with some Reikoho and Tenran blasts, trying to figure out what it was that Ulquiorra did that caused Tissan's Bankai to blow up, because he did not believe that the Ciro Oscuris had the power to blast through the entire Bankai if Tessai could counter it with a full power level 88 Hado. Ulquiorra, however, was growing tired of such games and used Sonido to get right behind Tessai and slapped him with his tail, smashing him into the ground. Tessai found he didn't quite like the way dirt tasted. However, as he got up he realized that his vision was a little obscured. Touching the frames of his glasses he realized they were damaged. Tessai broke out into rage. "Those are expensive Ive." He threw the glasses down on the ground and swapped them for his spare pair, which looked identical. Tessai hulked up and stored up more energy. What's he doing? Ulquiorra wondered. Tessai exploded into an burst of gold. When he emerged he looked more outlandish than Alex Armstrong. Tessai was dressed from head to toe in a gold latex suit. He looked like the cross between a superhero and a wrestler. His fists and legs were still armored, but he was wearing gold tights and a suit with a gold breastplate over it in a cape that went down only as far as his elbows. Tessai had a hood stretched over his head that covered his ears and hair, but left the rest of his face visible. He posed with his hands on his hips and then flexed with his left arm and stuck his right arm. Hoshi no Maijutsu, Tessai posed in star formation, Seiko. Astral Sorcerer Supreme, Tessai fired forward a pure blast of energy and wind combined together at Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra deflected with his arm, but Tessai was in the air and tore straight towards him in the blink of an eye. Tessai punched Ulquiorra right in the face, disorienting him, and then grabbed him by the leg, spun him in place and then launched him like a bag of garbage. He then called for a gigantic blade, of which Anohana would recognize as the golden version of the white one she had used to run Ichigo's omniscient hollow form through with. He chucked it right at Ulquiorra and the sword burst as it ran through his abdomen and exploded, electrifying the Quarto, but as the dust cleared it was revealed that Ulquiorra was perfectly fine. Tessai couldn't believe his eyes. Ulquiorra had taken quite a bit of damage, but he regenerated it by the time the smoke screen cleared. Swords are not meant to be thrown. Let me show you something that is. Ulquiorra held his hands together and then summoned a green energy lance. Lanza de Relámpago. Tessai, now seeing the lance, obviously knew that this had to be what Ulquiorra had used to defeat Tison. He would not be caught off by the same thing since he could actually see it. Besides, he had a special attack just for this sort of occasion. Stay right where you are, I'd rather not throw this when we're too close, Ulquiorra said and chucked the lance. As the lance drew close to Tessai he shouted Gomakashi. Deception, the ability was much like Yuka-Take's redirection ability with Sogyo no Kotori. However, instead of redirecting the attack, the Reishi bonds would be broken and the power of the lance fired back at Ulquiorra in a gigantic golden beam. Unfortunately, the lance was much stronger than Tessai thought, and its bonds were far too fine to be broken down so simply, and the lance detonated into a huge explosion, engulfing the entire area in a green light. It was highly probable that he was not breathing, but until Anohana arrived a checkup could not be certain. That was careless of you, Ulquiorra stated. Lanza del Relámpago is so powerful that even I can't control it sometimes. If your objective was to block it or redirect it, then it was a pointless effort. A good idea, but a pointless one. Ulquiorra readied another lance as he became attacked from behind. He was being attacked by none other than Yuka-Take Jushiro. Bushigama. Shunsui attacked Ulquiorra while he was distracted by Yuka-Take, and Ulquiorra dodged out the way. Yuka-Take used his Shikai and angled the second blade to fire back towards Ulquiorra's direction. Ulquiorra tried to swat the attack away, but a third opponent, fully healed thanks to the skill and poise of Anohana Retsu, was already behind him. Hado 4, Byakurai. The white lightning hit Ulquiorra in the shoulder and the wind blast tore into his torso. Ulquiorra used Sonido and retreated to the ground. He saw his first two opponents as they surrounded him on either end of the street, as the third one stood on top of a telephone pole, Kukaki Byakuya. So you all are here to avenge your comrades? He looked at Yuka-Take and Shunsui and smiled slightly at the tactical brilliance. Yes, now it makes sense. You two were put in charge of handling Kira, knowing that you would finish him quickly, then you would come to focus your attention on me as I defeated those that opposed me. Yes, of course. Do you talk to yourself a lot? Shunsui asked. Sorry, Ulquiorra said, going back to being stoic and taking aim at Shunsui with Zero Oscuras. I'm simply fascinated by tactical ingenuity. He kept a backwards glance on Yuka-Take, and, as he watched the elderly captain disappear with Shunpo to block the attack, he used Sonido and got right behind Byakuya, firing at point blank. Byakuya managed to escape, but barely, and as the attack went forward a giant golden energy blast came screaming back at Ulquiorra and nearly seared through his Iero. Standing on top of the building across the street was a battered and bruised, Bankai active, but chest plate destroyed Tsukubishi Tessai. I am not so easily beaten by the likes of you. Tessai shouted. Yuka-Take smirked. That's the former commander of the Kido Corps for you, almost as durable as the Kenpakus. So it's going to be 4 against 1. It matters not. I will defeat you all, Ulquiorra stated, whipping out another lance and resting it on his shoulder. 5, came a soft-spoken, feminine voice as Anohana stepped up the street. Senpai. Yuka-Take was surprised to see her. You should rest, you've healed Shunsui, Byakuya, and you even had to use your Bankai. You must take it easy. There is strength in numbers, Yuka-Take-san. Even without my Bankai I am still capable of defeating an enemy, she stated. Well, we won't deny your assistance, Shunsui pulled down on his hat. Will we, fellas? Everyone seemed to agree. 5, 6, or even 7. It does not matter, as one of the top Espada I will be victorious, Ulquiorra stated. You seem awfully interested in winning, Shunsui stated. Victory is all there is no meaning in dying. That is why I must win, Ulquiorra stated. He broke from his perch and attacked Shunsui up close. Shunsui blocked with his swords crossed over him as Ulquiorra pressed into his weapons. You know there's more to life than just fighting, sake and women for example, Shunsui stated. I have no desire for material objects. I am given purpose as a combatant for his lordship a Tremere Talbumasuk and fight for him I shall. Ulquiorra switched hands and attacked Shunsui from the side. The umbrella-wearing captain disappeared and Byakuya attacked with as many petals as there were in his Shikai blades, though his Bankai was released. So we meet again. This battle shall not go as simply as last time. I'd prefer your mouth stayed shut. This is a battle, Byakuya said and formed a fist with a bunch of his billions of blades and attacked. It was a little something Hisuna suggested to him. She told him he should get creative with his Bankai, use the small blades to create bigger, bladed objects. Considering Ulquiorra had to dodge, Byakuya took notice that her advice was definitely worth using. With the blades he created several door-sized shurikens and threw them at Ulquiorra. It was hard to concentrate on the shape, but Byakuya would get better with time. It had only taken him a week to master the concept of fusing the blades and being able to disperse them at will. He had Ulquiorra dodging from side to side, preventing him from using Asiro Oscuras for fear of it ricocheting, and they were too close together for Ulquiorra to use the lance as a projectile. The captains needed something powerful though, at this rate the match would be stalemate. They needed something with a lot of power and they needed it soon, otherwise this battle would end in Ulquiorra's favor eventually. Back at the site of the dynamic duo of Karakura Town versus the Shark of Hueco Mundo, So iPhone panted, her breath ragged. This fight was taking a lot out of her. It would be no exaggeration to say it was the fight of her life. As the dust began to settle, Yoriyuki landed on the ground next to her. How did it go? She's still kicking, So iPhone said flatly. She could feel the riot so from the rubble the explosions had created, unaffected, unwavering, overwhelming. She overturned my Nijeki Kesatsu. Through force alone. This is insane. Don't waver, Yoriyuki shot back, we can do this, we will do this. From out the smoke walked Hannibal, a little singed but otherwise unharmed. Flexing her neck, she gave the two a careful look. This was dangerous. She could not for the life of her imagine that she could stop another one of those two strike hits. It would be all over for her. Interestingly enough, the damage had knocked her back to her senses. Hannibal had regained her sanity and intelligence and all the bells and whistles. Swinging her spear, she decided to let them take the initiative. She had expected this to be easier, the both of them had seemed so feeble, but their teamwork had more than made up for the difference in power. How many of those spells hit? Yoriyuki asked. 8, So iPhone said, she knows how to dodge. Damn, Yoriyuki said, so much for massive fire. Oh well, snake pattern. I'll take point. So iPhone nodded. Snake pattern hunt from ambush, set a trap. Yoriyuki was less tired, and so had decided to leave the backstabbing to So iPhone. You're damn strong. Yoriyuki said, assessing her tan opponent. I guess there is no holding anything back. Yoriyuki held her claw up high. Bankai. Shinsei Torimitsu Henshu. Sacred Tiger Light variant. There it was, the Bankai from afar, So iPhone could not help but admire it. Like her own, it duplicated the basic weapon, the claws, for Yoriyuki on her other hand and feet, but its real strength was the speed it added. Charging right in, Yoriyuki stabbed at Hannibal, only to reappear right behind her, raking her claws across Hannibal's back. The espada was not late to respond, nearly running her spear through Yoriyuki's skull, the tan goddess of flash dodging only by the millimeter. Good speed, Hannibal said neutrally, Cascada. With incredible force, the water wave smashed against Yoriyuki, but she was not there. She was already at Hannibal's left, where she was promptly met by the flat of Hannibal's spear, smacking her across the face. Yoriyuki stumbled backwards. Still predictable, not wasting her momentum, Hannibal sliced the blade end of her spear across Yoriyuki's gut. Cursing, Yoriyuki somersaulted backwards, landing on her feet, mumbling. Kyavu Nico, Galecat, sighing in frustration as her second spear thrust passed right through Yoriyuki. Since the technique appeared to make the former captain completely intangible momentarily, Hannibal leapt backwards. Frail though the woman was, She could pack a mean punch, and Hannibal was not about to leave herself open for a counter-attack, only to see neither hide nor hair nor golden claw of Yoriuki. Where the devil did she go? Looking around her, back and forth, she could neither see nor sense the elusive little cat. Where a surge of pain hit her as she saw 6 claw blades in 2 rows of 3 protrude from her abdominal area, spleen, to be specific. The Mujutsu Nico, innocent cat, Yoriuki purred into her ear, I'll let you guess what it does. Pulling her claws out, she jumped back. Hannibal was still largely unaffected, looking more angry than wounded. Summoning behind her a large wave of water, Hannibal prepared to bear down on Yoriuki. The woman wasted no time, closing in. Coming from underneath as the wave rose, she let her claw retract and uppercut Hannibal in the jaw with an electrical-charged Kido fist from one of the lines on her arm. For a split second, Hannibal sailed helplessly through the air and that was plenty. Coming in like a jet charged with Kung Fu, So iPhone barreled into Hannibal, determined not to let her recover. First a roundhouse to her back, hitting the small of it, and then a palm strike to her solar plexus, fist after fist to her face, anything to keep her dizzy, all of it in a matter of seconds. Finally lashing out with her spear, Hannibal landed on her feet. The assault had ended for the moment, but her head spun, and another homunxa had formed on her left breast. Snake pattern, the lightning shadow finisher. So iPhone exclaimed triumphantly. Again, Yoriuki had slipped out of sight. Damn it all. Readying her spear, Hannibal made ready to crush her like an insect. Cascada Grande dash. It happened so fast. The two of them closed in on her, the Shihoan from behind, So iPhone from the front. No stabs were made, instead the two locked their arms around her neck from behind and front, slamming into it with great force. Lightning Shadow Crusher, the double lariat. Yoriuki said with a grin, as the two jumped back. The blow had been mighty, Hannibal was fighting to keep standing. Her throat was all but crushed, it was a wonder her head was still attached. Lotus pattern, Yoriuki-sama, So iPhone said, this time, it will work. Yoriuki nodded, leaping up into the sky. So iPhone leapt forward, stabbing with her stingers. Hannibal was not of her rank as Trace for nothing, though, and narrowly dodged, time and again. There was no room in her mind to strike back, though, she was still trying her hardest not to pass out. As So iPhone fought Hannibal down on the ground, every remaining Kido line on Yoriuki's arm was consumed in the barrage she was preparing, all 84 remaining spells, everything was in this attack, and it had better work that Espada was still nowhere near finished, despite the double lariat. Finally landing a hit, Hannibal slammed her fist in So iPhone's gut, sending her back. She was recovering, the stars were mostly gone, and she was nowhere near dead yet. She had dropped her spear, but she did not fear defeat. Her opponents were tiring, the attacks they had used were huge and energy-consuming. She could win by virtue of endurance alone. Then she felt it. The surge of riot so from above, the bright glow of energy flowing inwards to a single point. It was the same attack. She leapt upwards, intent on stopping before it could fire, but there the braided woman was, slamming a kick into her side, sending her off course. She was not getting past her quick enough. All right, she had dodged them before turning tail. Hannibal fled, hoping to make herself a smaller target. Kido line release final. Barrage commencing, Yoriuki said, panting. One by one, the beams of light flew, seeking their target. Boom. The explosions rocked the city streets, laying waste to an entire block. Not risking anything this time, So iPhone rushed in immediately after they had stopped. Locating Hannibal, she slammed a palm in her face, nearly breaking her nose, striking her solar plexus for good measure. The blonde Espada was done. She lay near death on the ground, her body racked with trauma and fractures. Some blood was seeping out her mouth. How? Why? A targeting mark, So iPhone said, I planted it on you before we crushed your throat, just in case. That's why you couldn't dodge like you did last time. Holding up her stinger, she continued, I'm not going to lecture you or make a speech on why I am better than you. I'll just kill you. She raised her hand, and found it stopped by a gentle, tan hand. Yoriuki. We don't have to. I am sorry, is this the nice, happy battlefield where everyone gives as good as they get and walk back home with a few bruises? This is war Thuer. Why should we show mercy? Because maybe I want to believe not all of our enemies are irredeemable. There is such a thing as prisoners of war. Not like her. She is way too strong to be left alive. She dash. Suddenly holding iPhone close, Yuruaki continued quietly. It is war. And that's why I want it to be worth something. I'm not fighting for the Soul Society. We both left that behind long ago. I fight because it's the only way to avoid more people getting hurt. We need to show mercy, because we are better than just killing a broken, helpless enemy. I'm not questioning you. I just don't understand. You were the head of assassins. And it was a horrible thing to be, something I held on to only because it was an absolute necessity, or so I thought. Killing, I want to avoid it. Please. For me. Slowly, iPhone nodded. If she tries anything funny. Oh, then be my guest. But I suppose, for now, we could bind her with Kido. Maybe she will know something useful. Smiling, Yuruaki let go of iPhone, looking her in the eye. I love you, you know that. I do, iPhone said quietly, but this isn't exactly the time, is it? Always so business-minded. Yuruaki said, pinning the now unconscious Halibal with binding Kido. Hey, you called me Yuruaki. Without the sama. If you want me to dash. No. iPhone was quiet for a moment, then said, I finally realized it, just now this fight was the fight of our lives, and we won because we are equals. So you are Yuruaki, just my Yuruaki, just as I am your iPhone. Grinning, Yuruaki took her hand. Come on, the war is still on. And together they went, ready to fight and die if they had to. With 4 Espada now defeated, 2 dead, 1 frozen, and 1 captured, Talbumasuk was continuing his battle with Yamamoto, Urahara, Lelouch, and Yuna, the latter of the two having not entered the fight just quite yet. Yamamoto cut away at Talbumasuk furiously with his arms, not letting up for even a second. No matter how many nicks and dings he scored, thanks to the holofication he didn't seem to be making any progress. Talbumasuk used Asiro Oscuras and used the momentum to push him back across the air to where he felt Urahara approaching. He then rushed the candy maker and put his fist through Urahara's stomach, but found that it was merely a portable Jigai. In retaliation, Talbumasuk fired a bala behind him without looking. He hit Urahara dead on, predicting his movements and aiming for his vital spot. Urahara just barely dodged and Yamamoto, from far away, blocked the attack. Fighting like this is so much more difficult than I had thought it would be. I'd much rather be using my swords, but without Ryotsu at its peak I can't take them both on at once, and Urahara Kisuk is definitely the weaker of the two. How am I going to do this? Damn. The mist began to converge around Talbumasuk, but he got out of the way by charging through the outside and firing Asiro Oscuras deep into the mist. Urahara appeared behind him and used the mist to create a red tornado. He caught Talbumasuk right in it, but with his power he managed to negate most of it and regenerated what damage he took. The longer I take, the more followers I lose. I must act somehow. I can only think of one way to give me an advantage, but it has to work. Here goes nothing. Deliberately Talbumasuk removed his orange aura and switched it to red. Urahara tried to retreat, but Talbumasuk pursued and made sure to get close enough that Urahara would not be able to stop him. Taishi. Stop, the red aura shot out. It attracted Yamamoto. I have to act quickly. Talbumasuk said. He had less than 20 seconds with the head captain bearing down on him. He drove his fist into Urahara and blasted him away with an Bala-imbued fist. He then quickly cast his green aura on his mask, warped behind Urahara, drove his elbow into the shopkeeper's back and then quickly as possible switched back to his Zeko no Sozo. He fired Asiro Oscuras and, with Urahara still unable to move, blasted him with the Siro. It wouldn't kill him. Urahara was more tenacious than a gigantic cockroach, however it would keep him down long enough for Talbumasuk to finish with the other fighters. Between his combatants, he figured Lelouch and Yuna were the weaker links. Lelouch's plan was obviously to wear Talbumasuk down, but with his hollow mask, Zeko no Sozo combo that was impossible to do. He would never have the riot so to defeat him. Yamamoto came back at Talbumasuk and the Arrancar Lord retaliated with a Ciro Oscuras and went slamming forward, but Six Arms told him that he would not get any closer than 40 feet from the old man. You shall not defeat me, boy. I'm more than a millennium and a half your senior, punk, Yamamoto declared. We'll see who will defeat who in the end, Talbumasuk declared and charged up more Ballas. Bring it. At the same time this all had occurred, Neliel was still having trouble combating Shinji's Bankai. Shinji kept switching directions on her on a dime and every time it was a hard punch to the face or torso from either Kensei or Chad. All according to Lelich's plan, of course. Melee is easy when fighting opponents with higher Ryutsu. Bones and muscles naturally want to curve and retaliate, so despite Neliel's overwhelming advantage over both Chad and Kensei in terms of power, with Shinji throwing off her sense of direction she kept getting slammed. If she did make a connection there would be a huge problem, but that didn't seem like it was going to happen anytime soon. As the 2-on-1, with Shinji's interface screw continued to hamper Neliel, Mashiro came zooming in and kicked Neliel in the back and sent her slamming into the ground. Wow, she's weaker than that last Espada Hisuna and Lisa and I killed, Mashiro said looking down. She didn't even turn in my direction. You know, by this point I think she's not even sure which way to defend anymore, Shinji said, joining the group. My Bankai can have that effect on people. Shinji, you're throwing her off. Oh, that's no fun, Mashiro said. We have to play dirty, Kensei put in. You heard Lelich, we have to use everything to our advantage. He looked at Shinji. You think she's psychologically damaged enough? I'd say she probably is traumatized and losing her confidence. I take it you wanna finish things? Shinji asked. Kensei hollow-eyed, just keep me out of danger. Bankai. Kensei emerged in his super powerful Bankai. Tekken Tachikaze. Someone needs to put her out of her misery. I've got the power to do it. On my 6, he told Shinji and took off towards Neliel. Shinji looked down at the battle about to unfold. I feel kind of bad for that girl. The pretty ones deserve to live long. Following these events, Renji, Ishine, and Kaien were being kicked around like a dog being beat with a newspaper. Ishine would have had the advantage if he had acted sooner, but with her power up and the boost from his and Renji's lust, Mia's arrow only made Ishine's attacks seem like she was getting some sick sexual thrill off of them. Mia had used her stiletto to kick Ishine's Getchuga Tensho in half, and when Ishine tried to attack her from behind he wound up hitting her ass with the flat end of the blade, which only made Mia laugh flirtatiously before she planted the heel of her shoe into his spinal column, sending him into the ground. Tell me how the dirt tastes, hun, Mia laughed. Man, we are getting our asses handed to us, Kaien stated. Preaching to the choir here, Kaien, Renji said. Ishine landed in front of them. Well, nice of you to drop by, cousin, Kaien smirked at Ishine. Ishine grunted as he got up from the ground. No reason to keep morale up, Kaien, we know we're getting our butts kicked. Ishine said and about faced towards where Mia was waiting. Look at her, she's just gonna wait till we try again. That's some self-confidence she's got in herself. She's a monster to society. What the hell are you complimenting her for? Kaien asked. Just engraving into my mind the woman who forced me to lose my powers a second time, Ishine said, taking a deep breath. What? Kaien said flatly. Renji, whack her again, bind if you can, I gotta make sure this doesn't miss, Ishine said, glowing blue. Hold up there, Ishine. We're in the middle of a battle, you are going to waste that on her? Save it for Talbumasuk. Kaien urged. No can do, Kaien, Ishine said. In fact, I think I'm starting to realize why Lelich pitted us against her despite mine and Renji's women troubles. You wanted to fight her, Renji can keep her busy so that I, Ishine's blade was completely engulfed in a bright white-blue flame, can take her out. Kaien, since I won't be around to guide my son in the other world after this, I leave the job to you. If Ichigo needs someone to lean on, someone he can count on to give him advice where I can't do that for me when he's out there in the mess. But, Ishine, Kaien began again. Kaien, this is a risk-free solution. I only got my powers back anyway so I could kick Aizen's ass. After this, I'm not going to be needed anymore. Lelich has taken up my mantle and he got Yuna back, somehow. I'm not needed anymore. Let me do this, Kaien, Ishine said and gave him a thumbs up, let me do this for my son and my little girls. I'm going to be normal and raise them like normal kids. If they start to learn otherwise, I'm counting on you and your sister if Ichigo can't handle it, okay? Oh, and never let Ichigo know that this technique exists. Absolute power is overrated, absolutely. Ishine. Now, no more talking. Ishine powered himself up and covered himself completely in the aura of the Getsuga. Saigo no Getsuga Tensho. Ishine's torso became wrapped in a sky-blue aura. Bandages, grey to the white ones Kira had worn, wrapped around his arms. His hakama remained the same. Ishine's hair turned the same color as Grimjo's, only a little lighter and spiked up a few inches higher. His right hand became coated in the same energy with a blade on his arm the size of his Bankai's sword. Mia looked at him with interest. Rar. She seemed taken with the form. All right Renji, make sure I can hit her. You, Renji pulled back his arm, got it. Hiyo Zabumaru went lashing out. Mia attempted to bash it away, but it swerved as Renji had managed to obtain much easier control over it thanks to his training. He could react and swerve his Bankai much faster. His overtaker Zanpakuto now struck at extremely fast speeds. Its size was no longer hampered and Renji was now going to be the assist to the defeat of an Espada. He finally got it so that Mia could not escape Hiyo Zabumaru as it coiled around her, preventing her from escaping. If she took the time to charge a Zero, Ishine would flatten her, and if she ballad, Renji would block it. Never thought I'd get upstaged by you of all people. Kyan folded his hands behind his head, but hey, I'm not complaining. Every dog has their day after all. Can I have one moment of being cool without someone stepping on it? Renji asked Sniply. I was being punny, you came from Inzuri, Kyan retorted. Renji winced while still keep a steady hand. Ishine, finish this so I can hit Kyan. Ishine laughed, well hey, I thought it was funny. Ishine rushed towards Mia and got right in her space. Sorry to do this beautiful, but you're evil, Mainjitsu. Full Moon, the gigantic Getsuga Tensho, the same one that had left Aizen nearly split in half, and only because Kyoka Suijutsu had thrown Ishine off by a very tiny margin and Ishine hit him point blank, ripped through Mia like scissors through a sheet of paper. Mia never felt hit harder than by that attack. It nearly disintegrated her body on contact. No, it can't end like this, not like this, master, I. Her final words carried across the air to Talbumasuk's ears. At the very least her Ryutsu dropped out and Talbumasuk could have sworn he did hear them. Mia? Yamamoto came after him, but Talbumasuk, rapid fire balladed the attack and followed up with an ordinary Zero before finishing off with a Zero Oscurus. He brought his hand up by his face and clenched it. He took in a deep breath and stabilized himself. I will grieve later. Besides, once I become the supreme ruler of everything, I will bring Mia back to me. If Lelouch can revive Homura Yuna from the dead, then I can do the same to my Mia. He realized what he said. Mine. Yes, Mia was mine, wasn't she? Talbumasuk gripped his chest and smiled awkwardly. It's funny, I never thought I'd find myself so attached to a woman, least of all one from another species, but Mia was special. She always was. He took a pause. I loved her. Talbumasuk let out a furious scream. He was pissed off. Of course, through Mia's death his dark instincts grew and his hollowification intensified, mixing with his Soul Reaper identity. Talbumasuk just felt angry and he didn't know why. His hands became as black as charcoal, clawed with only 4 fingers. His uniform tore and a hole tore open in his chest. Black feet extended down. What's going on? Lelouch had not forecast this happening at all. He tried to hone in on Talbumasuk's Ryutsu. By my calculations, Talbumasuk is turning into what Ichigo was before. Suteiko. Lelouch called to the head captain as Talbumasuk finished transforming. He only got claws on his arms and his feet and charcoal skin as the top of his uniform completely vanished and 2 demonic wings shot out of his back, thinner than Ulquiorra's and brimming with energy. And to think I didn't even need the Hogyaku for this. It's amazing what the pain of loss can do. Talbumasuk marveled at his arm. I didn't think I would be pushed to such anger. I did really want to protect Mia, but this, even I did not think her death would infuriate me this much. Crap, it's sentient, Lelouch realized. When Ichigo hollow-fied he was completely out of control, so why is Talbumasuk in control? Is it because he's more experienced, because he gained Bankai naturally? Either way this is not good. Can the head captain fight this sort of strength? Witness the power. Talbumasuk declared. He charged forward only for the blazing swords to actually manage to strike his body and stop his attack. What? You fool? Did you really think that just a full hollowification would make you a match for me? Zeko no Sozo makes you as powerful as you can possibly be. It is possible that this works towards this transformation as well. Of course, I have noticed you have become stronger, but it is not enough. Even with your hollowification I am still the stronger of the two of us. You will not beat me. Yamamoto declared. Talbumasuk disappeared and reappeared behind Yamamoto and fired off a Zero Oscuras. Yamamoto dodged it and prepared to face off against Talbumasuk. If that is what you think, then let us test theory, shall we? Talbumasuk asked. I may have hollow-fied, but this is something of which I have merely unlocked. Unlike Kurosaki Ichigo, I have sentience. I will beat you all and return to normal form when this battle is over and claim the Soul King's throne for my own. It is that. Talbumasuk radiated with energy and summoned two energy swords, one was green the other yellow, simple. To be continued. Chapter 89, Talbumasuk's Fall. Third-person POV. On the site with the giant monstrosity that was Yami, Stefan and Kenpeki were doing their best to take the gigantic monster down, but so far the battle was still relatively even. Yami hadn't done much damage to them, but the reverse also held true. However, the intensity of the battle was about to increase. Stefan stopped dead in his tracks as Kenpeki went back into the fray and fought past Yami's large claws, snapping jaw and gigantic wings to make an attack on his chest only to get smacked away by Yami's fast-moving tail. Stefan concentrated. This battle has gone on long enough, it's time I unleashed my true fury. Dark green energy surged around Stefan and his Ryotsu spiked. He let out a forceful yell as he charged his Ryotsu. The lavender and indigo coat that he had fought Ichigo, and his own teammate, in, formed around his body. The gloves, the fancy blade, they were all there. Namikagu, Shin no Ha no Shishio. Stefan twirled his blade and then pulled his arm towards his chest and gripped it. Let's go. He disappeared in a flash and before Yami knew it Stefan was on his knee. Yami swiped at the small, in comparison to him anyway, man and only wound up slapping his own knee. Stefan ran up Yami's arm and then swung his sword down creating a green force wave of energy that tore through the Espada's arm like a fingernail into peeling paint. Finally there was visible damage. Yami covered his wound with his arm. Ack, damn you, with his wing Yami created a gale force wind and blew Stefan away of his feet. Yami followed up with a powerful bala. Stefan thought he might get hit seeing as he couldn't gain air control, but a large katana blocked the bala and a large black wing created an updraft allowing Stefan to do a midair flip, giving him the control he needed and he pressed his own blade into the bala and it was deflected into the ground. Didn't expect you to show up, Stefan smirked at Hisuna. The Octava has fallen, you and Kenpeki seemed like you could some help, Hisuna said. Heh, you really think so? I finally managed to get visible damage, Stefan boasted, it'll take a while, but we can take him. I'm helping regardless. Even if I can't inflict damage, that Espada is a moron I can be a good diversion, Hisuna stated. I think we have something better than that, Stefan said and called down to Kenpeki, hey. Zaraki. I finally got Namikagu out. Take things up a notch will ya? Stefan requested. Kenpeki grinned. You don't have to ask, I was all ready. He put both hands on his sword, planning on doing so. Kenpeki charged forward and attacked with his sword into Yami's toenail, shattering it with the double-handed swing. Kenpeki leapt into the air and then spun in the air like a spinning wheel of blade death. He tore right into Yami's knee. The thick arrow caused Kenpeki's sword to get stuck though. However, through sheer willpower Kenpeki blasted it out of its organic sheath. Damn you! Yami shouted and swatted at Kenpeki. Ryasi I aim. Meteor rain. The air became red and hot behind Hisuna and a punch of meteors seemed to spawn from the air around her and blasted into Kenpeki like falling debris, covering Kenpeki's escape. However, the 11th Division captain was not like that, and rather than run he used the rocks to his advantage, bouncing off of them until he got within striking distance of Yami's face. Yami brought his wing at Kenpeki, but Kenpeki rather than get blown away stuck his sword through Yami's wing and cut up with both hands, tearing through the wing like a rapier through a sail. Yami howled in pain and Kenpeki dashed towards his other wing and then, coating his body in his riot suit, rammed through it like one of Madrid's bulls. This. Kenpeki dropped down from the air and cut into Yami's tail. He hacked at the monster's ankle. So. He leapt into the air and landed on Yami's armored spine. He sprinted up Yami's back. Fun. He stabbed his sword into the one spot Yami, with his anatomy, could never reach. Kenpeki cut through it, but then Yami got cheap and threw his head back to shake Kenpeki off, sending the demonic captain into the boundary of the barrier. Kenpeki got up and snickered. It started as a small chortle, but went into full-out laughter. Oh, this is great, I've never met an opponent where I can go this far into battle. He looked at his sword. If this keeps up I may actually have to use what you taught me, partner. He put it down at his side and stared at Hisuna and Stefan bugging Yami like gigantic mosquitoes. But for now, let's just have some fun. Kenpeki ran back into the fray. A blast of yellow Ryoryoku alerted Jin to Kenpeki getting serious. No sooner had he become aware of this though, Rose sent out his whips at him to attack. Jin bashed them away with his Bankai, growing and shrinking it to hack each incoming projectile away. Buto. He aimed the technique right for Rose's chest, but Lisa defended him with her Shikai. Man, this ain't fun anymore. I could just kill them all, but Lelich said he'd force my hand in this battle. Jin paused. Well, if nothing happens in the next few minutes, I'm gonna say screw it. Jin shunpoed near Lisa and Rose. He speared towards Lisa's face, thankfully he only managed to scrape her mask as she bent over backwards. Lisa then flipped onto her hands and latched her shoes onto Jin's blade while it was still extending, since she knew it retracted incredibly quickly. Of course, what she didn't realize is that there was no retraction. Jin's blade shot out like a rocket and then disintegrated, returning to its original size instantaneously. She lost her balance and Jin fired upon her with the Bankai, but she flipped and he only wound up tearing a hole in the bottom of her skirt, missing her flesh altogether. Lisa stood at the ready, mask gone, to try and come up with a new strategy. A whip headed for Jin's head from behind. In Kosen, Jin blocked it with Kido and then vanished, reselecting his target. Well, sorry Lelich, I'm bored. Jin was about to go on a killing spree when suddenly he stopped, feeling sick to his stomach. He coughed uncontrollably and wound up coughing blood into his hand. Wha? Did I spend too much time round Yukatake Teiko? Jin thought to himself. Oh, so it took effect after all. Jin heard Captain Kuratsuka's voice. It seems you were not as quick to destroy my Bankai as you believed. Jin looked over and opened one eye in ire. I'm amazed the Vizard wasn't affected, but he probably put on his mask just as I activated it, possibly Lelich's idea. I'm poisoned? Jin wondered to himself. I think the only reason you held out this long is because your Ryotsu is significantly higher than mine, but in the end the poison should affect you just the same. That's why I was sent to fight you after all. My poison, he pointed at Jin, to kill you. Jin opened his other eye. You double-crossing bastard. Actually, that's only half true, Lelich's voice came from behind Jin. The silver-haired bastard shut his eyes. Which part is the lie? He asked. Explain fast, he held up Shinso, or I'll take you down with me. Lelich held up a brown bottle. I got this from Nimue before we left. Mayuri scowled, recognizing his Bankai's antidote. He would have loved to watch Jin die. He enjoyed people dying as much as his now about to be potentially saved victim was. The screams of the damned were music to his ears. This is my ultimatum, Jin, Lelich said with a smug grin. This bottle holds the antidote to Mayuri's poison. In exchange for your loyalty I will give you this antidote. Cross me, and I won't hesitate to sell you out to Talbumasuk. Sell him out. Rose was confused. Jin grinned as the purple splotches on his face grew wider. Yeah, drive a hard bargain, Lelich. I got to do what you say or I lose my life. So that's what ya meant when ya said you would make me an offer I couldn't refuse. I don't trust your word at face value. However, Attempt to fight back once you've secured the antidote and know that I will have you killed, Lelouch promised. It was all an act of course. He and Jin had worked out this before already. In the last battle, Lelouch told Jin that in their next battle he would make Jin an offer he could not refuse. Once that happened, everything that would follow after Jin took the antidote was already worked out, supposedly. Jin put away his sword and held up his hands. I surrender. Rose kept his whips trained on Jin, not trusting him. As the antidote was administered, the war continued elsewhere. The five-way between Ulquiorra versus Anohana, Yucatec, Byakuya, Shunsui, and Tessai was continuing at a losing rate for the Soul Reapers. Despite their high-level abilities, Ulquiorra was still the stronger fighter. Shunsui could not use his Bankai with so many people around, Byakuya wasn't able to scratch Ulquiorra, Tessai was injured and Anohana was too exhausted to activate her own Bankai. Yucatec soon realized this. I guess it's up to me then. He retreated from the front of the line and watched as Tessai and Anohana attempted a gang attack on Ulquiorra, only for the Cuarto Espada to knock them both away. Tessai took a kick to the solar plexus and Anohana blocked Ulquiorra's lance with her sword and was pushed back. Bankai! Yucatec declared. Yucatec was covered in a white glow with a yellowish tint. A large dais appeared behind him, connected to him by intangible, blue, transparent threads. The dais had 19 circular imprints on it and rotated slowly behind Yucatec at 10 revolutions per minute. Hanran Dekane Isogyo no Kotori. Uncontradictable truth of Pisces, Yucatec declared. Commander! Tsukubishi! He called out. Tessai saw Yucatec's Bankai and nodded in response. He fired a golden Hiri Yujikazoku Shinten Reiho at Yucatec. The blast was absorbed by Yucatec's sword and a symbol representing the attack appeared on one of the circular imprints of Yucatec's dais. Ulquiorra saw what Yucatec was doing as he began absorbing Kido thrown at him deliberately from Anohana and Tessai. Ulquiorra made for Yucatec to stop him, but Byakuya and Shunsui halted his progress. Bushigama! Shunsui attacked with his whirlwind. Ulquiorra so neatoed out of the way right near Byakuya. Shukiai Hakyutkan! Byakuya charged forward incredibly quickly and nearly severed Ulquiorra's left arm off, but Ulquiorra dodged and managed to escape, having his arm severed from his body. I don't have an option. Ulquiorra took his lance and threw it at Yucatec. However, he could not see that Yucatec almost had absorbed 19 attacks between Tessai and Anohana. As the lance came in, Anohana fired attack number 19. Yucatec turned to his right and saw the lance headed straight for him. Perfect timing. The white-haired captain thought. He's crazy if he thinks he can absorb that. It's impossible. Ulquiorra thought to himself. Unfortunately, Ulquiorra was not dealing with Tessai, he was dealing with one of the original captains of the Godi I-13, Yucatec Jushiro. And Yucatec was not the type of man to let an attack with enough explosive power to blow up a mountain intimidate or stop him. He held steadfast. Ulquiorra showed emotion of shock. He's crazy. Yucatec actually absorbed the lance. Got it. The dais behind him sped up in speed at 5,000 RPM. This is not happening. Yucatec used Shunpo and got right in Ulquiorra's face, delaying the release of all the stored energy for as long as he could. Sogyo no Kodzuke, Bazai Honkitsu, Gavel of Pisces, guilty verdict, all of the energy Yucatec had absorbed was unleashed in that one attack. The blast was white in color and turned all of Karakura town in front of Yucatec into what would happen if an atomic bomb were launched along the ground sideways. The blast was so powerful Yucatec almost cracked the barrier holding the fake Karakura town together, but the barrier held fast against the tip of the attack. Ulquiorra, unlike Mia, did not disintegrate immediately. He had fired a Zero Oscuras at the last second to reduce the damage, but it barely did squat. Now on the ground, having dropped out of the air like a fallen leaf, Ulquiorra was nothing except a head and upper torso with shoulders, his legs were detached from what remained of his body. Ulquiorra regenerated from the damage and Yucatec stood in front of him, but his Bankai was disabled. Using that attack with that level of power did a number on not just his Ryutsu, but also his physical stamina. He held up his sealed sword, staring Ulquiorra down. Ulquiorra flexed his arm. My body has regenerated, but it's just a front, the organs and tissue won't come back. dreadfully underestimated these people. Yucatec was panting like a dog. As he broke out into a coughing fit of blood, Anohana let him lean on her shoulder as Shunsui, Byakuya, and Tessai surrounded him. "Wow, you're actually still alive, didn't think you'd still be standing after that." Shunsui lifted his hat. He pushed it down, "But I can feel it from here. Your body is at its limit. You should retreat while you have the opportunity, unless you feel like dying." "Retreating won't do me any good," Ulquiorra said, and his wing burst into dust, alarming Tessai and Yucatec. Byakuya didn't explicitly show his surprise, and Shunsui figured Ulquiorra was this badly damaged. "As you can see, I'm already at death's door." "Well then, Mr. Espada, let me leave you with a little thought before you go," Shunsui spoke up. "Earlier you stated that winning was all there was. You said you had no interest in material objects and only followed your leader and his word," Shunsui recalled. "That's correct," Ulquiorra confirmed. "Tell me something, did the violence matter to you? Did you agree with Talbumasuk and Aizen's objectives?" Shunsui asked. "Their objectives did not matter. I had purpose. That was what mattered," Ulquiorra said. "I see," Shunsui sighed. "Why are you giving me that look?" Ulquiorra asked. "Do not pity me like some dying human." "I can't help it," Shunsui said. "After all, in becoming like Soul Reapers, Aizen and Talbumasuk made you more human." "What utter nonsense," Ulquiorra said. "I don't think it's nonsense," Shunsui stated. "You have to be Vastolord's level. One of my colleagues fought a Vastolords on her own before." "Her?" Ulquiorra looked up at the sky. "I see, you must be referring to Akarimari's battle with Vanguard, the most powerful Vastolords in Hueco Mundo's history. Why are you bringing that century-old event up?" Lelich wrote a report. "If I were to compare your motives to Vanguard or even the last guy I killed, I'd definitely say that you all are much more human in nature than you would like to believe or think," Shunsui stated. "Tell me, did you want to fight us? Or did you only do so because it was your purpose?" Ulquiorra started to disintegrate from his right wing over to his left. "What you ask is something I did not give thought to. It was pointless. However, earlier you said that there were more to things than life than just fighting, and I must agree. For in this world I have found at least one thing that is more important than battle, but it is not within the realm of possibility for me to possess it." However, Ulquiorra looked up at the sky. "I will take what you have said and die with these thoughts that I say aloud." Both his wings were gone. "That one thing that I thought was more important than fighting." His arms began to disappear. "That one thing that was brighter than the whitest light, purer than the holiest of water." His arms were gone. "I hope." His horns and tail disintegrated. "Wherever she is." Ulquiorra closed his eyes and a drop of blood dripped like a tear from his right eye. "That she is smiling." The rest of his body began to dissolve, and happy. The drop of blood hit the ground, and in sync with it, Ulquiorra was gone. Back at the Kinogaya district, Ichigo and Grimmjow continued to battle fiercely against each other. Ichigo had come off the desk Aaron with only the cheek from his mask torn off, which he regenerated. He had come to rely on his mask as more than just a power augmentation, but, like hollow bone, also a guard to his face. Lelich had forced him into grasping that concept by taking a lot of headshots during one training session and ceased when Ichigo put his mask on. It was enough for Ichigo to get the message. With both hands on his sword, Ichigo swung at the feline Espada, who blocked with the spike along his arm and then took a swing at Ichigo's face. Ichigo jerked his head to the side, ducked down, swung up on his sword, forcing Grimmjow back, taking nearby Reishi with him, and then converted it to Ryuryoku and blasted Grimmjow at close to point blank with a 40% full power Getchuga blast. Grimmjow went flying into the nearby parking lot and nearly went underground, but he steadied himself and charged back at Ichigo. The teenager sidestepped the charge and took a sideways hacking swing at Grimmjow, but the Espada cartwheeled away and then used Sonido to get right behind Ichigo and claw his face as he reached from behind. Ichigo drove the pommel of Tensou Zanjutsu into Grimmjow's chest and then turned around and put his fingers through one of the blade's chains and spun it like he had watched his hollow do in their battle. Ichigo, with the blade having momentum, switched from the chain to the pommel of the actual blade and dashed forward and let fly the sword spinning technique he had watched Stefan perform. He had seen the technique often enough in their battle that it had been ingrained into his mind, and during his training had managed to replicate and perfect the skill itself. He also spent an entire day learning some tricks from Stefan during the past month reprieve rather than with his friends. Stefan was more than happy to teach Ichigo now that they were on the same page, and Ichigo now had a few more options. As Grimmjow came off from the attack and tried to strike at Ichigo with a spinning roundhouse kick, Ichigo crouched low and swung, cutting Grimmjow in the waist, and then used Shunpo to reverse his direction on the spot and sent out a weak Getsuga along with the swing, knocking Grimmjow away. While the Espada was destabilized, Ichigo powered up as much energy as he could and fired it right as Grimmjow was about to finish his recoil. The speed of the strike from waiting so long made up for the lack of disorientation on Grimmjow. He went sailing into a tree, but bounced off it and came at Ichigo and clawed him straight along the chest. Ichigo swung down, but Grimmjow popped up and uppercut him in the jaw before kicking him in the stomach. Ichigo went hurling through the air, but pushed himself off a fire hydrant he knew would be underneath him, just as he went across a two-lane two-way street and pushed off it to go flying back at Grimmjow. He veered to the right and circled towards Grimmjow's right flank. Grimmjow saw this and met Ichigo head-on. "Yeah, that's what I thought," Ichigo said, and vanished, leaping into the air and using Shunpo to leave Grimmjow's sight, getting above and behind him. Getsuga Tensho. The 70% powered blast nailed Grimmjow right into the back and he hit the dirt. He got back up in seconds though. "Well, now seems you actually are fighting smarter than last time. You've gotten pretty good," Grimmjow commented. "You're not so bad yourself," Ichigo added. "I have to say though, we could end this fight right now and pick it up later. You're not loyal to Talbumasuk as far as I can tell. My promise to fight you whenever you want I will keep till I'm reincarnated, but if you prevent me from protecting what I care about I will really finish this." "Pa, the only reason you'd be spouting this crap is if you're afraid of losing," Grimmjow smirked. "Are you?" "Not a chance." Ichigo vanished and then began running circles around Grimmjow. He had worked out this maneuver with Stefan's help as well. He would circle around the enemy, feint that he was coming forward, and really telegraph that he was, disorient the enemy to think he was coming at them, and then, when they committed to attacking, the feint strike from the opposite side or flank. It worked flawlessly and Ichigo made a nice gash diagonally down Grimmjow's back. Grimmjow smacked him away with his tail. "So what is it then?" Grimmjow asked, and retaliated by using Sonito to get right above and on Ichigo's left side so he could kick him in the head. Ichigo blocked as he crossed his sword over his body, turned to face Grimmjow and drew away. Grimmjow got behind him again. "If it's not that, then what is it?" he repeated. Ichigo blocked the kick coming up from down low and tried to push it down. "Do you want me to stop cause you're afraid your friends might die, or do you want me to stop and think that I'd actually help you?" The answer was reflected in a momentary lapse in Ichigo's thoughts that let Grimmjow push forward a few centimeters. "I'm going to say this once," Grimmjow sneered, "I am not your friend. I am a Hollow, you are a Soul Reaper. Our rivalry only exists so long as we can walk away from the field of battle. If you don't want to kill me, that's your business, but if I defeat your sorry ass I will kill you, no remorse, no second chances. I hate your guts." Grimmjow switched limbs to try and claw Ichigo from above, but the teen drew back, staring at his opponent. "What, did you really think you could make me into someone like you?" "Sorry, I don't do the friendship thing," Grimmjow stated. "Why is it I don't believe that last statement?" Ichigo said with conviction. Grimmjow just grinned. "If that's what you believe, let me amend my statement. Like I said, in the end we are different beings. Our alliances will always clash. Befriending you serves no purpose. Besides, I can always find another rival. I'm a bloodthirsty Hollow. I hunger for death. That may not be how you function, but I don't give a fuck, got it?" Grimmjow powered up his Ryutsu. "Now let's finish this." Grimmjow ran two fingers over one of his cuts and rubbed the blood between them as blue energy sparked. Gran Ray Zero. He fired the powerful blue Zero at Ichigo. The Vizard prepared a Getsuga Tensho in response. As the black and blue waves skyrocketed towards the edge of the thermosphere, Neliel was locked in a one-sided beatdown from Kensei. He kept smacking her around, blowing her away, delivering punch after punch, and all Neliel did was suffer shock from the fact that she could do nothing but get hit. It wasn't logical to her that she could be so ruthlessly beaten by a Soul Reaper's blade. She could not lose, not to beasts. She had to avenge Pesha and Dondokaka, she had to make good on her promise to Grimjo, hold her sanity. And yet there was nothing she could do. Kensei smacked her hard in the face and she hit the ground. As she pushed up off the ground, Kensei removed his mask. He would have to wait a while to be able to use it again, but as he watched Neliel crouch down on all fours, she appeared to be crying. Kensei stayed on guard. He knew of enemies that tried to pretend to be troubled to try and catch their opponents at a weakened state of mind, but at the same time, a feeling in his gut told him that this couldn't possibly be the case. Even if Neliel was trying to lure him in, she would still be unable to trust her eyes. Her crying wasn't a gambit. It was a sign of her frustration, misery, a sign that she was more like a human than most had originally thought. After all, monsters could not produce tears, maybe some could produce crocodile tears, but not what Kensei was seeing. Cautiously he took one step towards her. You know, a battlefield isn't the place for crying. I'm only not striking cause I think you're up to something, but if it's not, speak your mind. Lelich told us you guys were pretty human. Judging from the waterworks, he wasn't lying. I don't want to die, Neliel sobbed. Huh. Shinji, what's going on down there? Why isn't Kensei beating her up? Mashiro asked. Beats the hell out of me, why not ask him yourself? Shinji suggested. No thanks, I'm fine right here, Mashiro said, standing idle. Neliel continued to stare at the ground. In the last battle my friends were taken from me. I swore I would avenge them even if I must pay the ultimate penalty, but a friend I had forgotten I had, showed me that I still had reason to live, and yet, I have not been able to do much of anything and several of my allies are dead. I don't know what to do. Kensei found it very odd that an enemy would make such a confession to him. However, if she was looking for sympathy, she was slowly getting it. Kensei rubbed the back of his head, looked to the side, closed his eyes and grit his teeth. TCH, man, this is tough, Kensei thought aloud. He looked back at Neliel with sympathetic eyes, rare for the white-haired captain. He himself could not believe he was being this soft. Still, right now he didn't see a hollow in front of him, just a female enemy broken down and pleading for her life. An old doctrine went into his head from his military days as a captain: better an enemy surrenders and change their ways than to be denied life another day. How badly do you not want to die? He asked Neliel. Neliel had stopped crying, but was still despaired. If you spare me, I will leave. I care no longer for the cause. It is not worth dying over. I just want, she sniffed again, I just want to keep on living. Kensei disabled his Bankai. Then live, he said. Neliel noticed the severe drop in Ryutsu and saw Kensei with his back to her. What the hell is he doing? Mashiro shouted. Turning your back is one thing, but he sealed his Bankai. You're letting me go? Neliel asked. Shinji always says the pretty ones deserve to live longer, but that's not why I'm letting you go. I'm not mature enough not to hit kids or fight a woman, but I believe someone as humane as you, if they're not under the dictation of someone like Talbumasuk, is not a threat to the Soul Society or any innocent or peaceful being, Kensei said. Shinji's still got you under his influence. Attempt to attack me and you'll most likely miss. Take this opportunity and go. Neliel just stared. Quickly, before I change my mind. Neliel rose to her feet. She held up her hand to open a Garganta, but stopped. She turned towards Kensei. Why do you fight? She asked. Kensei looked up at Mashiro and looked over to the replica of a half-destroyed orphanage. To protect the weak, I fight in their stead. Neliel powered down to sealed form. I see. What's it matter to you why I fight? Kensei asked. In battle I have always wanted to be bested by a warrior with superior skill. I cannot say, due to your partner's Zanpakuto, if you are truly superior to me, but the fact that you can show mercy to an enemy shows the mark of an individual with restraint, and your cause is noble. In my book you are indeed a warrior, Neliel said and opened the Garganta. If you see me again, if any of you see me again, I hope it is on less violent terms. Kensei didn't respond. Goodbye. Neliel walked into the Garganta. Grimjo noticed it when Neliel retreated. The distraction gave Ichigo an opening to deck him in the face. Grimmjow got up and got defensive, but stopped. Ichigo saw this and halted his advance. Grimmjow grinned. So you've had enough to huh? Can't say I disagree with you. I think in the end we're all expendable. Hey, Kurosaki! Grimmjow shouted. You don't need to shout, Ichigo said in a serious tone. If there were any survivors of this battle, you think the Soul Society would hunt us down? Grimmjow asked. Now you're interested in talking, Ichigo mocked. Just answer the question, Grimmjow snapped. Ichigo stood erect. He removed his mask so that the timer didn't run out in the middle of this non-combative chat. Well, knowing how the society works, probably, unless Lelouch had reason to voice out not to. If you proved you weren't worth pursuing or did something to actually help us, there's a chance they'd let you go with a warning. Of course, I'm not a captain, so anything I say is just idealistic thinking. Grimmjow looked over to where the fight with Yami was going on, where the amount of people fighting him were growing by the minute. I was just thinking, if I turned on Talbumasuk by helping you take down Yami, you think they'd let me go? Ichigo was surprised. You mean you don't get the wrong idea? Grimmjow chastised, closing his eyes. This is a one-shot deal. I need my ass intact, and my friend retreated back to Hueco Mundo. I'm only interested in getting out of here alive. I could leave now, but at the same time I've been looking for an excuse to kill Yami for the longest time. It's personal motivation. So can I help or not? Ichigo smirked. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Lelouch thought that this would happen. Seeing as how he's calling the shots right now, he, and I, would be happy to have your assistance. Then put your mask back on and let's go kick some ass, Grimmjow said. You got it. Ichigo put his visored mask back on and the two rivals took off to help kill Yami. As the number of fighters against Yami swelled to more than 5 times the original amount, Talbumasuk was continuing his fight with Yamamoto, realizing that, besides Yami, he had lost all of his other allies. However, that would not stop him. With his energy swords he switched the green sword to a purple one and then used the white one to slow Yamamoto down. He charged in quickly and created a rift like the ones he had used on Byakuya and Baragan before him on Yamamoto. Kaiho! He missed and Yamamoto was behind him. Either the speed reduction was so minimal it was ineffective, or Yamamoto was just that strong. Either way, it didn't matter. Yamamoto sent out 6 different arms at Talbumasuk. With his swords he blocked the first 2 strikes. He used Hofuku to disable a third only for the combat knife, the broadsword and the rapier to all cut him, repeatedly, adding burning strikes on top of it. Talbumasuk retreated back, but saw the remaining 4 blades coming up from behind him. He turned one blade red and stopped time and made a beeline towards Yamamoto. This ends now. He moved past the blades, but while they were stopped, the area of effect didn't reach as far as Yamamoto himself, only his familiar was affected. Talbumasuk clashed one blade against Yamamoto's own sword. Yamamoto pushed him off and sent out a spiral of flame at the transformed fallen noble. With a normal zero, the attack was countered and Talbumasuk threw the white energy sword at Yamamoto, spearing him with the white energy. The blade sunk in and made Yamamoto extremely slow. Talbumasuk created another energy sword and struck towards Yamamoto. With the blade actually sunk into him, Yamamoto was unable to defend himself and Talbumasuk had the power to cut him down with his blade. Before he finished falling, Talbumasuk turned his purple sword, blue, and generated an enormous amount of power. Shinsei no Hanu. He blasted Yamamoto with the Raging Inferno. Yamamoto was down for the count. He wasn't dead, but his condition was now not much better than Urahara's. Talbumasuk cackled. What was that about you being the strongest? I beat you, head Captain Yamamoto. It's over. Actually, it's just beginning, a voice said, Teiyaga Sei Hoki. A blinding white flash of energy barely missed, slamming into Talbumasuk's back, coming out with the destructive force as Ichigo's lunar variant of the similar technique. Shikumo. A dark fog spread towards Talbumasuk. He dodged away from it and higher into the air. He saw Lelouch and Yuna beneath him. You two should have attacked me a while ago. I already defeated Yamamoto and Urahara. It's pretty arrogant of you to think of you as a fitting anchor, Lelouch, Talbumasuk said to him. How so? True, Yamamoto and Urahara didn't do much to you, but they didn't need to. After all, your perfection is at its limit. Lelich declared. What are you? Talbumasuk began to say, only for the orange aura permeating around him to vanish, and for him, his hollow mask shattered and he returned to his Bankai state, fully clothed. He was now also very exhausted. What? No ability is indefinite. All things have their limits. It was naive of you to think that you could rely on Zeko no Sozo for the entire battle, especially when dealing with enemies far above your own natural skill level, Lelich stated. The closer one is to perfection, the less they can maintain that near perfection. True, your physical state was obtained through two abilities complementing one another, but it was not indefinite. Your Zanpakuto is based around time. Zeko no Sozo lets you keep yourself in a perpetual state of optimal health, but even then it is only a matter of time before that perpetual state has its limitation. It's no different from a hollow mask. All of your powers work off of temporal or spatial manipulation, but at the same time they all have a timer on them. Karakai Musho, Hofuku, Shinsei no Hanu, the attack only lasts for a few seconds, but Zeko no Sozo is different. It keeps you in a state of perpetual optimal efficiency. What if that not only applied to your strengths as well, but, even though you could use them, the duration of your attacks? The horrified look at Talbumasuk's face was all Lelich needed to realize he was onto something. Zeko no Sozo is indeed a powerful technique. It makes you secure in your own skill, knowing that most cannot stand against you. And that's why it never occurred to you that its effects could run out if you fought for too long. The look on your face tells me I'm right. After all, Talbumasuk, Lelich tossed out his arm, I'm the one who outfoxed Kyoka Suijutsu's wielder. Did you really think I wouldn't figure out how to counter you as well? Talbumasuk smiled and clapped. Bravo, he said calmly, I am impressed. It's true, I did not think what you did and it has left me weakened. However, Talbumasuk conjured two swords, one yellow and one white, with a blue aura circulating around his feet. He extended one sword towards Lelich. You have the majority of your forces focused on Yami. I still say you are very arrogant if you think you and Yuna are enough of a match for me. Arrogant it may be, but it is my plan. Lelich said and raised his Ryutsu. Shokin Kinshi. The sky above Lelich darkened and an anchor dropped down and began pulling up and being from beyond the visible plane. The same horror Lelich had used to face Aizen he was now using against Talbumasuk. I'm going to let you in on a little fact you may not have been aware of, Talbumasuk. I purposely disengaged Shokin Kinshi in my Bankai when I fought Aizen. I fought him with every intention of losing that fight so I could box him into a corner and geese him to death. You may have found a way to counter my geese, but that is no longer my only weapon. This monstrosity is my most powerful technique and I will crush you with it. It may not have been strong enough to defeat Aizen, but it will be enough for you. The horror took a swing at Talbumasuk. He sliced the arm off the horror and made straight for Lelich. Yuna stopped him and with her superior strength due to Talbumasuk's fatigue, pushed him back. Teiyaga Sei Hoki. She fired the white arc of energy. Talbumasuk dismissed it by switching his yellow aura blade to a green one. Yuna, now! Lelich shouted. The 8th Division Vice Captain nodded. She and Lelich had worked up a special combo for their part in the battle. With his identity revealed, Lelich could freely experiment with his Bankai. It is said that the power of a Zanpakuto comes between the synergy between its wielder and the spirit itself. However, very little know that, in rare cases the same could be said for two Soul Reapers who trust each other. When in cooperation they are able to push past the limits of their own abilities and combine their abilities in ways that surpass the effectiveness, but relate similarly to how Yukate's Bankai allowed him to absorb attacks from allies to be used against enemies. And that was what Lelich and Yuna were about to do. Yuna backflipped on top of Lelich's organic summon and he took his hand in hers. He then put his hands on Yuna's shoulders and she then stabbed Lelich's summoning with her blade. Rather than exploding though, the summoning transformed. The horror shrieked in pain due to the transformation as it did every other time as its nightmarish exterior was shed and Lelich closed his eyes to visualize the form of the unity between him and Yuna. For the world, for the others I care about, safely in the Soul Society. It is you who brought us together and now we call upon you for help. Lelich opened his eyes. He and Yuna felt a surge of energy. Rise to help us. Your memory and your destiny live on in the both of us. Come back from the grave in memory as we call your name, Yuna said. Akari Mari. Both shouted together. At the declaration, a crimson-colored, pure energy replica of Mari appeared. It stood taller than Alon when Ichigo first decided to fight him. Everything about the replica was in direct association to Mari herself, from her form taking after Mari's Bankai to her sword being in her left hand. Down to the last detail as far as creating a single-colored energy replica could go, the physical manifestation of Lelouch and Yuna's combined strength, a symbol of their unity, appeared. Talbumasuk stared up. This is ridiculous. He thought to himself. But no matter. I will crush it. Karakai Musho. The wave hit the summoning, but the rest of the attack did not take effect. The reason was simple, it was not an organic being, just a manifestation of energy. Bah. Then I will strike you down instead. Shinsei no Hanu. Talbumasuk fired off the blazing blue flame, but all of it was blocked by Mari's shield. Wings suddenly appeared on Mari's back. Talbumasuk realized too late that this was more than just a visualization of Mari. Yuna and Lelouch had practically reincarnated her as this simple summon, so to speak. In other words, it didn't just look like Mari, it had all her techniques engraved into them, born from Lelouch and Yuna's memory of them. The summon spoke as her sword blade turned white. Shiro Juryoku Teho, the blast came barreling towards Talbumasuk. He tried to repel it with his green blade, but was unable to completely eradicate the attack and it smashed right through him. Yuna and Lelouch, to prevent further strain on themselves, went towards the ground. There was much destruction from their attack and they could sense that Talbumasuk was still alive. They were rather well spent after that attack. Both could still maintain Bankai, but not for much longer. They were dismayed though when Talbumasuk not only got up from the wreckage, but brushed himself off as if he wasn't completely defeated yet. I must ask, Talbumasuk said as he brushed off his left shoulder, was that supposed to utterly defeat me? Damn, his Ryutsu is still too high, Lelouch thought to himself, not to mention he's still on guard. I've got to get him weaker. He looked over to Yuna. She's too tired to do much more. That took more out of her than it did me. I guess I have no choice. Lelouch reached up and grabbed his helmet. According to Iin Tamashi, besides making him look like Zero and offering his head protection, the helmet had no special properties, such as amplifying Kokoro Hasai, so he removed it. This will only last me for 2.5 minutes. I have to hope that that'll be enough. He reached into the folds of his hakama. This is only a prototype, so once this disappears it's gone for good. I don't mind though, I don't see the need to use this again after this. Talbumasuk watched Lelouch with interest. What's he up to? He wondered as set up his two swords, one green, one yellow, and his aura purple. Lelouch, from the folds of his hakama, pulled out a white mask. Here goes. I don't think you ever expected your prototype to be used against your plan, Humaizen? Lelouch grinned. The mask in his hand was the one he had taken from Yuna's safe. He had held onto it all this time. It was a prototype visored mask. The mask had been modified to fit Lelouch's identity. It now looked like a white version of the Zero helmet, with a large hole where the visor normally was. Is that? Talbumasuk stared at the object. Lelouch held it up to his face as if staring down fate itself. I know who I am. I will not falter. Lelouch put on the mask and a transformation took hold of him. Though a prototype, the mask in question was much more than a simple visored mask. The holofication involved was much more complex. Aizen later simplified the process with his algorithms. This was the original mask and it was Lelouch's ultimate, pre-battle trump card. He had had it since round 1, but only now was using it. Lelouch's cape split at the end into 4 strands, 2 along his right arm and 2 along his left. Gold threads spread across the cape like vines. Lelouch's hands glowed black as he became filled with power. The hole in the mask became framed in shadow. Lelouch's eyes could be seen within the shadow, glowing, in a royal purple monochrome. A cross-section of gold in a plus shape formed over the shadow, guarding Lelouch's face like a hockey mask. Talbumasuk was not impressed. Holofication? Did you learn nothing from my battle with the Vizards? Talbumasuk sent out a green beam at Lelich's face, but Lelich vanished in a cloud of smoke, and a blast at Talbumasuk back pushed him forward, followed by a jet stream of fire. It singed right through his uniform and burned into his back. He looked back at Lelich, but only saw the puff of smoke. He vanished and avoided assault as Lelich tried to assault him with a barrage of fireballs. Talbumasuk saw the direction he came from, but Lelich was already gone. "What's the matter, can't hit what you can't see?" Lelich taunted. He reappeared this time inches from Talbumasuk's face. He ducked under Talbumasuk's sword strike and burst energy from both his hands and shoved Talbumasuk across the air before appearing behind him in an instant and launching him higher into the air with an open palm uppercut infused with energy. He followed Talbumasuk into the air. Zero Maxima. Maximum Zero, Lelich shot like a rocket in multiple directions, ramming Talbumasuk at close to FTL speeds. The holofication amplified Lelich's teleporting. All he had to do was think and he was gone. For these 2.5 minutes he was a Captain-class Soul Reaper with a Vastolord's Ryotsu added on top of it. For 2.5 minutes, he was stronger than Talbumasuk. He rammed into the Arrancar Lord a total of 16 times before smashing him in the torso with a fireball, teleporting behind him again and styling up on him with a nice little Hakuta combo before teleporting into the air and drawing in royal purple energy. 0. The blast slammed Talbumasuk back down to the ground. Most of the damage was stopped by Talbumasuk's time manipulation of non-souls, but there was still noticeable damage. Talbumasuk's shoulders were burned and bleeding and the man had lost the top of his uniform. Lelich teleported right on the Overlord's location. Talbumasuk made to rush him, but Lelich still had one more technique he wanted to test out. He was enjoying being able to have such power at his fingertips. He would not waste the opportunity to use all of it before it was taken from him. The strands of his cape turned into snarling, snapping, eyeless demon heads like the heads of Charybdis in the Odyssey. They launched forward and began cutting, slashing, and chomping away at Talbumasuk furiously at speeds that the head captain was not matching earlier when Talbumasuk was at full power. Of course he had fallen so far that if Lelich and Yamamoto were to compare, it would be like Lelich's attacks were standing still. Even so, it was enough as Talbumasuk suffered bite after bite, wound after wound. "What's the matter? Can't push me back?" Lelich gloated only for his mask to shatter. "Oh yeah, that figures." Noticing the withdrawal of the assault in Lelich's dropped-down state, Talbumasuk took to the offensive. He slashed Lelich across the waist and then punched him along the ground. "Lelich!" Yuna ran to help, but Talbumasuk saw her coming. Hofuku. Yuna was cut down by the spatial tear and Talbumasuk made his advance towards the injured captain. He kicked Lelich aside and stood in front of him. He would not gloat. He only needed to get Lelich on the border of unconsciousness and then finish him off. "That's it, keep yourself focused on me. Blind yourself to all others," Lelich thought to himself. Talbumasuk brought down the final blow, but before it hit, Lelich teleported away from Talbumasuk, but only got a few feet due to his loss of blood and stamina. He thrust his arm forward and spread his palm wide. He shouted as forcefully as he could. "Seishin no Kaimusho." Lelich brought Talbumasuk to his knees, crushing the man under his own power, which was significantly weakened due to Talbumasuk's own exhaustion. Talbumasuk could fight it, but not easily. He was locked in place. "What's this supposed to do?" Talbumasuk said with tremendous effort as he tried to break free. "I'll break free of this and defeat you. I told you before we started that it was arrogant of you to think you could beat me. And do you remember what I said?" Lelich closed one eye as he winced in pain. "I said it was arrogant of me. You and Aizen both fell into my trap. What on earth are you?" Talbumasuk didn't finish. He didn't need to finish. 2 seconds later a blade pierced right through Talbumasuk's chest and the tip slammed into the ground. Lelich released his hold on Talbumasuk as the Overlord fell onto his hands and knees, one hand clutching the wound as the blade retracted and it bled. He looked over his shoulder to see the wielder, Ichimaru Jin. Jin smiled his usual smile. "Jin, you would betray me?" "I got a better offer," Jin responded. Talbumasuk grunted and then responded with as he got to his feet. Still, He prepared to face Jin with his weapons as he barely managed to stand. Even with a wound like this and my injuries, I am more than. Yeah, see about that, no one really knows my Bankai's real ability, not Aizen, and certainly not you. I only told one person, he pointed to Lelouch, and he helped me set this up. Oh, and what pray tell is its real power? Tal Bumasuk asked. I'll be brief, it doesn't move as fast as I told Aizen it does, and it doesn't stretch as far neither. It just turns to dust one moment and becomes solid the next. It also contains a poison that breaks down cells to their molecular level, Jin stated. Tal Bumasuk just stared and felt the wound begin to fester. He coated his body in his green aura. It would not completely stop the process, but it would slow it down long enough for the now dying overlord to give out one last speech. He clutched the wound as he spoke. So I am beaten then whom? He asked Lelouch, looking over to him. He spoke as the dissolving process slowly began to consume him. His calm demeanor disturbed Lelouch. It was as if Tal Bumasuk did not care that he was dying or that he had lost. Well, I suppose you expect me to break down, curse you, and give a lamenting speech of my defeat, but I won't. Tal Bumasuk stared at the ground. I regret nothing. I accept my loss with dignity. But, he looked at Yuna, if the past can be remembered, perhaps someday I, or my master, will return, and then, Lelouch, he looked at his nemesis and grinned smugly, that is when your existence will finally crumble. His body was beginning to dissolve into a green light. But for now, I say good game, Lelouch. This, Tal Bumasuk dropped to his knees and smirked, is your checkmate. He completely dissolved away and disappeared into the air. Before he dissolved completely, his final thoughts were as follows, I'll be with you soon, Mia. Covered in the blood on Tal Bumasuk's hand that had clutched the wound, a locket fell to the ground. Lelouch went over and picked it up. Inside was a picture of a much younger Tal Bumasuk with who Lelouch could only assume were his parents and his sister. He looked happy, innocent. There was something scratched in on the opposite side. It looked like it was engraved recently in spite of the picture obviously being quite old. My destiny is on a single rope. My purpose determined by vengeance. I cannot return to the way things were. But I remember what color my blood is. Lelouch noticed that it seemed as if the locket had a second compartment. He flipped over the side with the picture, revealing a picture with Tal Bumasuk and Mia holding each other. In this picture even Mia appeared content, something Lelouch figured Kyan would find very disturbing if he saw it. She was wearing a headdress and Tal Bumasuk was dressed in his old shiakusho. Once again something was scribbled on the opposite side. The future I desire. Lelouch snapped the locket shut. He pocketed it. He decided he would track down Tal Bumasuk's mother and sister and give the locket to them when he found them. They deserved to know that Tal Bumasuk still loved his family despite his actions. Beyond that though, Lelouch seemed to feel some sorrow in Tal Bumasuk's death. I dragged you into this, he thought. I made you hate. You would not have become what you were if not for me, but, in the end it seems you found something you wanted more than power. Tremere Tal Bumasuk, in the next life, I hope you and Mia reunite and I hope you can be happy. Your blood is on my hands, without me, you would not have gotten yourself involved in this conflict. Lelouch ceased dwelling on the matter. After all, there was still one more enemy to take care of. Yeah, missed one, Jin stated. Purposely, Lelouch said, things are exactly how I planned them. He paused as he stared at the ongoing battle. Jin, if you're still going to make use of yourself to me, then follow me and help me finish things. If not, run now and don't even let any of us see you again. However, if you will come back to the side of the Soul Society, even if it's just for this battle, I will do what I can to make sure your sentence is light or your freedom guaranteed. For Rainjiku, I will do everything to let you live. After all, that was what we agreed upon. So are you in or out? Jin held up Shinso, I've got your answer right here. Yuna ran towards Jin to attack him, but he fired off his Bankai. It stretched out a few miles and skidded along Yami's left arm. Yeah, got yourself an assistant. Good to hear it, Lelouch said, and the trio took off. Yami won't die from that scratch. Tal Bumasuk converted all of his systems to make the ultimate fighting and killing machine. He's completely immune to all forms of poison, Kuratsuka Teiko-san, and so iPhone-san and I won't have much use, Jin said. So simply put, he's a well-crafted tank. Talbumasuk aimed that if we could beat him he'd have Yami take us down with him, but that's not going to happen. Lelouch deactivated Bankai and activated his telepathic radio. This is Zero to all forces. If you have the ability to fight, make your way to the northern part of town ASAP. It's time we finished this war, once and for all. To be continued. Chapter 90, the punchline is Yami. Third-person POV. Lelouch ordered everyone who was capable to fight against Yami. Each combatant launched an attack against the massive Espada. Everyone, ranging in strength from Chad to Yucatec, as Urahara and Yamamoto were injured and Anohana was tending to the wounded because the faster they got up the faster Yami could go down, was fighting against the massive beast. However, Yami shrugged it all off and kept coming at the group. Lelouch ordered everyone back and had seen enough to think up a strategy. So what we do? Combine everything into one attack or something? Kenpeki asked, tapping his sword against his shoulder. Hardly, Lelouch responded, I've got this. Lelouch. Stefan looked curiously at the 10th Division captain as he vanished. Lelouch got right in Yami's face. Tasty. Yami brought his massive jaw down to try and bite Lelouch. Lelouch evaded with ease. Yami was big and powerful, but he was slow. He telegraphed his moves well in advance, so the only way to get hit was to not be able to dodge wide enough out of the way. After dodging, Lelouch flew in front of Yami, thrust out his arm and spread out his palm. Seishin no Kaimusho. The effect was devastating. Yami, though he had massive strength, did not have the mental power to break free from Lelouch's attack. I knew it. He called out to the others. Tessai. Byakuya. Grade A barriers now. Both the captain of Squad 6 and the former commander of the Kido Corps used their expertise in the field to reinforce Lelouch's attack. The effect wore off and Yami began bashing inside a gigantic cage of which Tessai and Byakuya had formed together. Yami could not break free. Even his Zero was neutralized, since the ones who had formed it were some of the stronger practitioners of the trade. It's as I thought. He sacrifices everything for strength and power. Kido is a massive weakness. Not a moment later, as Yami managed to get the strength to bash through Tessai and Byakuya's barriers as the effects weakened, Anohana finished healing Yamamoto and Urahara. Perfect timing, you two. With me. Yamamoto and Urahara nodded to Lelouch as the three began chanting in unison. O admonishing melody, Yami made a crack with his head against the barrier. Rise in the name of the necromancer. Yami's tail created a crack down by his feet. Claw out, beat down, rise up, destroy, confuse. Yami stomped his foot. With our hands, inscribe upon them the seal of the goddess. Eradicate the enemy with your tempered fury. Yami roared ferociously. Unleash thy fury with thy hand. Turn the bones to dust. Unleash hell, destroy the fear, and the silence. More cracks and dings appeared on the barriers. Fang of the dragon, hammer of the giant, armor of the king. We who stand in awe of your greatness command thee. Bring forth divine lightning, unearth the hellfire. Heido 99, Shinpika Hante Hitsuji. Mystic Judgment Coffin. As the barriers around Yami finally broke away, 3 burning, red coffins rose up from the ground. They grew tall enough to surround Yami and combined into one big one, completely encasing him. Like with Heido 90, blades pierced all through Yami's body, but these blades were on fire. After the blazing blades, the coffins turned purple. Yami thought the worst was over, but there was another phase to the Kido. The coffin zapped him with immeasurable voltage. Yami screamed in reaction to the surging pain running through his body. The coffin shattered the pieces, then lacerated Yami like shards of metal. Yami slumped forward in fatigue. Now, Yuna. Ichigo. While he's weak. Both Captain-class Soul Reapers attacked with their signature moves. Getsuga Tensho. Teiyaga Sei Hoki. The attacks went towards Yami at an angle as each one stood at either side of the outside of Yami's arms. The attacks ripped towards each other and blasted Yami with a big bloody X on his torso and cracked into his mask. The tears of blood dripped into Yami's mouth. Gran Rei Zero. Hisuna, Mashiro, Lisa, Chad, and Rose combined their efforts to bash away Yami's attack. We've got him, Lelouch thought to himself. Stefan. Kenpeki. Finish it, Stefan leapt into action and fired off a green cutting wave of energy from his Namikaze and pushed Yami's head back and up. It's been a while since I've done this little maneuver. I'm going to enjoy this. Stefan took a deep breath. He took off as fast as he could and began unleashing his most powerful technique. For this technique, Stefan would attack from different angles, moving at breakneck speeds to deliver swift, powerful blows to his opponent, Yami in this case. After each strike he would get faster and faster and faster and faster and faster until it seemed like he was invisible. At the end of it, Stefan would have delivered 40 strikes. After the 40th attack, Stefan leapt into the air, turned, spun his blade in his hand, charging up an energy blast, which he then fired at Yami and shot him in the side of the neck. Show off, Kenpei shrugged off. Ready, partner? Kenpei asked his sword. Kenpei's sword seemed to bristle with excitement at the prospect of being called upon. For so long Kenpei had ignored his sword. However, after his defeat at Ichigo's hands, Kenpei had trained himself to become stronger. He spent every day trying to learn his sword's name, realizing that that was his only way forward. Though he had not yet learned its abilities and though it still remained released, in order for the two to join together, since his Zanpakuto respected Kenpei's desire to weaken himself, when he wanted to go all out, Kenpei had to call for it, like any normal Soul Reaper. Such a thing was not within Lelich's necessary parameters. Hell, Kenpei never filed reports, so no one knew this had been accomplished. Right here, right now, in front of the whole Godai, history would mark the day that Zaraki no Kenpei took the first step towards mastering his Shikai. Go all out, Fumetsu Seishin no Senso. Indestructible spirit of war, energy surged so greatly that even Yami nearly suffocated. Even Yamamoto's Bankai did not create this much Ryotsu leakage. Kenpei had a passive ability with his Zanpakuto. His Ryotsu was always equal to his Ryuryoku. So while Yamamoto was significantly stronger than the eye-patch-wearing badass, he did not have such a profound effect on his enemies. What the hell? Lelich did his best to shield himself from the energy being drafted upwards. When did Kenpei learn the name of his Zanpakuto? Heh, Kenpei grinned. This good enough for ya? He shouted at Lelich. More than enough, Lelich radioed, finish it. Kenpei put both hands on his blade again. I have to say, Lelich, you sure know how to pick opponents for me. This is 4th time I've come to have respect for a low stamina meatbag like yourself. What were the other times? Lelich asked. The first time was after I killed Kiganjo and you engaged Ichinos in battle despite being a lower rank. That was the day we first met. Yeah, you're a Kido user, but you're also crazy. I like crazy. Second time was when you had the balls to talk back to the head captain. And last, but certainly not least, when you stood up to Aizen and killed him, but enough talk. I'm impatient, Kenpei said and stored up all of his energy into his sword. A fierce howl sounded from within Kenpei's body as if his sword was crying out to unleash its fury. Die. With both his hands on the blade, Kenpei swung forward with Fumetsu Seishin no Senso, adding his power to Kenpei's. The attack power was doubled and Kenpei unleashed a sword beam, not like the Getsuga Tensho or Yuna's Teiga, but instead it was as if all of the energy in Kenpei's swing was manipulating the air particles in the air, pushing the wind forward as if his blade had extended as far as his Ryotsu could reach and then rammed forward like a runaway crate down a highly sloped path. With blades on the forward end of the crate. Kenpei's strike was so powerful that, with Yami weakened to the extent that he was, split the espada clean in half. Yami fell over. Grimjo walked over to the right half of Yami's corpse. I can't believe it. He's dead. He's actually dead. He laughed joyously. Oh, this is turning into the best day of my life. 10 minutes later. A damage check was done and everyone was patched up. Lelich went to relinquish command back to Yamamoto, but Yamamoto said that until every last combatant was securely back in the Soul Society and Karakura Town was put back in its place, that Lelich still had command to direct and decide. Lelich was perplexed by this, but when he noticed that Ichigo had Grimjo with him and Hannibal was captured by Yuryuki and so iPhone and Starcase Frigid statue had been carried to the rendezvous point, he understood. Yamamoto was seeing what kind of victor Lelich was, how he dealt with defeated, but not dead enemies. This was not purely out of sentimentality. Despite how much faith he had in Lelich's leadership and tactical prowess, Yamamoto still did not. Lelich's dark days were over. If Lelich was merciful, it meant he had changed. If he was unforgiving, the Yamamoto would have to keep an eye on him for fear that Lelich could become the next Aizen. Lelich, of course, did not realize this. He believed that he had Yamamoto's full and complete trust. Nevertheless, he was going to act in the favorable manner. He approached Hannibal and Grimmjow, the latter of which was being held down by Ichigo, blade to the throat, but he was in sealed form and Ichigo his Shikai. Lelich turned towards Hannibal, who was also in sealed form. Out of courtesy and chivalry he spoke to her first. "What will you do now that Talbumasuk is gone? I have those that I wish to keep safe. If you let me go, I will not appear before you again. If I do, it is not out of hatred. My life is in your hands. Spare me though, and I shall not come forth against the Soul Society. I might be a Hollow/Soul Reaper hybrid, but I have the sentience to pick and choose my targets. I am not violent by nature. I will not be pulled into cahoots with another med scheme." "You have my word," Hannibal swore. "Let her go," Lelich said calmly. But Lelich, so iPhone was stunned. "I said let her go. I'm not one to trust an enemy so easily." He folded his arms, "but I have Talbumasuk's reports on the Espada as if they were right in front of my face. She is no danger to us if we make her life indebted to us." "Let her go," he repeated. "It's for the best." Yuruaki nodded. "Thank you," Hannibal said as she was set free. She did not leave immediately though. "And what about you, Grimmjow?" "Well, with you in my way, I'm going to try and kick your ass, of course," Grimmjow threatened. "If it's the throne of Hueco Mundo you are after, I have no interest in it. I only ask that you allow me to live peacefully within the world. If you want to be the ruler of the realm, that's no business of mine," Hannibal said. "You? A king?" Lelich scoffed. "Hey!" Grimmjow barked. "Don't you dare look down on me like that. I'm just thinking how you don't exactly give off the majestic vibe," Lelich joked. Grimmjow growled, "Have Kurosaka let go of me and let me head back to Hueco Mundo. I'm going to level Las Noches to the ground and remove any traces that we were ever under Soul Reaper rule. I won't stop any Hollows from attacking you guys, but I'm not exactly going to actively send troops after you for fun. A king treats his subject with respect citizens deserve. Sending them on suicide missions is just plain stupid. A king without land is still a king, but a king without subjects rules not, but hills. Is that how you see it?" Lelich asked. Grimmjow grinned, "One of my favorite mottos." Lelich smiled and flicked his wrist, "Let him go, he's no threat to us it seems, just to his own kind, which is in our favor. Ichigo, let Grimmjow go, next time I see you we finish this for real. You want me, you come find me. We're enemies, but I don't have a reason to fight you right now. I think I'll take Neliel's advice for once." Grimmjow rubbed the back of his head. "If I'm going to be king, I'll need a reason to fight anyone." Grimmjow smirked, "But of course random destruction and chaos is completely okay. Just keep it out of the Soul Society." Lelich thundered. Hey! Hey! I'm destruction incarnate, not stupid." He jerked his thumb over his back and jerked his head in the same direction. "You just finished off the stupid." He put his arm down. "And hell with that kind of power, I say anyone who tries to attack the Soul Society with you guys calling the shots is either stupid or hungry. Killing the latter is your job. Killing the former is a favor to us all. What are we going to do with Stark though?" Hannibal asked. "By my calculation your friend is still breathing. It's winter here, so that's probably why he hasn't thawed out. The warm climate of Las Noches should help him melt down," Lelich stated. I throw him under Las Noches ceiling before I smash it to pieces," Grimmjow said and looked over to Hannibal. "You are going to help me do that, right? I'd like nothing better than to erase all traces that Aizen and Talbumasuk were ever in charge of us." She made to pick Stark up, but Grimmjow with his more powerful muscles managed to it with one hand. "I got him." He used his fingers to snap open a Gargantat. Later, he Hannibal, and the frozen Stark left. A damage count was done after the Espada departed. Tyson was devastated to learn of Sajin's death. He thought of filing discharge papers and going back to being normal, but Lelich told him that if he did it would make Sajin's sacrifice worth nothing. He also apologized. Apologize? For what? Tison asked. For Sajin's death. I knew he and the others would lose that fight. However, I didn't think Sparga was serious enough that he'd go for the kill. I knew Anohana would have to step in, I did not think Sajin would die. I'm sorry, Lelich apologized. Do not blame yourself for this. Sajin's blood is on Sparga's hands, not your own. The fact that you are apologizing shows that you are remorseful. Aizen was never remorseful. And besides, you have always shown that the path you walk is of true justice. My eyes only see the path of justice. If you want me to stay, I will stay, Tison said. Then stay, Lelich stated, the Godiai can't afford to lose another captain. We need you with us. Very well, Tison said, and that was the last he ever toyed with the idea of leaving the Godiai. 2 days after the return to the Soul Society, Karakura town was put back in its proper place. False memories were planted in everyone's heads by Urahara to make it seem as though there had been problems with business or school closings, and yet, though it would be difficult, life would go on. The people of Karakura town would be disoriented, but they wouldn't be lost. The day before the leave, Ichigo visited his dad out in the real Karakura town. It would be a few days before his dad lost all spiritual power, but his abilities as a Soul Reaper were gone. Kayan told me what happened. Ishine didn't answer as he fixed up the clinic. You're okay with this? Don't you like being a Soul Reaper? Ichigo asked. Ishine grinned. We're different, Ichigo. I'm a businessman, you're a warrior. I run a clinic, you're an afterlife guardian. My days of being a Soul Reaper were over 20 years ago, Ichigo. Urahara gave me my powers back because I was needed. I'm done with the guardianship thing. If you want to do it, then that's your business. After all, it's in your blood. Ishine put a firm hand on his son's shoulder. It's a hefty responsibility, Ichigo, being what you are. I won't be able to help you if you need a second hand, but... That's okay, Ichigo said with a small smile. I have Tatsuki, Lelich, Kyokaku, Kayan, Rukia and everyone else. I'm not alone. If you just want to be my dad, then that's fine with me. Well, hey, since I'm going into retirement, I can tell you all about my old war stories. Ishine gave Ichigo a goofy grin and a thumbs up. I'll take a rain check for that, thanks. Ichigo looked to the side. The day of his leaving, Ichigo looked forward to Lelich before he left and gave him his hand. Thanks for helping me, Lelich. Lelich was surprised at the gesture at first, but then smiled and shook Ichigo's hand. If we ever need a helping hand, we'll know who to call upon. Ichigo held up his substitute badge, and if I ever need some advice, I know where to look. I hope I see you again. Hey, you're supposed to be a normal teenager on the surface, go home, concentrate on your studies and graduate, Lelich said with a normal smile. Ichigo bumped his elbow into Lelich's shoulder and then began to head into the Senkaimon. See ya. He waved. See you around, Ichigo. Rukia called out. Ichigo turned and waved to her. Hey, there's always an extra guest room in our house if living at home becomes a hassle. Kyokaku invited. I'll keep that in mind. Ichigo said and then fully entered the Senkaimon. Well, he's gone, Kayan said. Yup, Lelich nodded. So now that the kids are gone. Party at the Shiba Manor. Kyokaku declared and sped off. Sis. Wait a minute. We're still paying and fixing damages from last time. Kayan chased after her. 3 days later. Jin's trial was due to take place. Or perhaps it was better to say his sentencing. Lelich had filed a mission report and filed it with the Central 46. In it he stated that Jin had been working undercover for him to infiltrate Talbumasuk/Aizen's forces and use whatever means necessary to seem loyal and work from the inside. In exchange, Jin was to retrieve the Hogyaku and deliver it back to Urahara for its destruction. Jin's only kill was Hachigen. While it was regrettable that anyone had to die against him, it was not an official Godiai member, just an exile. At the same time, Jin saved Lelich, or so was dictated in Lelich's report/testimony. As Lelich's testimony was the only evidence used in the trial, the Central 46 had no choice but to let Jin go. To where though was still unknown. Lelich dropped a suggestion and it was taken. It would be instated soon. 2 weeks later, the 7th Division was being presented with a new captain. She, Homura Yuna, was given this position over Jin because she was more trustworthy and responsible. Jin, though Lelich was convincing with his report as one of the Godiai, was considered much less responsible of a captain based on his records. Also, Yuna was his senior in her first admission to the Godiai, so that was another reason. Yuna met with the division noticing the 9-to-1 ratio of men to women. She introduced herself and then went on to explain what she was doing before them and why she was wearing the 7th Division Haori. So, starting today, I'm your new captain, Yuna told the 7th Division. No one said anything. The only noise that could be heard was the sound of one overly enthusiastic cricket. What the hell is this? What is the head captain thinking? We go from having a braveheart like Komamura to having to take orders from a woman? What the hell gives Iba Fukutaiko? Hey, I don't like it either, but the Godiai needs to stay at full strength. Iba stated. Oh. Yuna huffed, do you have a problem with my being a captain, Tetsuzumon? Yuna folded her arms. Well, it's just, our squad has always been a manly division. I mean, having a woman commanding us, it's, Yuna sighed and palmed her face. You bunch of sexist toadstools, she muttered. She picked her head up. Listen up. This squad is too traditionalist. As your new captain, I'm going to be overseeing some changes around here. I'm in charge now, so if you don't like it, then get the hell out of my squad. I have no tolerance for slackers, time wasters, and above all backtalkers. Hey, hold on now, Yuna-san, let's not act hasty here. We're talking about the squad's structural foundation here, Iba stated. You will address me as Homura Teiko, Yuna stressed. Don't do it, Iba-san. We're a man's division. Don't submit. That last one began getting chanted over and over again. Yuna pressed her fingertips to her forehead. I have completely lost control of these guys. Homura Teiko, maybe you should let me deal with the squad for a bit, until you get used to your position. Let me take some stress off you, Iba offered. You're fired, Yuna said flatly. What? Iba said, having not heard her. Iba Tetsuzumon, I, Homura Yuna, hereby formally discharge and expel you from the squad. I'll say it again. You're fired. What the, you can't do that. Iba shouted. When Yuna's anger did not wane, he added meekly, can you? Yuna pulled out a manual, Article 13, Section 4, Paragraph 5 of the Godiai 13 Handbook. A squad captain may choose to formally discharge and dispose of any squad member, including their own Fukotaiko, if they are disrespected, even on the first offense. She looked out to the squad. Do you get me? She pointed out to the crowd. I own all of you. I am in charge. She tore off Iba's armband sunglasses and disarmed him of his Zanpakuto before tossing him out to the crowd. People scattered and Iba face planted into the dirt. Deal, she put on Iba's sunglasses, she tossed out her hair, her arm dropped down at her side. She then pointed at Iba. That is your example. If you don't want that to be you, then swallow your pride and accept me as your captain. I can make all your lives a living hell if I have to. My job is to be the captain, not to Boy Scout any of you. I am a woman and I am a fighter. I don't need chivalry and I don't need sexist bullshit. So shut up, stand up and fucking applaud me already. Things were quiet, dead quiet. No one moved a muscle or spoke a word until clapping was heard. It came from one of the few, low-ranking, female officers in the squad. The clapping spread like a virus throughout the whole squad. It took some doing, but Yuna did finally manage to get the squad under control and able to accept her. She had Susanna appointed to be the squad's new vice-captain. Iba was discharged from the squad and got a tongue lashing from his mother when she found out he'd been discharged. Iba appealed his case to the Central 46, but was denied since all things considered he was out of line and Yuna had every authority and capability to fire him. It's unknown what became of Tetsuzumon after that. Some say he went to a bar and became a Rukonga drunk, saying how he used to be a Fukotaiko, but that's completely irrelevant to this tale, so his fate shall forever remain a mystery. With Yuna's captaincy in effect, Jin was granted position under Tsun. Lelouch believed it was the better position to be filled since Tsun and Jin got along, or so he hoped. Tsun wasn't too pleased with having to work so closely with Jin. Jin didn't really care. After all, Division 9 was exceptionally close to Division 10. After being assigned his new position, once paperwork was squared away, Jin made a beeline for the Godi Lounge. He strode across the bar and sat down next to Rangiku. The first thing she did was be cold to him. "Aw, come on, don't be like that," Jin said to her. "Don't I get a nice warm welcome back for Yat at least?" Rangiku slapped him, angrily, hard. Lelouch told me the truth," she said, looking down at the cushion on the booth couch, "not what he filed in the report, the real truth." "How could you? Why didn't you tell me? And you were planning on dying on top of that? How could you even think to do that? I've always been the first to defend you, but you don't care about anyone but yourself. You say you did it all for me, but I don't care. There are some lines that don't need to be crossed." Rangiku shouted. She stared Jin in the face, tears in her eyes. "Why couldn't you come to our side? We won. Is revenge the only answer? Couldn't you have trusted Lelouch, if not for yourself then for me? If you really cared about me you would do things with my best interests in mind. But you don't. You don't care about anyone except yourself. You do anything just so you can come out alive. I'm not going to wait or follow anymore. Sometimes, when I think about it, perhaps it would have been better and you left me in the desert to die. Just like the way you would have let Rukia die. Just like the way you would have let Orium die. Just like the way you would let anyone else but yourself die." Rangiku laid into him. Jin would have preferred Rangiku to have run him through with Hanko. That certainly would have been less painful in his mind. Rangiku was holding her arms and crying. Not fake tears, but genuine broken-hearted sobs. Only Lelouch had ever seen such tears before with Rangiku as an adult. Jin did the only thing he could think would make the situation better. He put his arms around Rangiku and pushed her chin into his shoulder. "You're right, Ranchan," he said without smiling, surprising her by his acknowledgement. "I'm just a bitter old bastard that doesn't care about anyone but himself. I do things that amuse me just for the hell of it. I kill for the sake of killing, torture for the sake of torture. I've done things that I can shrug off and other things I'm really not proud of doing," Jin said and held Rangiku out at arm's length, gripping her shoulders, staring her in the face, eyes wide open. He dropped the accent. "But one thing," he shook her lightly, "I will never," he shook her, "ever," he shook her again, "regret is taking you in, cleaning you up, and letting you stay." He let go of Rangiku, held one hand up, palm facing towards his head, eyes closed again and smile back on his face. "Truth be told, when I cleaned Ya up I had every intention of tossing Ya back out. When I first came to the Soul Society I tried to be a good kid, but I just got chewed out by every adult in the area. I quickly realized that the Soul Society wasn't the peaceful paradise that the Soul Reaper that sent little ol' me here was supposed to be, so I adapted. I took what I wanted, expected nothing in return and did everything I could to survive the harsh conditions. The day I found Ya I had already gotten enough food for myself. You didn't look like much of a threat. I figured you had collapsed from exhaustion, and only newbies didn't know that those with riot so need to eat, so I took Ya in, figured I'd lay down the line for Ya and toss Ya back out. But I didn't do it, and I'll tell you why I didn't do it." Jin put both his hands in his lap. "It was how Ya looked at me. To you I was your savior. For the first time someone finally painted me as a good guy. In a world of being shunned I finally had someone who looked up to me. Yeah, it's true, when I joined up with Aizen to get the Hogyaku from his corpse I learned that I liked being a complete bastard to everyone. That's nothing he did, that's just something I learned about myself. But in the end I knew that at the end of the day all I wanted was to know that I was alive, and so were you. I will never regret caring for Ya and fighting for Ya. I don't care if you don't forgive me." Jin put his hands back on her shoulders, "but I want you to understand, Ranchan, okay?" Rangiku put her hand on her forearm and looked away. "Right before you left, you said you were sorry. Was this why you were apologizing?" "I had a whole bunch of words I wanted to say then, but at the time that was all I could say, and I'll say it again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I put you through hell, and I'm sorry I never told ya where I was going. I enjoy having power over ya, and I'm sorry that you probably hate me right now, but most of all, I'm sorry that I hurt you, Jin told her. Rangiku hugged Jin and kissed his cheek, smiling, apology accepted. She told him. Jin and Rangiku shared a few drinks and, in a gentlemanly way he would only show Rangiku, Jin brought her back to her division. Then, under Lelich's supervision, he went to go and retrieve the Hogyaku. The small orb was given to the pair by Neliel. Lost No Chase was more than halfway destroyed by the time they got to it. Neliel said Grimjo called it remodeling. How's Starkane El-chan? Still frozen? Jin asked. No Starcase around, probably sleeping by a rock if I had to guess. He's a tenant of the place, Neliel said. Oh, so I take it Grimjo's already in charge? Lelich asked. Me too, Neliel said with an oddly friendly smile for someone that had just clashed blades with the forces of the two people she was talking to. I'm Grimjo's queen, you know. Well, good for you, your majesty, Jin said, pocketing the Hogyaku. Can we get going, Lelich? This place gives me the willies. Yeah, let's, Lelich said, and he and Jin left Hueco Mundo. An explosion sounded in the distance. Hey, watch it, damn you. Starcase trying to sleep. Neliel heard Lilynet shout. Neliel sighed in content. Grimjo certainly was enjoying the destruction and carnage. Lelich used the Hogyaku to restore what it was that was taken from Rangiku. When it was done he looked at Jin. You went through all this trouble just so she had a little more riot, so? He raised an eyebrow. Jin shrugged. What can I say, I'm a possessive obsessive man. Lelich rolled his eyes. Just remember that you're going to have to behave. I don't mind spending a perjury charge if you step out of line. Yeah, I know, I can't go willy-nilly killing folks anymore, but I can still mess with folks, can't I? Jin asked. Jin, Lelich stressed. All right, Jin surrendered and then headed for the door. He turned towards Lelich and smiled, once a week. Huh. It took a few seconds for Lelich to realize what Jin meant by that, and by the time he made the attempt to go after him, Jin was gone. Lelich let out a deep sigh. Well, at least we're almost full. That's something at least. The Underworld. 1 week later. Deep in the wrath pits of the world of sinners, Talbumasuk was just waking up. In many cases even souls were condemned to hell, disallowed to be reincarnated until their soul was considered pure. At least, that's what Talbumasuk figured had to be the case as he rose to his feet with the several chains of sin bound to his body. He sighed and looked up at the far-stretching red clouds and yellow sky. All around him lava bubbled and blood-red rocks rose up from the ground. So this is the underworld, huh? He let his hands drop at his sides. Aizen-sensei mentioned this place. We are allowed our powers because it is to prove to us that we are powerless to escape even if we try to rebel. Of course, no one says escape isn't entirely possible. I'm sure Aizen-sensei will find a way. He looked around, feeling the sulfuric air in his face, seeing the yellow smoke in hell in its entire putrid natural. He sighed and turned solemn. Of course, if I'm here, does that mean that Mia is here too? Talbumasuk sighed. Like I'd ever find her. Hell is probably like prison, lack of security, lack of privacy and lack of joy. However, no sooner had Talbumasuk made that declaration and decided to head off in a random direction to explore. He heard a voice call to him. Master. Talbumasuk's head whipped around. Standing on an alcove, over a lack of ground, he saw Mia standing, looking at him. Is this an illusion or reality? Talbumasuk took a deep breath and turned to face the alcove. Only one way to find out. He dashed forward and leapt over the barren space of nothingness and used Shunpo to reach where Mia was waiting. It was her. The two embraced, Talbumasuk leaning on the shoulder of the woman he loved. I failed, Mia. So it would appear, but, we are together, so is it truly a loss? Mia asked. Talbumasuk shook his head and looked at her. There is no failure, so long as I am with you. Talbumasuk brushed Mia's hair aside and kissed her so passionately. I love you, Mia Arururi. Now it was Mia's turn to lean on Talbumasuk. I know and you, master. It was true, no matter who she lusted after, no matter how she acted, something always kept her coming back to Talbumasuk, and at his side is where she desired, so at his side she would stay. For Talbumasuk, though he would look to escape hell and become reincarnated, he would do it with the woman he loved at his side. Mia was one sacrifice Talbumasuk refused to make. Yes, things seemed like they would return to normal, but there was something slightly amiss within Hueco Mundo. Nothing major, but, well. In the days that followed, March 20th specifically, Grimjo finally managed to bring Las Noches down to the last brick so that the destroyed palace was to his liking, small, ancient-looking, and underneath the night sky. As the last piece of the palace was reduced to rubble, Grimjo laughed. Ha 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 ha, this is great. I'm the king of Hueco Mundo. I can do what I want, when I want. I'm in charge. I've got my best friend at my side, and the only two beings strong enough to fight me don't even want a bid for my throne. This is the greatest moment of my life. Nothing can ruin this. Nothing. Grimjo shouted in ecstasy. Unfortunately for him, it seemed fate had a rather nasty sense of humor. Grimjo, it sounded like a haunting wailing, but the voice was all too familiar. What the? Grimjo looked around only for a transparent, all-white, legless, stereotypical ghostly version of Yemi to appear in front of him and float. I'm haunting you. Grimjo's eye twitched at seeing the spectral dumbass in front of him. It is said that Grimjo's screams were heard all across the four corners of Hueco Mundo. End of chapter 90. Check the description for the links to the author.